Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Early Watch, where we are uniting as a community to not only teach but also learn from each other. America has obviously been horribly divided as of late, and we are here, and we here at the Early Watch hope to fix that, even if it's just one person at a time. Good morning, everybody. Jimmy here. We got hopefully a little bit of a semi-decent, somewhat better show for you today. Have a few topics ready to go. Today we will be talking about sporting guns. Are you ready? Prepping, your strategies, your plans, anything and everything that we could possibly go through for that. Um, Maybe go through a few if we have some people on co-hosts. Your post-election impulse buys, and if we get the chance to it, I'd like to go over with some co-hosts most effective mode of carry, whether it be IWB, outside the waistband, ankle, pocket, shoulder, drop leg. What would you feel is the most effective mode of carry? Let's get into some things here. First, we'll go over the news, but first, I just wanted to kind of go over it. I was talking on the chat with Tony earlier, and I really feel like you guys out there on YouTube, even on gun channels, if you haven't gone and done it yet, join a local grassroots. You know, get something that's local. I understand that most of us are probably members of either the NRA or Gun Owners of America, something like that. But join something local. Get something going that can actually help you on a local level. Whether you be in a big city, Democratic states especially, um, California, Illinois, all everywhere that's going through Nevada now, everywhere that's going through a hard time, um, getting their rights messed with, and go out there, and even if you can during the day, during your day at work, if you're off work and you end up going to the store or anything that you do during the day, go out there, grab a hipster by the pussy, and bring them back to reality. Tell them to get their heads out of the clouds and get their style out of the 80s. It's time to come together. It's time to unite. This is our chance now, guys. Um, you know, Obviously regurgitating the same shit, but it is true. And you never know how many more people we could reach. If we can just get one more person over here, one more person on our side, one more person involved, that's our goal. And I feel like we are victorious with every single one person that we get. Um, and with the whole local thing, with proof of the past 8 years, if we don't stand for something, we'll fall for anything. And if you don't have a voice, you're not active. You're just part of the problem. I'm lucky to have everybody here at Gun Channels. I'm lucky to have a platform. And with this little platform that I do have, I want to give others the chance to talk. No matter who you are, what you are, YouTube, Gun Channels, anywhere, if you're listening, come on down. What's up, Tony?
Uh, it is another beautiful day here in lovely Illinois.
Oh man, so what happened with you yesterday? You end up going to the doctor and stuff. Everything good?
Uh, for that doctor, yeah, everything's fine. He basically
Cool.
said see you in
Good to
3 months.
Good to hear. Good to hear. Yep. Anything new and exciting overnight?
Uh, no, not. I ain't seeing anything.
Yeah, me neither, man. It's been pretty cool. I mean, I've heard a little soft protests, maybe riots here and there, but and then the news on California came out when they shot up the polls. I guess they're trying to make it seem like more people got shot than really got shot. Um, it's amazing to watch these what is it called, propagandas that they have out there. They're still trying to run it, so we still have to fight.
Yep. Well, I think right now there's a lot of cover my ass going on.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. damage reports. So Tony, since we got you here right now, go over one of these topics here. How are you with prepping? Say a bug out situation, maybe even a bunker down situation, stuff like that. Like, what's your prep?
Guns and lots of ammo.
There you go. There you go. Now, do you have any type of food storage or water storage? I know myself, I keep a couple of protein bars that I never eat, and
I have a little bit of stuff, I some stuff in my freezer that will get me by for a couple of weeks. Nothing on a prepping scale, though. It's a little difficult because I don't really have the space, but we're going to start here soon. The wife wants to.
Yeah, that was my problem too, man. Is that I was kind of half-assing, I guess you could say. Um, I tried to send Foos another link. If it doesn't work, can you send one out if you have the chance? I don't know. Maybe I'm not copy and pasting right. But yeah, I'm in pretty much the same boat. The wife nagging at me. I mean, she's 100% right though, but it kind of little fire under my butt. So yeah, we got a few bags ready. I actually have a bag of clothes, couple warm clothes, bag of a few water bottles. Got a couple of ready to eat meals. Actually, just went out the other day and got some freeze dried stuff. I've never tried that before, so I actually got one that I'm gonna put together tonight and make. So hoping that they're good.
I have a few MREs laying around, but like I said, I got enough to last me a couple weeks, maybe a month.
Oh yeah, and I mean, nobody can, like, carrying wise, if you're out on the run and you do have to bug out, it's not like you can take enough food with you for a year or maybe not even a month. We're gonna end up having to go out hunting, stuff like that, and you know, Priest is coming to kick ass and chew bubble gum, and he's all out of bubble gum. There you go.
I don't have any intent of bugging out. I mean, I'm in a small town, so there's not a huge worry of riots and shit like that, even if the whole damn world turns upside down.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, well, that's the thing too. I mean, there's a difference between prepping and being a little paranoid. I mean, not that sometimes being paranoid could be a good thing, but you know, to each his own, I guess.
Well, I figure I live a mile away from a hog farm, so for quite a while, there's not going to be a worry about meat because I'm friends with the owner. So he's not going to see the community starve.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's always a good thing to have. Friends in good places.
There's a number of cattle farmers in the area, within 5 miles. So there's not the huge risk. Our biggest risk is going to be protecting from the city folks coming trying to get our shit. Hence the focus on guns and ammo instead of food preps.
Right. Yeah. Well, yeah, and that's the thing too. I mean, we're definitely going to need that. And Priest is saying here, bugging out is more of a fantasy than a reality for most people. Very, very few people have the skills to live off the land and in the wilderness. If you don't have a pre-established bug out location, destination, you're better off bugging in. Yeah, bunkering down. I can agree with that, but I also agree with I'm also at the point of too early for me, I guess. bunkering down sometimes doesn't work. Sometimes staying in the same place might, depending on what the situation is, might get you, killed, hurt,
Well,
corralled,
if you live in a city of any size, you're going to fast be in trouble because there's just not the resources on hand to handle feeding everybody for more than a week or so.
Right. Yeah, and especially if you have your whole family with you. If I got my wife, her two kids, and my son, them by themselves, that's going to be a lot of food getting passed out there. Run out of supply very quickly. Yeah, yeah. Priest agrees too. If you have the capability to get out of Dodge, if you have to do it. But that going along with that, kind of piggybacking off of that, um, people should go out. My opinion, I know a lot of people don't like to go out hunting, and I know it's kind of obsolete nowadays with Walmart and what do you guys got? Jewel out there still, Jewel Osco, and we got Fry's out here and Safeway. So I mean, hunting is kind of obsolete to the newer generations, but I feel like it's a great skill to have.
Oh, definitely. I go hunting a lot.
Yeah, I mean, even if you're gonna go do small game or something real quick, something that's not, really, just go out and have some fun and learn that actual skill.
You also need to learn how to camp when it's unpleasant outside, like cold.
Yeah,
Now,
yeah,
I don't advocate people jumping into a midwinter camp without working their way to it, but when the shit does hit the fan, if in fact it does, you better be able to live with cold.
yeah, and that's going along with that. That's why I said I made sure that in our little bug out bag we have clothes, we have extras. Not just enough to, hoping and praying might not be the best thing to do in a survival situation.
No, 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 not at all. I think we're losing too many skills as the human race to let us survive without all the modern technologies.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Convenience now. Convenience has become a huge thing in our society. I mean, pretty much anything that we want is either, less than a mile away or a click of a finger away. So it's kind of made it difficult for our younger generation to get out there and, live in the wilderness. And don't,
Not only,
priests, go ahead, Tom.
not only that, we need to get back to everybody having the skill to be able to garden.
Yeah. Yeah, that and you know what, myself included, I almost overlooked that, and a lot of people will overlook that. Um, Pretty much, that's unlimited supply. If you can do it correctly and
Right.
efficiently. Priest is saying, don't forget that there's plenty of small game that can be harvested in the city as well. That's true. Mourning doves, ducks. Yeah, and you don't even need an actual gun. You can pull out the pellet gun. Um, he considers a decent air rifle a useful tool in a shit hits the fan situation. You secure your main rifle, shotgun, pistol, and a little 22. You should look into a pellet gun, and I think that's a good idea actually, because on that note, you can save ammo.
Yes, indeed.
So
Plus,
that's a great point. Now, go ahead.
it'll also let you save on ammo again, practicing shooting skills.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Get your mechanics down because I mean, if you're gonna hunt small game, you're probably gonna use a lower gauge shotgun or a 22, something with little to no recoil on it, so you can take your air rifle and mechanics, and they're quiet too. Priest
Well,
added.
hell, I don't give a shit about recoil, man. I'd hunt them with a 30-06, except there wouldn't be nothing left.
Well, yeah, right, but they'd splat into the tree. But yeah, but I mean, with that though, you can grab your little 22. I got me personally. I don't know if you have a 22. I got a Winchester 190, but I never really use it. But you can grab your 22, and maybe if you got one of the kids with you or somebody that's not too familiar with weapons, you can give them the pellet gun, teach them how to shoot. Even I was looking into this thing yesterday. There's a 50 caliber pellet slingshot that they're selling now for about mid-size game. So I mean, anything can work.
Back in the day, that slingshot they called the wrist rocket was a wicked son of a bitch.
Oh man, yeah, you get hit in the body with one of those things, man. They're gonna draw blood, and you'll have a nice little welt. I could only imagine what it would do to a squirrel.
It'll kill them.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It'll crack their skulls.
Uh,
But yeah. So
I actually have three 22s here and a 22 pistol.
yeah. Yeah. See, I never got too much into 22s. I had a Mark II before, but it was such a pain in the ass to clean, and I almost needed to clean it about every single time I took it to the range. It just got so dirty so quick. I mean, especially with if I'm using, like the Remington, just the lead 22s and stuff like that. It was a real pain in the ass. So I ended up getting rid of it, and I just got that old rifle. I think it's Winchester Model 190 from like the 70s.
Semi-auto.
Yeah, yeah, semi-auto. I think fit. I only put 10 in it, but I think I could fit 15 in the tube.
I had one of those. I got it off a family member who didn't like it because it was horribly inaccurate. And come to find out, it was just loose.
Oh yeah, what was the barrel nut
Yeah, the thing
or
was
what?
just, yeah, the barrel was just loose.
Yeah.
Uh, Tightened it up, and it was as good as any gun around as far as accuracy goes.
Yeah, yeah. Priest is saying he's got a 22 pellet gun that hit bottle caps all day at 50 yards. He's killed more foxes and squirrels with that gun than any of his 22s. And it goes about 900 feet per second. Yeah, that would do a hell of a job, man. I'm looking into those. I don't know if you've ever heard of them, Tone or Priest. The Gamo. I don't know how to pronounce them, but they go like 1200. They're what are they? 17 caliber. They're .177, I think. I'm looking into those, man. They say those things go up to 1,200 feet per second.
I have a Crossman Power Master, but it's the bigger one, not the 760. Uh, it does 800 feet per second, and it'll do one hole at 25 yards.
Oh,
It is
really?
exceptionally accurate.
Yeah, and the one I'm looking at, it looks like it's got a little. It looks like it's got a little like a suppressor on the end of it too. It's a bad looking little thing. It looks like if somebody pulled that out on me, I'd think that they had a 5.56 or so, a little smaller caliber sniper rifle on me or something. They look real.
Better still, though, is I have a Crossman 1377 pellet pistol.
Oh, really? How's that thing work?
It is superb.
Yeah, I might have to look into Crossman. I've never owned any of their stuff.
They're not on the higher end of velocity wise, and they're plastic, but God
Yeah,
damn, they're accurate.
really. Yeah, and you know what? About 25 yards, man. You know, that's all I need. Mine is a pre-charged pneumatic pellet gun that you fill up with the scuba tank of compressed air. Jesus, it holds a charge for 30 shots or so. Jesus Christ. Yeah, the one I was looking at was it was like a break action. You cock it by cracking it and then put the pellet in there, and then I guess it must be spring activated or something. Like I said, I haven't done much research on it.
They're probably spring air.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. How are
That's a
those? What are
scary.
those? What are those crossfires? What's their mechanics on it? Is it a brake action or a pump or what?
It's a pump up, 10 pumps. Both of them they're the same damn thing. Only one's a pistol and the other's a rifle with longer barrel, basically.
Oh, okay. So you got your So the rifle gives you what, a few extra yards or what?
Well, I got a scope on mine, so it's way better than the pistol at 25 yards. But the pistol is would be probably every bit as good if I put a scope on it. But there's really not an easy way to do that.
Yeah. And he's saying that the one I'm talking about, the Gamo, are spring cocked single shot air rifles. Yeah, that's okay. But yeah, are they worth it? That's my question because I've seen some up there in about the $1,000 range. Some of them are in the $600 range. I've seen a couple for they weren't Gamos, but they're like in the couple $100 range. So I was actually looking at one of those. My son's 7. Well, he turned 8 last month, but and I want to get him into kind of the mechanics of shooting, the mechanics of aiming. I feel that's an important thing and something that a lot of kids nowadays are missing. And I know, Tony, you said that you made sure that your kids were really, really 2A, associated. How did you get to do that when they were younger? Did you just take them out shooting, or how did you get your kids involved and interested?
Uh, First, when they were really little, I had a job where I carried a gun, so there was a gun around all the time. Plus, I was really into guns. And then as they each got old enough, we would have family get-togethers where it was just a shooting match. Uh, my uncle had I went and set it up, like a 90-yard rifle range on his place. And, they just want to be around where the noise is at. So, and they realize that it's actually entertaining to do. And it just kind of went that way. I mean, they're raised in a pro 2A environment. It tends to come across.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that is true, and that's why I always try to do. I don't know if you're familiar with those Cobra, the pistol things that are. I don't know if they're new, but they're new to me. I just barely was looking at them the other day, thinking about getting one of those because um, it's actually like it's a pistol. It's all set up in the same way as a pistol, except for the front of it is obviously a crossbow. And it's really light, really, So I'm checking into one of those, and I just don't know what year would you say is a good time to put maybe a 22 in a kid's hand
Uh, depending on
under
the size,
under
depending
correct
on
supervision too.
depending on the size of the kid, 6 or 7.
Yeah, okay. That's what I was thinking too. Um, I don't know. My wife is telling me that she's kind of nervous about doing stuff like that. Letting them get into it, and I don't know. I think that it would be something awesome for them to learn.
Uh, Keystone Cricket, my first rifle, is what I bought.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I wasn't thinking about grabbing another 22. I was looking into those Mark IVs though, the Ruger Mark IVs that are coming out. They're supposed to have a really easy takedown and stuff like that. So I'm thinking about looking into one of those. But like I said, man, I had the Mark II, um, and I don't know when the hell. I wanted to throw that thing through the wall so many times, man, trying to take it apart. So if they cleaned up the taking it apart and putting it back together part of the Mark series for the Ruger 22s, I'm thinking about I might grab one of those.
Oh man, these dogs are driving me nuts.
Oh yeah, well, I got that too. You got neighbors just letting their dogs bark.
No, they're my dogs.
Oh yeah, yeah. My dog luckily is asleep right now.
Hang
That's
on.
why yesterday.
I'll be right back. I
Go
gotta
ahead.
go shut these stupid asses up.
Yeah, go ahead, man. Well, anyway, while Tony's gone, let me take 1 second here to tell the YouTubers that are listening. It says that I got two people. So I'll say it again when he gets back, but he says, "Hi, Tony, is that annoying neighbor?" Funny one, priest. But yeah, let me reach out to the YouTube guys. We got two people over there right now. And anybody that's listening later, come on down to gunchannels.com. Gunchannels.com. It's free to join, free to become a member. I was just going over it at the top of the show, and if you didn't hear it or if you're hearing it later, go back to the top of the show. Um, and remember that if you don't have a voice, if you're not standing up for something, then you're just part of the problem. Because part of the problem that we have now in America is people ignoring shit and people being, if it's not convenient, they don't want to deal with it. Um, oh yeah, I tried that. Isn't that stuff from Mexico, priest? The Aguila? I think so. I bought a couple of that for my Winchester. You can turn any 22 LR pistol into basically a pellet gun if you shoot Aguila. Colibri ammo, it's 22 LR ammo with no gunpowder, goes about 600 feet per second or so. Yeah, I got. And for the rifle, like it too much. I've been doing Federal lately. The Federal, I think it's game. I want to say Game Shock. Um, they're not the hollow point. The hollow points are Hydra Shock, so I've been using the Game Shocks, I believe. Yeah, not enough power to cycle the action. That was my problem. I always had to keep recycle. I had to, pull the bolt back and recycle it myself. And sometimes I'd get a double feed, and I just didn't really like that stuff. But I guess maybe with the pistol, a lighter pistol, it might work. I don't know. Never tried. Never tried.
My little Phoenix is a little bit finicky about ammo.
Yeah, yeah. I think that's just a 22 problem. Honestly, I don't know. I mean, the rimfire cartridge is just sometimes I get the same ammo that I would be getting, constantly and constantly. Like I just said, right now I got uh the Federal, and I believe I don't have it with me right here. It's in my safe. But I believe it's Game Shock, and because I think the Hydra Shocks are the hollow point ones, and even then I'll get some that pull the trigger and you hear a click.
Well, the thing with rimfire is that if it's abused, I mean, you throw it around and shit like that, the primer charge will get knocked out of the rim.
Yeah.
So if you have misfire, you pull it out and turn it, 90 degrees, try it again, and it fire.
Yeah, yeah. I've ended up, putting them back in a couple times, and I hate wasting ammo. That's just like a pet peeve of mine, I guess. I
Yeah,
feel
I'm
like
with you.
yeah, I waste that 8 cent for 22. I waste that 11 cents, and you know, it drives me nuts, man.
That
But now, go ahead.
the best results I've had, short of premium ammo, is the Remington Golden Bullets.
Oh yeah, I've seen those before. I've never actually bought any though. Those work good?
Uh, they are way better than a lot of the other cheap stuff.
Well, yeah, yeah. And I was gonna go CCI and stuff like that, buy in bulk, but um, it was about maybe 6 months ago. My local was running a deal on the federal stuff, and ever since then, I just been sticking with that ammo. I haven't really been shopping around. Probably a mistake on my part, but I guess you find something that works, you stick with it, huh?
Yeah, back when it was scarce earlier this year, I bought 3 bricks of the Agila, whatever the hell it is.
Yeah, whatever.
Uh, and that is terrible. I mean, I was having several out of 10 misfire. Then the next box, it would do fine. Then the next box, bunches of misfires again. I'll never buy that shit again.
Well, yeah, and that's what Priest was saying too. It won't. Sometimes it does not have that power to cycle through. So cycle the action. I mean,
Well, that doesn't matter so much to me most of the time because my main hunting 22 is bolt action.
oh, okay,
Uh,
there you go.
and every once in a while, there'll be a light one in the rim, the golden bullets. You can just hear it. But so I've been lucky. I haven't run across one in either of my semi-autos.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go grab some of those today. I was actually at the gun store yesterday. So
Now
s-
they
go ahead.
offer two. They offer the ones that are packaged in plastic cases that are separated. They're a little bit more premium end price wise. Now I'm betting they're the same goddamn bullets. They just put them in a better package.
Yeah, yeah. Just repack them and sell them, boys. I guess Priest is saying since 2012 when they started making 22 LR out of powdered unicorn horns, I probably haven't shot more than 500 rounds of it. Got about 5,000 round stockpile. Yeah, I got a big stockpile of it too, man. It's something that I use during bird season, and I missed the November season, so I'm gonna have to go to. Well, I didn't miss it. I could still do it, but there's no point in going down and spending money on my license if I'm only gonna, finish up for like the last couple weeks or something. Just wait till December, get my dove game on. If you're gonna go hunting with a 22, the only ammo I'd recommend is CCI. For plinking, get whatever. He prefers to do his varmint with a 17 HMR. Yeah,
Yeah, see, I use the golden bullets for everything.
yeah, that's how I've kind of been lately with the federal, and it was just because I found a deal, and that's it. But now I'm gonna have to look into CCIs and the what are they called? They're just called Remington Gold, or are they the Gold and Saber ones?
They're actually called golden bullet.
Golden Bullet. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna have. So are those aren't like the Golden Saber? They're not hollow points then, right? They're full lead, or are they
Uh,
full?
I think the bulk ones are just full lead bullets.
Okay.
The
Yeah, and that's what I want.
packaged the packaged ones I got are hollow points.
Oh, really? Well, see, hollow point when in a 22, I mean, I don't know if it makes that much of a difference. I guess, it could kind of mushroom out a little bit, but I figure a 22 is a 22 is a 22.
Actually, I'm lying. I got that backwards. The bulk ones are hollow points, so the other ones must be solid.
Yeah. I don't
But
know. Yeah, I mean, you look at hole in the 22, where they hollowed it out, and it's just like, really?
it hasn't shown like a big blowout on the exit wounds on squirrels. I mean, it's 22 hole going in, 22 hole coming out.
Yeah, that's the same thing I've noticed. So, um, that's the same thing I've noticed. So I really just stick with the cheapest I could find, the best deals, except for that Aguila stuff. I bought a couple hundred rounds of that one time, and I think I ended up giving the rest that I didn't shoot away.
Well, I still have 1,100 rounds of that shit here, and I don't know. It might become Christmas gifts for son-in-laws or something.
Yeah, right. Well, I mean, too, if you got a bolt action, I mean, it should work. Priest was saying they go about 600 feet per second. I've never really looked into the ballistics of it.
These are supposed to do over 1,200 feet per second. That's what they say.
Really?
Another one that I found was pretty good was Winchester M. They're black-coated bullets. They were pretty reliable.
And what was that brand again? I'm going to actually take a note on that because I wrote down Winchester.
And then it's something
Not
M.
Winchester. Oh, those shit. I bought some of them for my 45. PDXM or something like that?
No, it's on these. I don't know what it is, but it's just the letter M.
Oh, okay. M. All right.
And they're coated with, I think, the same shit they put on the Talons.
He says Aguila makes several different types of 22 LR. Well, I guess the ones that I had were the shitty kind because they were shitty. And anybody out there that listens later, Priest says that the Mark IV series pistol, since they came out with that, they'll be selling the Mark III for cheap as hell. He has a Mark III Hunter, and it's a bitch to take apart. But after you've done it about 5 or 10 times, it gets easier. Me, I did it about twice and sold that son of a bitch. So, I didn't give it a chance.
If you're looking for that type of pistol, I would take a look at the Browning Buckmark, and the new Smith & Wesson Victory is getting pretty good reviews.
Yeah, that one that I was talking about a while ago, I want to check one of those out because they look. Have you seen one of them yet?
Not in person.
The Victory? Oh, yeah, me neither. I've seen one on the internet, though, and they look pretty damn cool.
Takedown is easy. What I've seen, the accuracy reports are all right. And they're pretty cheap compared to the Ruger and the Browning.
Really? I might have to look into that too because, I want the kid to have something, that he could handle, but something that's also kind of real. Oh, pardon me, I didn't mute my stuff. Oh, there's a notification. I guess G-Webs has a new video out. G-Webs has a new video out this morning, and apparently Yankee has a new video out this morning. So if you guys on YouTube get a chance, go check them out. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I want to get something real in his hands. I want him to get the mechanics down. I want him to get, the 4 firearm rules of safety down, and Yes, I'm a Kill Bill fan, Priest.
Hell, I wholeheartedly recommend that Phoenix, whatever the hell 22 they got. If you get
Phoenix?
Yeah. It's a cheap old Ring of Fire gun. HP 22, I think, with the range kit. Comes with 2 barrels. It is
oh, no shit.
It is a bit of a bitch to take apart and put back together, not like the Ruger.
Right.
But same deal. After you do it a few times, you can do it in your sleep.
Yeah. See, and that's the thing too, is that I don't I want something that's going to be somewhat easy for him, but at the same time, I want him to learn those mechanics. I want him to learn everything, you know. So I do kind of want to get him something that's a little bit tougher.
Well, the Phoenix would prepare him well for a freaking 1911. It's single action. Uh, it's got several safeties, but you can delete some of that and make it closer to actual 1911.
Yeah,
The
that's
one I
something
got,
too. So go ahead.
I the one I got, I've had for a while now, and it's not giving me any trouble whatsoever.
Really? So it takes down just like a 1911 would, pretty
No,
much,
no, no.
or what?
God in heaven. It functions similar to a 1911 because it's single action.
Oh, okay.
No, no, it's
I got
takedown.
you.
Anybody you talk to that has one will gripe about the takedown because it's kind of a pain in the ass for adult-sized fingers to do.
Yeah. CZ USA. Let's look. I'm gonna look at this real quick.
I'm
Priest
looking
just
at
put a
it too.
link. 452 Scout. The 452 Scout here. Priest just sent us this. Yeah, it looks pretty cool too. Nice little like youth model. The Scout is a compact rimfire rifle with a 12-inch length of pull for younger shooters. Its shortened dimensions, reduced weight, and single-round loading device makes it a perfect first rifle for any boy or girl. The single-round loading device helps teach ammo conservation and marksmanship. The rifle features an adjustable open sight and an 11 millimeter dovetail groove for mounting optics. Rifles are delivered with a single-shot adapter, although any of the 22 LR-CZ 452 magazines will fit the Scout 5 or 10 round and are available separately. Yeah, it seems pretty cool, and it's pretty cheap, man. It's pretty cheap. If anybody out there's listening later, go and check out the CZ 452 Scout if you got a youngin' you want to teach. And that'd be pretty cool too, because like we were talking about, I like my 30-06, and I'd like to have him learn how to take down an automatic rifle. I'd like to have him learn how to take down a bolt rifle, you know, kind of get him, get his manual of arms a little bit, you know, spread out there. And he says there are definitely cheaper options for Youth 22 bolt action rifles, but this one is just beautiful. And I do appreciate the wood stocks a little bit more. I don't know about you, Tone, but I appreciate them.
I do too, except for a kid's gun.
Yeah. Well, now kind of going along with the whole having a plan, are you ready, bugging out, bunkering down, all that. Um, how do you guys prepare? Or you personally, how do you prepare for like say if somebody were to have a home invasion, you know, somebody were to break into your house or anything like that, you know, um, do you have any kind of like a strategy or plans for that?
I sleep with a gun.
There you go. That's my plan right there. Now, in a bug out situation, would you have anywhere around you or something like that to go to? Is it a wooded area? You know, more of a city area?
This is flat farmland, Betty.
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
not going anywhere. If I were forced to bug out, I would probably go west and stay closer to the Illinois River, or I would go north 5 miles and jump on the Mackinac River and try to stay within the river basin where the game is going to be more plentiful.
Yeah. Yeah, see us, I got mountains over here, but I don't know. Like I said, man, even if I have to bug out, I feel like staying in one place for too long of a time might not be the best option for people. I don't know. Call me crazy or paranoid, but that's just how my personal opinions on the whole bugging out situation.
Well, this is, small town Illinois, so I would speculate that we are going to hunker down and come together, or at least
Yeah,
a fair percentage of the older
yeah, you would hope
people.
so.
So
Go ahead. Sorry, Tony.
I was just going to say I'm certain that a fair percentage of the older people will.
Yeah.
I mean, the people that are like
Yeah, well,
45 and up.
yeah. Yeah, because that's I don't know. That's the people that know that coming together is going to help. Like the younger generation, they kind of, I don't know. Not all of the younger generation. I don't want to generalize them all into one lump group, but some of them are just more worried about the new tech that's coming out instead of worrying about what they have to do in a survival situation. Hell, half of these younger generations, these hipsters, if everything went to shit and all the cell phones weren't working, man, hell, but so you get half of the population killing themselves.
I think there'll be a fair amount of younger ones that huddle together too because they're going to stay with their parents.
Well, yeah, that's true. That's true. And that's why I'm trying to get the kids ready too, because I mean, if I don't know. Oh, Priest says we don't have any family and friends in AZ that I could rely on to take us in. Yeah, my family, my personal family, my related family, they're all in Illinois still. So, you know, I would also have that same problem.
I got a fair amount of family here, so I'm sure that we could get taken in somewhere, but would I want to stay there is another question.
Right, right. And that's the thing, with the whole having family situation. That's what I'm trying to do here, and that's what we should all be trying to do is get America. We're all family. We're all brothers and sisters, and we should all be coming together. If we see somebody in need, whether it's in a bug out situation or whatever, we should try our best to help them. Even the other day, I just got this guy. I was at the Circle K right here before I was about to get onto the 60 onto the freeway, and I bought him one of those little sandwich wrap things inside, and I wouldn't give him money. That's just my personal opinion. But I bought him a little sandwich thing, little things like that. That's what we need to be doing. Focus more on being a community, and then in a bug out situation, we'd all be able to help each other.
Yeah.
Right now, the way the things are, I feel like people would be killing each other over a loaf of bread.
Oh, I'm sure of that.
Yeah,
I like the idea of people coming together, but when it gets to be like this pay it forward thing where it's a chic thing to do, then it starts to lose meaning. It's still a
oh
nice
yeah,
gesture, but you're not doing it because you're a nice person so much as you're doing it because it's the thing to do.
yeah. It's like that's the I talk about hipsters almost every single day, man. People might think that I hate them. I don't necessarily hate them. Um, but that's what you're going, the whole chic, like, oh, I gave a homeless guy a quarter today. I'm so great, like telling their friends about it and shit like that. You know, it, if I wasn't trying to make a point, I wouldn't have even told you guys. Like that's how we should be. That should be instilled in us as Americans.
Yes, you are absolutely correct.
Yeah, I'm glad you think so. Some people think I'm crazy. Like my wife, she says if we have to ever bug out and stuff, right? I try to go over a couple plans. Um, Out here, I know out in Illinois, I remember from living out there, it's the law if you're renting property or selling property that your house has to have two exits. Our house does not. Our In Arizona right now, our house just has a front door. Our back door leads out to a patio with an 8 foot fence. So short of leaving a ladder outside, I really only have one exit. And with that, we have a plan to get in, to get out, and all this. But my wife is always saying, with a bug out situation, if we take somebody in, how the hell can we trust them? How the hell can we do this? How can we know that we're not going to be sleeping one day and they're not going to cut our throats and take all our supplies and everything? So, to me, that shouldn't even be a worry that we have.
It shouldn't be, but it has to be.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you always have to be on guard. Don't get me wrong, but I just wish things were a little bit more different. Our state of affairs and everything like that, the way that we are right now as Americans, and I'm generalizing. I know not everybody's like that, but I don't know. Priest says him and their plan is to bug in as long as possible. That is true. If you can stay, you don't want to just leave all your shit and then all of a sudden a week later everything's back to normal. Or leave prematurely and then nothing ends up happening or something. So that is true. Bug in as long as possible. Um, right down the block, we got a buddy that has a 50 or a 5 gallon water tank, a 55 gallon water tank. So we have other plans too. And like I said, I got my bug out bags. Like if we are stuck in the house, bunkering down, of the stuff right there, we could just use that. He plans on going over East Mesa and using. Yeah, that's funny. But yeah, I mean, you got to familiarize yourself with your area. You have to familiarize yourself with, how to survive and how to take care of yourself. Otherwise, you're pretty much doomed. Can't rely on other people in that kind of situation.
Oh, I don't so much worry about stockpiling water here anyway because I have a well, uh, and it's a hand dug well that I can actually take the cap off of and bucket water out of it if it comes to that.
Yeah, yeah. Now, how is that well water? I've always heard positives and negatives about well water. Now, when you pump it, are you going to have to distill it still, or is it ready to go, ready to drink well water?
Oh, this has been capped for years, so I'm sure that you'll have to sanitize it quite a bit.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, but you know what though? It's still right there. It's not like you're going to have to, boil your own piss or something like that. It's there. So that's a good thing. Always a good thing to have it on tap.
And there's a fair number of the houses around the perimeter of the city that will still have wells. I
Yeah.
mean, the older ones will still, some of them will still have even hand dug wells. So we're not going to be super hurting for water. Plus, I got a creek right across the street.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean water is fairly simple to find if especially I mean out in the desert, you kind of have to know what to look for, but depending on where your actual you know, where you are located at, water should be fairly simple to find. But like I said, people have to familiarize themselves with their area. That's why it's always good to have a plan. Like I said, man, I got a way to get in. We got a couple of different evacuation plans if necessary. So It's always good to be prepared. Now, do you guys over by you? Do you guys run any kind of drills or anything like that, or do you have any kind of like specific exit plan? And I mean, you don't have to get too detailed, obviously, but
Nope, nothing.
nothing. Yeah, we got a couple things, and like I said, the only reason that I do is because there's pretty much only one way in or out of the house. So we have to have alternate routes. Like there's one window that we can get out, and I was talking about those, how we have those 8-foot brick fences. There's a window that we get out, and it's about a maybe a 3.5 foot drop from the window. So that would be my alternate route of exiting. And also, in one of the bedrooms that we have, I can get out on the top floor. I can get out and run over to the top of the garage and jump down to our car if need be. So I mean, we have a couple of different things, but yeah, I was watching on the internet how people run drills, and I'm just not too into that. I don't know. We have a plan though, but we don't run drills or anything like that over here either.
Me neither. Hey, I'll be right back.
It's about 10 minutes to 8 right now. I'm just going to try to remind everybody on YouTube. I know that it's still early, but come on over to Gun Channels, gunchannels.com. It is free to join, free to become a member, free to chat. There's tons of stuff more to do over here. So come on down, be a part of the problem, or be be a part of the solution. Be a deplorable like us. No, be a part of the solution. If you don't have a voice, if you're not standing up for something, then you're really not doing anything. So come on down, gunchannels.com. Everything is free. We have stuff where you could buy, sell, trade. There's tons of stuff over here. Come on down. Well, I guess we could come back to this if we get more people later on during the day. But I guess I'm going to move on. For the few people that have been listening, we'll just move on to a couple of news stories until Tony gets back. There was something I was looking at this morning. I guess that North Carolina is having a KKK Donald Trump victory parade. Now, obviously, hopefully, everybody listening to this show now or later knows that that's probably a leftist propaganda. But let's read a little bit on this anyway. And at the end, I'll reiterate on how it's probably a bullshit story. KKK of North Carolina announces Donald Trump victory parade. A loyal white Knights of Ku Klux Klan say will hold a clavid kale honoring Donald Trump in December 2016. The loyal white Knights of the Ku Klux Klan announced on their website that they will hold victory Clavicade Klan parade on the 3rd of December 2016, honoring the electoral victory of Trump. That's just ridiculous. I won't say everybody knows this, but it is a fact. It has been proven anyway. I wouldn't say it's a fact, I guess. But the KKK, they support the Democrats, monetarily, whatever. They support them. They give money to the Democrats. So for them to say that they're announcing that they're marching for Donald Trump, it's ridiculous. And they have a sign right here on the news site. It's on Snopes.com. And I'm looking at the picture right here, and it says Trump equals Trump's race united my people. And that's just more propaganda. That's just more shit to feed into, everybody else that's going crazy and burning American flags and burning tires and just ridiculous shit. And I hope that people aren't feeding into this and actually believing in it, because it's absolutely ridiculous shit. You back there, Tony?
I am right now.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Just
So, what
sit
do you
down.
think? Did you hear about that or no?
What?
They have a news story out today saying that the KKK of North Carolina are going to march for Donald Trump and December 3rd, 2016. And my personal opinion is that this is just more bullshit to feed into people, people rioting, people going crazy, stuff like that, people hating Trump.
Uh, yep, I'd say so.
Yeah, absolutely ridiculous. So I mean, we kind of beat the bugging out situation to death. Um, Want to get into sporting guns? You have any interest in that?
Sure, why not?
All right. Well, me personally, I like to go shotgunning. I clay shoot sometimes. Um, and I guess technically the term of the sporting gun. I have this older Mossberg. I'm not sure of the model, but it's pretty much it's got that plug in it where you can only put 3+1 or 2+1. I'm sorry, because I use 3 inch when I go shooting. But I don't know. I mean, I have a fun time doing it, and I guess the term sporting gun generally refers to any classic English or European shotgun designed for shooting game from the early hammer guns of the 1800s to the side lock ejector design from the 1890s. And they're still favored today. The best sporting guns are made using the finest materials and elaborately engraved. Um, the one that I use for sporting is not that. I don't know how you feel about that or what you would use to go out shotgunning or sporting or whatever. What kind of stuff do you get into
I have
or
a
can you
Spring,
get into?
I have a Springfield Model 67 that is extremely engraved with pits, dings, and rust.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you know what? And that was something Priest was saying earlier too when I said something about the wood stock, and I really appreciate the wood stock because you get those little gouges in it, those little dings in it, whatever. I feel like that builds character to my, let it be a shotgun or a rifle. I don't know. That call me crazy, but I think it builds character.
I like a pretty wood stock. I prefer wood stock on my guns, except for my hunting gun. I want synthetic stainless steel so it's impervious to the elements.
Right, right. Yeah, see, that's why I want to take a couple of my rifles, and I was thinking of either getting something like you were saying, um, or maybe sanding it down and putting a little bit of like of a weather resistant finish on it, just to stop it from like swelling if I ever drop it in water or something like that, or warping or something. So I don't know, but I hear you though. But to me, if I'm at the gun store and I see an old school wood stock, that just I don't know. It's something about that lights my eyes up. It just, I don't know. I love looking at them.
Uh, Me too. I would prefer wood stock over anything else, but at some point practicality takes over in me because, especially my 22, because I like coon hunting and I have been swimming
Yeah.
coon hunting several times.
Oh yeah, I got to clear out those varmints, man. I remember when I was out there, we used to get that. I don't know if you ever heard of the town, but my grandparents used to live in Westchester, and there was maybe about psh, not even I don't even think it was a whole mile. We had forest preserve areas out there, and those things would always come into the yard, digging in our trash and possums too. I don't know how many times my dog got into it with a possum when I was a kid.
Yeah, coons I have seen here a couple of times. Possums, we got a possum here. squirrels out the wazoo. But coons are supposedly pretty good to eat, but you
You know,
got to know how to cook them.
yeah, yeah, and make sure that you have seasonings when you cook them. Um, yeah, they can be a little bit gamey, but I don't mind them. Same thing. You know what's worse though is possum or squirrel. I mean, if you can eat a possum or you can eat a squirrel, you can eat a coon. That's
I couldn't.
no.
I tried. My brother-in-law or ex-brother-in-law we had a game feed, at the end of the season, and they had
Yeah.
barbecued coon, and I couldn't eat it.
No. What was the problem with it? Just too gamey or what?
Too greasy.
Yeah. Yeah, they do have that problem. They do have that problem, especially when you find you a nice fat one, which most of them usually are. Yeah, that's a little bit of an issue, but
Uh,
I don't know. So go ahead.
he could have, did a little bit towards taking the grease away, and that would have helped a lot.
Yeah, see, whenever I do squirrel, and like I said, I've eaten raccoon before and I've eaten possum before. I always let them sit on the grill a little bit longer than I would my steaks or something like that. I don't know. I let them cook. Let them get well done. Maybe even burnt on a couple of sides. Not too burnt though.
Now for squirrel, just take that thing and make up basically a pot of chicken soup.
Oh, really?
Replace chicken with squirrel. It's really similar and it works well that way. You can do beef stew too, but squirrel is more akin to chicken, at least the way the
Yeah.
meat is.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they're fairly similar.
Even my picky ass little grandkids would eat the squirrel when it was in stew or soup.
Yeah. See, I would hate to see my kid right now, man, with me. You know, I mean, you know how to skin a squirrel, cutting up the tail and then getting the little inside pieces off of his hips and then stepping on its tail and ripping them. I would hate to see my kid watch that, man, because he watched me clean a quail before and he actually puked. He puked while I was cleaning it. So,
My 4 year
so
old
I mean,
my 4 year old granddaughter came out and watched me clean the last one I got, or no, the second last one.
yeah, yeah. Them kids, man, and she was she into it?
Bet she's all right with it.
Oh, that's awesome, man. See, that's awesome stuff. I love hearing stuff like that when kids get into shit. That's awesome. But yeah,
She is
not
super in
not
target
mine.
shooting.
Yeah. See, I gotta take him out, man. Just turned 8 on the 25th of October, so I gotta get him out now. The younger, the better, huh?
Oh yeah, I bought one of them little Daisy kid BB guns, and man, they have a blast with that.
Yeah. Yeah, I got Priest agrees with you. He said any type of gamey tasting meat is going to be better in a stew, so you can cover up that funky taste.
Yeah, it helps to boil it for about 8 hours.
Yeah. Oh well, yeah. I like to boil it anyway. Um, before I grill. I don't know. Call me crazy or whatever, but I don't know. I'm kind of a germaphobe-ish. I don't have to wash my hands every 5 minutes. I'm not like that, but with my meat, I want to make sure that it's cooked.
I have heard that you can soak it in milk or soak it in vinegar to get rid of the gamey taste. I've not tried either.
No, me neither. I usually will slather it in barbecue sauce or I'll slather it in some type of like a Monterey sauce or something like that. And I mean, hell, I've even done hot sauce before, which is not recommended. It doesn't help with the taste. It just makes it it's a hot gamey taste. You'll just have a runny you'll just have a runny nose when you're done, man. Mouth. But yeah, I don't know. I love it, but I'm not too much of a sporting guy. Um, I've never gotten into competitions really. I've never. I like to go clay shooting. I guess that can be considered sporting.
Well, we had
I
kind
don't.
of a family thing where it was running competition for a long time until uh, my brother-in-law and wife's sister got a divorce, and then our uncle died.
Yeah. What? So what? He was kind of the like the pinnacle of that, or what? He was like the one that ran everything, or just after he died, you guys didn't want to do it
It
anymore.
was his place that we had it at, and just really didn't like going there so much after he's gone.
Yeah, I hear that. I hear that, man. Because as soon as my grandfather died, we sold the place. It took us a couple years, but my grandma sold the place and got herself a condo. So I hear you. I hear you. But yeah, that's my. I loved my childhood, man. I'm so happy that I had it the way that I did. My grandfather taking me out camping, taking me out hunting, taking me out and actually showing me what the world was. We had TVs obviously, but we didn't even have a computer in our house when I was a kid. Always get out.
What kind of priest is inviting to take you out shooting? I'm curious what kind of shooting their Monday night league is.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and I've heard of Caswell's too. I always heard that they were pretty expensive, so I've never went there. But yeah, I'd definitely be interested in that. So yeah, what kind of competitions?
But that family competition thing is how I ended up getting the pellet gun, getting the Browning Buckmark, getting the pellet pistol. Uh, just because we were all trying to one up each other.
Yeah. Yeah, like, hey, look what I got this weekend.
Right. And they all wanted to beat me at shooting, and I was a better shot, mostly because I was younger and I had better eyes, but also because I was just more into guns my whole life than they were.
Yeah, see, that's the thing is that, I think I was telling you the story the other day how they
But it was a
found
lot of
my
fun. I mean,
oh, go ahead, Tony. I'm sorry. Did we lose you, buddy? I think we lost Tony. Tony, I'm still seeing you on the screen, so you might be muted, bud. I'm not sure. But yep, definitely love going out competition shooting. Would love to go out competition shooting. I've never been involved with one, so that would definitely be cool. But like I was just saying, I love my shit, man. Shoot, I use targets from the holster in different scenarios, sometimes behind cover, sometimes moving, reloading, etc. However much ammo you'll go through. Now, is that place you're talking about? Is that the kind of place that you can't bring your own ammo? You have to buy your own or what? Oh, that'd be awesome. 2 hours. That's awesome, dude. Yeah, I'd love to do some shit like that. Now that the kind you have to rent their ammo, or can I bring my own? Because I think I got about thousands of rounds of Full Metal Jackets. Another thing too about some indoor places, man, you can't use certain types of ammo. I never understood that. Bring your own, nice. Um, like I was saying, I'm just happy that I had the kind of childhood that I had. I feel kind of actually privileged. Um, Tony, you back?
I think so.
All right,
I
yes,
don't
sir,
usually
you are.
watch. I don't watch this particular window, so I didn't know I was gone.
No, yeah, you just faded out right in mid sentence.
What was I saying?
You were saying something about how you guys one up each other on the weekend, or tried, how you acquired all your guns and stuff like that, and family competition.
Yeah, basically my kids were into it. My brother-in-law or my nephew, his son was into it. But those are just fun times. I want to, if I get this disability thing figured out, I want to get a piece of dirt in Missouri and stick a trailer on it, or a camping trailer or a little cabin site.
Yeah, yeah, I hear that. I hear that, man. I would love to. How it goes with competitions go, most of the standing. I don't know. Like I was just saying, I kind of feel privileged to have the childhood that I had, to be involved with, having my grandfather there to teach me and take me out and actually learn how to clean stuff and do stuff. And I feel like it's a lot of things, or a lot of people are lacking that nowadays. I don't know. A lot of people like playing their computer PC games when they were younger and stuff like that. I loved getting the hell out.
Back when I was a kid, there was no choice.
Yeah, yeah,
Uh, there wasn't any internet. I don't remember seeing a computer until I was out of high school.
jeez. Yeah, so I mean, you didn't have a choice. That was like you either read a book and or go out.
And there was 4 channels on TV: the ABC, NBC, and CBS, plus what turned into Fox later on, but the independent station.
Yeah,
So there wasn't shit on during the day, or after 6 or 5, whenever the news started.
right. Well, yeah, and them were the days too where the TV like cut off at 10 o'clock and it was just dead air, huh?
Yeah, yeah, except for the independent, it would go all night on the weekends.
Yeah,
I'm, try-
yeah. Go ahead.
I'm trying to remember the call sign of the station now. I know it was Channel 30 out of St. Louis. I ain't got it. That's too damn long ago.
No worries, man. Um, no worries at all. But
Goose gets in
yeah,
here. He might remember.
yeah. I don't know. He said he was having trouble with his phone earlier, so I don't know if he's going to be joining us. That'd be really cool if he did.
Yeah, because he grew up about 15 miles from where I did.
Oh, really? And now, where were you in Illinois your whole life, or were you in the Missouri area, St. Louis, Missouri
For years, I was in Missouri. I was 75 miles south of
area?
St. Louis.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say that the only way that I'm familiar with that whole area is Highway 55. That's it. I've never actually been. I've seen signs that said St. Louis before, but never been.
When I lived down there, 55 didn't exist until right as we moved out. I rode my bicycle on 55 quite a bit.
Oh no shit.
There was a section there, I don't know how many miles, but it was finished pavement, but the road wasn't open. So, they were finishing the shoulders and gutters and all that crap. Hell, we ride our bikes down the interstate and ride into Perryville, which was a 5 mile ride. So it was at least that far.
Hmm.
But I lived a mile from the interstate.
Yeah. What was it back then? Was it kind of just like just a gravel dirt road, or was it an actual like a street that people used? Still there, Tone? Oh, lost Tony again. That's all good. We were having problems with my stuff yesterday too. So, sporting guns, nah, kind of interested. Rather go hunting, but I'm kind of interested in the sporting guns. So we will move on. Got a couple viewers over on YouTube. Quarter after the hour. Come on down to Gun Channels, gunchannels.com. Free to join, free to be a member. Free to come down here with me and talk shit. Any and all are welcome. If you're not working, come on down, jump in the chat. What's up, Tone?
Oh, this phone is driving me bats.
No worries, man. Remember, I was having a hell of a time yesterday myself. Same thing this morning too. When I tried to jump in first, it kicked me out. So that's why I'm gonna probably go up today to my local. I was just up there yesterday farting around. I got a couple of boxes of ammo. Um, nothing too important, but I figured since I didn't have to panic buy anymore. I just got a couple of things. I didn't go out and celebrate buy either. That's one of our topics today too. Did you go out yesterday and get you a post-election impulse buy in?
I certainly did not.
There you go. Yeah, I didn't have a lot of money to go waste on a new rifle or anything like that. So just got a couple of boxes of ammo, hung around the gun shop, bullshitted for a little bit. Just showed my support. That's it. But yeah, I don't have enough money to go out and panic buy or impulse buy or any kind of buy really. Like I was telling you earlier before we started the show, um, I'm gonna have to get a new computer, man. It's just running way, way, way too slow. Um, Way too slow. So I'm gonna have to go out and I'm probably just gonna sell one of my Wazers, man. Hopefully get a few $100 for it and get me a little bit of a better laptop.
I
Uh,
ain't been doing much of anything. Kind of glad I kind of lined my ammo situation up earlier because I'm really broke now.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear that. I hear that. And you know what? I got all my actually got my panic buying out of the way. So who knows? I'm probably gonna go up. If I get the chance to today, I might hit up the mountains maybe and go try out my stuff. I got that DDI in the other day. Came fairly quick. Only took a few couple weeks.
That's cool.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Not. It wasn't cool when the wife found out.
Huh.
She was a little bit upset about the missing $1,000, but we got over it. And I took your advice actually too, and just told her better to get it out of the way and be honest instead of having to hide shit and bury it with the rest of my guns and hope she never sees it.
Yeah, mine knows what I got. Knows when I'm aiming to get another one. Of course, she
Yeah,
wants us to have more guns too, so I'm kind of good there.
that's awesome to have that. I mean, my don't get me wrong, my wife she supports, she supports everything, and she's definitely pro Constitution. Um, Not just pro Second Amendment. I always like to add that in when I say I'm pro Second Amendment. I'm pro Constitution. Um, she's definitely pro Constitution and definitely for it. She's not liking how much guns are costing. That's her problem. If
Well,
it was up to
mine.
her, I'd have a go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
I said if it was up to her, I'd probably have a closet full of high points.
Uh, if that's where your money's at, that's fine by me. I got nothing against that.
Right? Yeah. Oh
Uh,
yeah. And if you can only afford a high point, I'm not downing them. Definitely a great gun, but if you do have a high point, you might want to, within a year or so, maybe look into getting something better, upgrade if you can.
before you before you buy the high point, please try to find a Jennings JA9 though.
Yeah, yeah,
It's
those
a
are
lot
pretty
better
cool
looking.
guns.
They're about the same. They're about high point money, uh, and they don't look like a freaking brick with a handle.
Yeah, yeah, probably a little bit better to conceal if you had to, if that was your price point and you had to CCW or something like, or had to conceal carry.
Yeah, I had a couple of them things years and years ago, and uh, I wouldn't have been concerned about concealed carrying the things. I mean, they were really good. They would eat themselves up if you shot the shit out of them, but if you actually take care of them, they do all right.
Yeah, yeah, they do. Oh well, yeah. What's the metal on it is like a Zamek or something like that, I think, right? Something not very durable.
Yeah, and where the slides over the hammer, it just kind of chews that thing up.
Yeah.
Uh,
Now, and you said you had one of those?
I had two of them.
Oh, did you? Okay. Now I want to ask because I've owned a high point before. Speaking of not putting down high points, I have owned a high point before, just to see what all the hullabaloo was about. I've seen them do torture tests, and I don't know if you've seen the Iraq veteran 8888. He pretty much did everything. He had to actually lock the entire mechanism up and block the muzzle to blow the gun up. I mean, he couldn't break that thing. So
Yeah, I
I
saw
grabbed me one too. Yeah, that was pretty cool. Um, but yeah, so I grabbed me one, and when I took it down, which takedown is kind of a pain in the balls, got to lock the slide back, take a punch, knock out that back pin, and then and it's a connected a fixed barrel, so it's kind of a
right.
pain in the ass to take out. But what I didn't like about it, I did not feel safe leaving one in the chamber with a high point, just because it just had that little sear that held back. onto the edge of the firing pin. And I felt like I could drop this son of a bitch one day and jiggle it the wrong way, and it's gonna, have a negligent discharge. That is the Jimenez or the Jennings. Are they like the same thing? The same setup?
They are striker fired.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So when I said hammer, I actually meant where they slide and the latch where the striker rides on the inside of the slide. It wants to kind of chew itself up. If you polish it, it's not bad, but
I might have to check. You said they're about a couple $100 or what?
They were High Point money.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I don't know what they are now.
Yeah, High Points are about. I mean, you can get one for under $200, like $180, something like that.
They're still making them. It's a different name now. I don't know if you ask G-Webs, he knows.
Yeah, it was Jimenez.
Yeah, that's
it's
it.
Jimenez now. But yeah, I had. Go ahead.
One of the ones I had was a little earlier model, and it didn't have that little orange thing on the back of the striker. And then the other one I had the orange thing that fell off right away.
Oh yeah, and they have that. They got that orange chamber indicator that pops up when you got one in the hole, huh?
Mine didn't have that. Mine had the one that indicated that it was cocked.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Stuck out the back of the gun.
Yeah, I've seen some of those, but I've never actually owned one myself. The only like kind of Ring of Fire gun, the Saturday Night Specials I've ever owned was a Davis 25, and they or no, not a Davis. Shit, what the hell was it called? Raven, all chrome and shit like that. So, I don't know. But I don't know. I could try one of those out if they're that cheap, man. I think I paid maybe 100 and a quarter for it out the door when I bought it, but that was a few years ago. And then of course I sold it because my wife didn't like it. I didn't want a 25, so that was it. And I had another Saturday Night Special, but it wasn't a part of the Ring of Fire. It was some German Rom RG. It was like a Rom something German, and those are pretty cool. It was a revolver, but I ended up selling that guy too. Just wasn't much into collecting at the time.
This little Phoenix I got now, I bought it for $120, plus I paid an extra 36 or 38 with shipping for the barrel. To get the 5-inch target barrel. I ain't got no gripes about it.
Yeah. Yeah, Priest is saying too, he said he said a couple things actually. My problem now is that all I have all the main categories of handguns and rifles, so my wife has a hard time seeing the difference between between a Glock 19 and a Sig 229. Yeah. Yeah, my wife would definitely not be able to name everything that I have either. She's not too gun savvy, I guess. And then this was going into the High Point thing. Oh man, save up $100. Save up another $100 and get yourself a police trade-in Glock or M&P. I can't endorse these cheap guns. So many times I've seen them fail in training classes and on the range. Yeah, I hear that. But you move into a new state and you only have $150 to spend or something like that. I could see somebody getting a High Point. I'm not going to endorse it. Like I said, if you get a High Point, start working on getting something better. But excuse me, but I've seen a Glock 21, man, a Gen 2 Glock 21 going for like $390, something like that. So I mean, you can find cheap, good guns out there, and especially the police trade-ins, the LEO trade-ins, they barely actually shoot their guns. You know, I mean, they do their training and they qualify with it and stuff like that. But the most problems you're going to have with a trade-in Glock is holster wear. Beats a sharp stick. Yeah, it does, man.
Uh,
Definitely does.
Before I would advocate anybody buy High Point or the Jennings or Menez or whatever, I would say look to the used market.
Right. Yeah, you could
That's
definitely. I've seen a few. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Tom.
that's where I try to buy everything I got, uh, with the exception of my kids' 22 and my own hunting 22 because there wasn't a used one like it around.
Yeah, I don't mind going through used, but if you do go through used, not you, Tony, but anybody out there that's listening later, if you do go through a used gun or look for a used gun, make sure you inspect it. You know, try to take it apart, and if you don't know how to disassemble it, look it up real quick. There's millions of videos on YouTube's, and a good majority of them have a lot of takedown stuff. I could pretty much type in um, a name brand and a model number of any weapon, and it should be up on YouTube on how to take it down. Um, but yeah, take it down. Make sure you know what you're doing. You know, especially revolvers. People think a lot of people think, oh, revolvers are reliable. They'll shoot every time. They'll never have a malfunction. But if the timing's off, you know, if the cylinder isn't spinning when you cock back the hammer, you know, there's a bunch of stuff that you have to look for and actually make sure that you're getting yourself a decent gun. A little surface rust, that could be fixed easily. Timing, that's going to be a bitch, you know.
I usually try to suggest people who are not into guns or don't have the knowledge on guns, if they want a revolver, they need to buddy up with somebody who is knowledgeable about them and take them with them.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know how many times, and I'm sure that this story has been told and retold over the internet 1,000 times, but I don't know how many times I've been in the local gun shop and the guy's trying to get his wife either a revolver or a little pocket Ruger LCP, which there's nothing wrong with the Rugers. Those are awesome guns, and there's nothing wrong with revolvers either. But it's just like, you know, take your wife out somewhere. Do some research, find a local little range or a local gun shop that has a range and rent a couple guns and see what you like to shoot. And then once you find out what you like to shoot and what you're comfortable with, the action that you're comfortable with, the mechanics that you're comfortable with, then go out and buy a gun. And that's just my personal opinion.
Yeah. And for Christ's sakes, don't get her anything that says Magnum.
No, no, please no. Because that might not work out well, especially if she doesn't have her grip on right. Don't buy a used revolver or 22 LR pistol unless you know what you're looking at. 9 times out of 10, you're just buying someone else's lemon. Yeah, because you know what? I might sound like a douchebag for saying this, but there's a couple of times that I've had some guns that weren't the best shape, and I sold them just because of that reason, like that Raven. Um, you can actually tell where the slide was starting to wear a little bit from the lower receiver. It was actually starting to wear. So I'm like, yeah, you know, time to get rid of this one. So yeah, sometimes people just give their problems away. So definitely do your research if you're going out there and getting a used gun.
A little different angle on that attack. If you have one of those cheap guns, before you get rid of it, check out what it costs to buy a replacement slide for it, because sometimes this stuff is surprisingly cheap.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never done any of that kind of research. Now I have looked at excuse me. I bought a Gen 3 Glock 21, let's say about 3 years ago, and it was one of the ones that didn't have the steel inserts that were like visible. I'm sure it still has steel inserts, but they weren't visible on the top of the slide rails or on the lower receiver. I was researching on the lowers, and dude, they were like 200 and something bucks just for the receiver for a receiver. And so I never really looked into stuff like that because I always just figured, without doing the research, that they're probably just as a little bit less expensive than getting a brand new gun. So that's
Well,
some good advice there.
I I think on the lower for the Glock, you're basically buying another gun
Well, yeah, you
because
are, but
it's serialized.
yeah, it is. But now you go to a slide though, you're paying a little bit more money, and
Uh,
I'm sure it's just because of the metal and all that.
like I said on this Phoenix, I bought the target barrel, if you will, brand new from Phoenix for $30 plus shipping.
Yeah, damn, really. See, I got to look into stuff like that, man, before I get out and get rid of it. Um, Priest wanted to add into that. He said he had the same problem. So the Arsenal 5.56 Crink, it was a Jam-O-Matic. Have absolutely zero tolerance for unreliable guns. If it's not running correctly and I can't fix it with a minor part or some hardcore cleaning, it's gone. And that's how I feel. Why, no one's gonna get a hammer and keep a hammer around that doesn't have a head on it. That you can't beat in something with a stick. No one's gonna take a Phillips head screwdriver that's been completely mauled away at on the head. Like that. If your tool isn't working, there's no point in having it.
No, 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 no. Phillips head screwdriver, you can grind into a number one or number two square head.
Well, yeah, yeah, but you can't grind a gun into working though.
I
Sometimes you
mean,
can.
the Phoenix, or not Phoenix, shit, the Jennings, like I said, because they're made out of that pot metal shit, they wanted to kind of really wear the inside of the slide on the top where it passed over the sear or whatever the hell you call it. I don't remember what was in the gun anymore. But after I polished both pieces that touched each other, that kind of went away.
Yeah.
And they were reliable to shoot. They didn't have any more misfires or anything like that than any other gun.
Yeah. Well, see, now I don't know how familiar you are with Glocks, but I've been buying Glocks for a very long time now. It was pretty much going along with that point I made earlier. Once you find something that, um, and I never polished the barrel before, and I saw a video on it, and then I saw a bunch of videos saying not to do it. I saw a bunch of videos on saying how to do it. So I took out the barrel one day, you know, um, stripped it, and then polished it. And the action on it was just so much smoother than the rest of my Glocks. So I mean, polishing stuff absolutely does have its upside. For me anyway. I don't know if you have any experience, not with Glocks, but the same thing. But like just going along with what you said, once you polish something, man, it might just work a lot better.
Yeah, I did it to
Give it a
my
good
Sigma,
cleaning.
which is a Glock.
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, the Glock made $8 when I bought it.
Yeah, something like that, right? Yeah, because they sued him, didn't they? They
Yep.
sued Smith.
On my Sigma, I polished the barrel and the everywhere that the trigger mechanism had friction except the actual sears.
Right, right. Yeah, yep. Well, Priest said polish the barrel or the internals. I've done all of that to every single Glock that I've had because I've always heard of that. And I never heard of polishing the barrel either until about, I don't even think it was a whole year ago. So, yeah, once I did it. Now, hey, I was looking at your picture yesterday when Night Strike was asking you about your gun. And I was wondering, did you polish the slide too? Because it looks mighty shiny. Or is that just like holster from over time?
No, I polished the sides of the slide.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I tried that on a Ruger P95, but the grade of or type of stainless steel they use cast stainless steel instead of forged.
Oh,
It,
okay.
it won't shine up well. It was really odd to look at. You could see where there was reinforcement in places in it just through the casting, I guess. And it
Yeah.
really made the gun look worse. It need to be bead blasted now. Just take a shiny look off of where it shows up all that crap. So the materials that the Smith is made out of are, in my eye, better than what Ruger's are.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know, man. I've had a P85 Ruger P85. I liked it. I liked it. I actually went quite some time without cleaning it before, and it still worked. And I have never cleaned the magazines for it, and it still worked. So I mean, pretty
I
cool.
had I had a couple of P95s. I liked them until I started getting more age on me, and I have a little trouble holding them. My
Yeah,
grip
they
gets
do have a fat grip on them.
fat grip, and then fairly high barrel access, so the recoil's a little harder.
Yeah, yeah. Me personally, see, I've been telling you I like my 45s, and the P85 that I had was pretty much damn near the same size as my Glock 21 grip, dude. So I'm just like, for a 9 millimeter, I don't know. It was just a little bit too much for a 9 millimeter to me. It wasn't really concealable. Um, I would have definitely had to open carry it, and I never really, I don't talk crap to people that open carry, but I wouldn't advocate it strategically wise, tactically wise. You don't want to tell people. It kind of goes along with you don't show your cards, I guess.
Yeah, the P85, P95s are tanks, ugly as sin, and they tattle like a box of rocks, but they work. Even that rattle.
But yeah, they do the trick, and they're a well built machine. Now I haven't had any of the newer stuff. I've heard a lot of great stuff about their little pocket guns and stuff like that nowadays, but I'm just not too familiar with Ruger. I know they're an all American company and all that. Maybe I should probably support them a little bit more, but I don't mind supporting Smith. I got a few Smith revolvers. I got a few Taurus revolvers, even though they're an American company, but they got factories in Brazil. Um, and I've never had a problem with a Taurus. I even owned a PT 111 for a little bit. Their new little double stack baby 9 millimeter thing. And it wasn't that bad. Only reason I didn't like it is because the wife didn't like it. And that's the reason why I got it. And two, yeah, Priest said he never heard of polishing the barrel, but I let me go on my Instagram real quick and see. I've actually polished slides before. It was on an older Glock 21, that one I was talking about earlier that was a little crappier. And copy link address. Let me see if this will come up over here. I've never really shared my off of my Instagram before. Let me see if this will show up. Priest said, oh, we got Tino over here. What's up, bud? Yeah, Priest says that the P85s and 95s are tank ugly as sin, and they tattle like a box of rocks, but they, oh yeah, that's what you were saying. I didn't see him write that one. I don't open carry because bad guys appreciate a good surprise. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. All right, let me see if I could do this because I have to me or talk shit, and that's cool. But I have done that before. I have gone on and polished the barrel of a Glock or polished the slide of a Glock. Yep. All right, let me share the link here in the box. Which, by the way, I would not ever recommend anybody ever doing. Ever. Ever doing this. Because, first of all, it is a complete waste of time. And second of all, if you ever go to trade it back in, you will lose money on it. The gun shop does not appreciate people stripping the barrels or stripping the slides. Yeah, yes.
My Sigma didn't have any finish on the slide. It was just plain stainless steel, but it looked bead blasted. So
Yeah. Yeah, if you got a stainless steel, one that's already stainless steel, something with that, a slide, or even if you got a revolver or something like that, yeah, if you like shiny things, go ahead, do it. I wouldn't recommend doing it on a Glock. It's just a waste of damn time, dude. Just a waste of time. Let's go over here.
I actually did mine because I wanted it to look different than most of them. It's the only reason.
Oh yeah, that's why I did mine too. But like I said, I went to go trade her in, and it was like, I think I probably traded her in for what did I get? I think I got like $300, and he said, "Oh, I would have gave you like, I think he said he would have gave me 4 1/4, and then ended up selling it at 475 years back. Now you can get you, especially a Glock 22. Now you can get you one of those for about $400, just outright. And then they have new models of that. How old is your Smith? That Sigma? Because I think they're coming out with new models, if I'm not mistaken.
They came out with the SD9 version, which they may still be making, which was an upgrade to this one.
Now, are they still paying Glock $8-9 like they were, or is that
on that SD they were?
Oh, okay. Damn, dude.
I mean, they updated the slide and tried to fix their ridiculous trigger pull. They put forward cuts in the slide, which I hate. So I'm not aiming to look at one. If I buy another pistol, I'm going to try to get another Sigma or 3.
Yeah. Oh, they work that good, huh? I've never actually. My father-in-law had a Sigma 40. He didn't have it in 9. He had it in 40. Um, I don't have any experience with them.
Well, Matt said that the 40 version will beat itself to pieces. I haven't had the issue with the 9, so
Oh yeah, after you want to give a specific number um, of rounds put through it, but after a lot of rounds put down range, yeah, it started jamming. It just started being a waste of time. I don't
I
know.
I'll probably put 500 to maybe 600 rounds through mine with. That they had tried to do a trigger job on it, and one of the things they did was put a lighter striker spring in it, and it was misfiring about every other round. And I brought it back and did the polish job on the trigger mechanism and put a stock weight recoil or striker spring back in it, and the gun's been perfect to me ever since. Yeah, the trigger on the stock one is awful.
Yeah, yeah. That's I've never heard any. Like I said, I don't have too much experience with the 9, but you're 1,000% on point with the 40 though. It ended up being it was a great gun, and like I said, it ended up being a Jam-O-Matic. Um, yeah, I don't know if you can see. You're on your phone right now, so I don't know if you can see the thing I posted up there a little bit in the comments that Glock, but Tino said, I always like the Glock without the finger grooves. Never fit my big hands right. Yeah, I like I like them without the finger grooves. Priest said, yeah, you polished the slide of a Gen 2 single pin Glock. I should kick you in the nuts. Hey, I sent out a very fair warning before I put the picture out. um, I always live by the, Tino says, I always live by the rule. If I may want to sell it, don't do anything drastic to it. I didn't want to sell it until after I polished it. And then I guess he's saying the Gen 5s aren't supposed to have finger grooves. That I heard the same thing. Because oh yeah, and just a couple comments down, they're making them for the FBI currently, but I don't know if they're going to sell them commercially. And I guess the FBI has had actual like specifications that Glock had to meet, and one of them was no finger grooves. So I don't know. Seen Glock Gen 3 22s beat themselves to pieces, but that was probably after 10,000 rounds. Yeah. Um, any gun that's built around a 9 millimeter round, and then they put a bigger barrel in it and a different extractor in it, a different ejector in it, and 40. Yeah, they're gonna wear themselves out.
Well, that was where Smith had screwed up on the SW40
Right.
because they just copied a 17 or 19 and then just bored that sucker out to 40 caliber, from what I can see. And it just didn't work so well. I'm hearing that hold up for about 1,500, 2,000 rounds before they started really just self-destructing.
Yeah, which I mean that's a lot, but you know, if you go shooting on a regular basis and then you one day want to go and use it for self defense, somebody's sticking you up or something like that, and then you miss your first shot and the second shot jams. Uh, I don't know. Might be a little bit useless. Now, Tino's saying about the FBI Glock. I don't know if you're really familiar or have looked into that, Tony, but I I was under the impression, um, and anybody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought that the FBI already signed a contract with Glock. I might
I
be
have,
wrong, but that's
I have no idea. I the way I
oh, okay.
the way I understood it, it was done deal.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. But yeah, because I know it was shit, was it 17 or 19? I forget if it was a 17 or 19 because it was about a couple months back now. But I saw it was a 17M, and then somebody recently was saying that it was just the M meant model. So I don't know. They did, yeah, they did. Okay. Tino said he's been out of the gun loop for a while. Don't worry, man. We're not here to judge each other. We're here to learn, and we're here to teach. That's what we're here for. Um, but yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm somewhat of a Glock fanboy. I guess you could say. I don't
So
give a shit if
then,
somebody talks crap. Go ahead.
so then Glock has already got a Gen 5 market, even if the FBI don't take them. So they really could have tooled up one, I guess.
Right? Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. I feel like they're the same gun. The rank and file agents wanted their new striker fired SIG, but bean counters, yeah. Well, yeah, of course, because they're gonna go with the cheaper options. And Glock's gonna work. I mean, I don't know how many rounds I've busted through my 21, dude, and they work. So I guess, man. And then it's not like I heard something about maybe they had to do about like, and once again I may be wrong, but I heard something along the lines of like 595 hours of training a year or something like that. So they don't get very much trigger time, and then qualify with it. Yeah, I can't blame them for wanting the SIG either. I would definitely go for that. You guys want to hear a stupid ass story? When I was just getting out to Arizona, this was about 5 years ago, somebody had sold me a SIG P226. I got it. I spent about $300 on it at the time, which was amazing. That I didn't know that was amazing at the time. Anyway, started hearing about the Smith. I forgot what the hell it was at the time. That it was brand new, um, and it was a snubby. Yeah, it was a snubby revolver. So I ended up selling my Sigma 226 and $50. No, it worked good. It worked good. It worked great. I actually took it out shooting, but I sold it for $250. About a year later, I figured out what fucking SIGs were worth and couldn't stop kicking myself in the ass about it, man. So, yep, everybody makes mistakes. But yeah, that's my dumb moment. I've had quite a few dumb moments actually. But yeah, other than that, I don't have much experience with SIG. I would like to. I think the main reason why I'm a Glock guy, no, SIG P22, yeah, a SIG, not a Sigma. Sig Sauer. So yeah, yeah, it hurt. It hurt, Priest. It hurt bad. It hurt bad when I found out what they were worth. Um, but yeah, but anyway, I guess getting back on topic here. Um, Tony, most
Yes.
effective. Are you able to conceal carry yourself personally? I know Illinois just passed it, but have you got it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Damn
Okay.
straight.
So what is your, in your own opinion, what is the most effective mode of carry for a CCW? Obviously.
For me, it's appendix all the way.
Okay. Yeah. Me personally, I like to throw mine behind my back. I like to get it in about, excuse me, about the 430 position. And I like inside the waist. I haven't
Okay.
I like I said, obviously I don't do outside the waist. I don't like to conceal carry, or I don't like to open carry.
I do about 130 with just nylon little shit. I can't think of the name brand. Cheap ass little holster with the strap on it. I'm fine with it.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, see, I've heard a lot of people argue like don't like the colorings on the Legions. Yeah. Thanks, Priest. He said I could shoot his 229 Legion till my heart's content. Yeah, that's a deal. Okay, Priest has his effective mode. The one that's comfortable enough for you to constantly carry. For me, it's inside the waistband, 4 o'clock, or appendix for real small guns. Um, yeah, I the only thing I don't like about appendix carry is if I got to sit down, ever. That's the one problem that I have with it. Um, it doesn't really dig into my stomach when I do it or anything like that. But as soon as I sit down, it's completely uncomfortable for me. That's why I said for me personally about the 4.30 position. That's where I usually like to go in IWB.
I have a gun on right now.
Yeah, sitting down, chilling, huh?
Yeah, I don't notice. I get in and out of the vehicle with it. It doesn't bother me. I can do it in shorts and a t-shirt. Nobody can see it.
Oh well, yeah. I mean, it's
gun guys that are watching would get it that I'm carrying a gun, but I've had nobody ask me.
Oh yeah, yeah. Nobody really notices, dude. Nobody really notices. I mean, they they're too busy either looking at their phone or if you're in a store looking at what they're doing. Um, Priest said, "Fuck sitting down. I just can't get comfortable with the gun pointed at my burrito all the time."
Dude, I've been married for 35 years. I got no use for a dick or balls anymore.
Yeah, well, you never know. All right, go ahead.
It'd be 36 in a couple weeks.
There you go. Oh wait, wrong link. It's the top of the hour right now. I would like to reach out to all of our YouTube listeners or anybody that's out there. Come on over to Gun Channels, gunchannels.com. Free to join, free to become a member. You can buy, sell, trade, chat, live chat, text chat. Want to do down here, there's plenty of stuff to do it. So come on down, become a part of the solution, become a voice. Priest says here, adding on to it, one of my favorite games is to pick out the CCWers in the crowd. You can definitely spot the noobs. Yeah, you know what? I noticed that a lot. People tugging at their shirts, people constantly like touching their kidney, like I don't know. I noticed that though. I noticed people that are like, I guess maybe not as confident, in carrying or something like that. You ever notice anything like that, Tone?
Oh, yeah, the guy that's walking around with his hand on his freaking gun butt under his shirt. Like, dude, you better get a better retention holster if you got to hold that son bitch in.
Oh yeah, man. And I don't know if you've been watching recently, but there was this guy, and for the life of me, I can't remember what state it was in, but fucking standing in line at the gas station, this kid walks up right behind him and yanks his gun right out of his back. Just yanks it out and walks out of the store. And by the time the kid reaches the door and gets out into the parking lot, the carrier finally realized that his gun is fucking gone.
I've seen that. I saw that very video.
Yeah.
That's the big argument against open carry.
Yeah, but I mean, they got a ton of different options of holsters out there. They got retention straps. They have, thumb retention. Even though I'm not a big fan of it. Like Serpa holsters, they have that index retention, and the options out there. You guys, anybody that's new to concealing, just get a couple holsters. They might be expensive, but get a couple of them. They got cheap options out there.
Uncle Mike's. That's what I'm using.
There you go, and that's the nylon stuff, and they work great.
Actually, for appendix carry, they probably work better than something with the harder back.
Oh yeah. It's probably going to be a lot more comfortable on you. Yeah. Yeah, probably so. But yeah, like I said, I like inside the waistband. Never been an ankle guy. In the smallest gun that I have right now, I guess lengthwise, not width, is my Glock 30. Um, I couldn't put that friggin' thing on my ankle. So I guess I've never had a gun small enough to ankle carry, but um, shoulder, I like shoulder. I have a shoulder holster for when I go out to the range, but it's not the vertical. It's the one that is vertical where anybody behind me, I'm pretty much muzzling them. So I don't really like to wear that in public. But yeah, inside the waistband for me is the way to go. And I like pretty much kidney. I've done appendix before. Um, Now, do you ever get out to maybe the gym or do any kind of fitness? I know me and you were talking last week about losing weight and stuff like that.
Uh,
Anything like that or no?
no. The bulk of what, if I went to a gym, I couldn't take my gun because it's in the hospital.
Oh,
And
okay.
that's not allowed, at least the gym I'm a member of. And
Right.
as far as exercise goes, I go out and walk in the woods with the gun, so I carry there.
Yeah. Because usually when I go to the gym, um, I watched one of Yankees videos and I actually was almost considering buying a fanny pack. Um, that's just not me though. I don't know. I'm 5'10", um, 165 pounds. I got quite a couple few tattoos, and I feel like a fanny pack would be a dead giveaway to me. I don't know, man.
Right.
I
I
feel like
I think I would go with some looser fitting blue jean shorts or something like that that you could put a belt in and still carry IWB.
yeah, yeah, that would be the most effective thing. Um, I had a Glock 42 for quite some time. Actually a week, so not a lot of time at all. But um, I tried pocket carry, and I don't know. I didn't like it. I took it out to the range. I practiced holstering and unholstering. Um, I just didn't like it. I didn't like pocket carry. I feel like if I got into a situation to where I had to draw quick, I wouldn't be able to with pocket carry. Going back to again sitting down. If I was sitting down, I feel like I wouldn't be able to draw quick with pocket carry. But the one thing I did notice is that I could pocket carry the Glock 42 in basketball shorts or gym shorts or something like that. So I mean, I guess some certain modes of carry have their advantages, but I don't know. Call me stupid, but when I go to the gym, I just leave it in my bag. But I keep my bag right next to me wherever I'm at. So it's not like I'm leaving it in the locker room and going out to work out.
I think I would just lock mine in the car and pray.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. I mean, that's true, but look at all the gun-free zones. That's where people like to, shoot up. I'm not trying to be that guy that's not armed when, ISIS runs into, 24-hour fitness or something like that. Hey, what's
I
up,
agree with
Tino?
you there. Hey, how's it going? I wasn't sure if that
Pretty
link was
good.
supposed to be put in public, so I was like, I'll go in. If they don't want me there, I'll leave.
No, everybody, I don't know if you're familiar. I know you said you haven't been around in a while, but with the lobby chats, I'm pretty much running this like a lobby chat, and we just got a few extra topics here and there just to kill the dead air. So, I mean,
All
if
right.
there's anything that you guys want to bring up or anything, feel free.
No, I was trying to get in when you were talking about that guy who had his gun snatched from him. I just found that kind of idiotic that someone would be so out of it not to pay attention to that.
Well, yeah, I mean, you would figure that's there for your protection. You would at least, pay attention to it.
I've always been of the mentality to have some type of retention on it. It doesn't
Yeah.
have to be anything big. I'm not talking, padlock it onto your side or anything, but just have, something.
Right. Now, what's your most effective or favorite or most comfortable mode of carry? And
I
even if
just
you got a couple, go ahead.
I just carry on my belt for the most part. I really do. I'm in Florida, so I mean, we're not exactly a huge anti-gun state, but for
Oh,
the most
okay.
part, I just carry on my belt, and since it's home and work you carry anyway, for the most part, at least what I do. So
Yeah. Yeah, Priest says, well, he added in about the gym. He said, at the gym, I'm at the gym every day and I don't carry there. Don't like off body carry. I can understand that. And you can't do shit you need to with the inside the waistband. Um, like it too, but not an option. And last, I think what I want to happen is for my heater to flop out. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That would be pretty fucking embarrassing there. Oh, sorry guys. Excuse my gun. The best bang for your buck appendix inside the waistband. So there you go, Tony. What do we got here?
Morning, Tino.
hey, how's it going?
Another day in paradise.
Oh, where are you at?
Illinois.
Well, that's your paradise. It's too cold up there for me.
That was sarcasm.
Well, I wasn't sure. I didn't want to be rude.
There you go.
Although Illinois is a paradise compared to Hawaii and California as far as Second Amendment stuff goes.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree on that.
Yeah, especially recently.
Yeah, that new law they just passed, Proposition 63, I believe, 62, 63.
Yeah, 63. Yeah.
I just want
Well,
to know
since we
how.
got, oh, go ahead, Tino.
I just want to know how are they going to track ammunition now? Because last I checked, there's no serial numbers on ammunition here in my state. So, like, are they going to require ammunition manufacturers to put numbers on them, or how's that going to work? I don't know if they figured that out yet. It's California after all, so it's more pass a law and we'll figure it out later. But
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
think
they do like to do that.
I don't think they're wanting to keep track of the ammunition specifically, as they are, one, making it harder to get, and two, keeping an eye on how much.
yeah, I guess that is true. Because from my understanding of the law, and I really haven't read it, it was just on my Facebook as I was watching the election. But it just said requires background check for ammunition. So I don't know if that means they're gonna, you can only get so much. You could only, this many ammunition purchases a week. I don't know.
What I've seen is uh, no more than 3,000 in a 5-day period, and it's going to be kind of like doing a 4473 each time you buy ammo. They're going to have to do that kind of a check. So
Yes.
it's just making more bureaucracy. It's going to have to.
Well, that's what I see happening is the FBI, which I imagine that's how they're doing the background checks, is through the FBI like everybody else. It's just going to be overrun with ammunition checks now, because now not only do they have to do those background checks, but well, it is California, and if any of you know how they do it over there, like, I don't know, does Walmart sell ammunition in California, or is that illegal?
I would imagine it's illegal. I have no idea though.
Because now you got to put in, let's say for sake of argument they do, now you got to put Walmart in a position where they either stop selling ammunition or they have to get in with the FBI to be able to do the background check. And I just see that causing all types of trouble because, you know, Walmart doesn't exactly employ, you know, all the best people. You know,
Our Walmart sell guns.
and I know where I'm at.
Really out there? Shit, I didn't know that.
I know where I'm at. A lot of people at the local Walmarts, they don't speak English because I'm in a heavily populated Hispanic area, Cuban area, and I speak Spanish, which is fine. But how's the FBI going to do that? You know, they're going to have somebody, okay, well, we'll patch you through this person. I just see it just causing all types of trouble and time wasting.
I only have one thing to say to that. No hablo inglés.
Oh shit, we got Duke Nukem in here.
I'll be right back.
I scared Tony off.
What's
All
up,
right.
Nice Strike?
California is California. I haven't lived in California since before the assault weapons ban, and I don't want to live in California ever again.
Yeah, you see, I've never heard anybody say, I'm moving to California because I've just never heard that phrase uttered, I'm moving to California. I mean,
I'm moving to California because I like it.
Yeah, I've never heard that. Yeah, my dad was over there for work in the 80s, you know, California, Arizona, New Mexico. He was all over there. And he's just never told, hey, I really loved California, even back then. So, like, I don't get the appeal of why people are going over.
He said I loved Arizona. I want to go back to Arizona.
Well, Arizona, yeah, he enjoyed in New Mexico as well. But California was just like, it was California.
I say this because, like Donald Trump, I will show my birth certificate, and it says Arizona on it.
See, I'm in Florida, so, I mean, I guess I'm kind of jaded when it comes to that. Because, like, California beaches, I got Florida beaches. They're better. You know.
They're better when there's not an oil spill nearby.
Well, yeah, go to the East Coast. You don't have that trouble. But
There you go.
Yeah, well, my beaches are better in South Carolina, so meh.
I'm inclined to agree. South Carolina has nice beaches.
Yeah. So how about you, Night Strike? Now that we got you in here, man, what's your favorite or most effective or most comfortable mode of carry? And if you got a couple, feel free.
It's called car carry. It's called the glove box. It's the only carry I do.
I
only have it in my glove box, so because that's the state law. I don't have to get a permit for that, so I don't want a permission to exercise the right. So that's just it with me.
I thought South Carolina had constitutional. I guess I was wrong.
No, South Carolina does not have constitutional. Does not have open. You know, if you want to conceal carry, well, you got to have a permit, or you got to leave it in your glove box.
What about North Carolina? Maybe I'm confusing the two. Or maybe I'm just flat out wrong.
That's North Carolina, maybe. No, North Carolina doesn't have it either. They're fucked up. Because they require you to have a handgun permit every time you buy a handgun.
Oh. Yeah.
In South Carolina, it's just buy whatever the hell you want. Just you can't carry it around with you. Just as soon as you're done buying it, take it home with you.
Well, that's the way it is in Florida. I mean, you got to go through the background check, buy it, you take it home.
Oh, you don't need to go on about Florida. We know about Florida because Sean is always coming in here telling us what's going on with Florida carry.
Sean, I haven't talked to him in a while. We were working on a chat together about a year and a half ago.
Oh my God, Sean's going on about Florida carry, but you guys have dropped the ball in Florida.
Oh, I agree.
Because we heard about that shit that went on in Florida, and honestly, Sean dropped the ball in Florida. What the hell?
Well, I'm not. I don't know. I'm just.
Priest, get in there and say that to my face. That's all I have to say to that. I'm reading the gun channels chat, and I'm like, damn it, Priest, get in here and say that to my face.
I will say I do hope that eventually they do have open carry for everybody in the state of Florida. But I'd
say you guys should push and go for nothing less than constitutional carry, because open carry, they could take that away. Constitutional carry, well, if everybody can do it regardless, granted minus criminals, of course, if everyone can do it, then it'll be much harder for them to take it away.
That is true. And I remember that the only reason it didn't get a vote was because one senator, I think it was, didn't let it onto the floor. I forget.
Oh, he cockblocked it. He went on the news and telling about how he cockblocked it and whatnot. Did he get reelected this year?
I don't even know what his name was, to tell you the truth. Because it was down south, Miami, and I'm farther north, and I really haven't checked any of the local elections. I've been so busy with everything else.
Yeah, they dropped the ball in Florida.
Yeah, well,
I'm just giving you shit, man.
No. I totally agree with you. They did. There was no reason that shouldn't have had a vote. The only reason it didn't have a vote is because that guy where he's from doesn't want it. So he was like, well, I ain't going to get reelected if I let this happen.
He's probably not going to get reelected for doing that either.
Well, I don't know. I have no idea. I don't even remember his name, to tell you the truth. So I can't even check. I'd have to go back, look for the article, get his name and all that, and I can't at the moment.
Okay, did Portela get reelected?
Are you asking me, Night Strike?
I'm asking the guy in Florida.
Oh, yeah.
I really have no clue. The only people I know who got elected was Charlie Crist for District 13, and Marco Rubio got reelected. Those are the two I know out of Florida. I really have not checked. I was up all night the night of the election, then I was out all day yesterday for my brother's birthday. This is the first time I'm in front of a computer in the last 2 days. So I really could not tell you.
So what's going on with you, Night Strike?
Waking up.
Right, wiping the shit out of my eyes.
Not even that.
Yeah. So did you go out yesterday? We kind of talked a little bit. I went out and got me some ammo. Nothing really special. Did you go out and get you any post-election impulse buys?
No, I didn't buy anything yesterday, but I did go in the backyard and shoot off and bump fire the AK-47 a couple times.
There you go. Hey, you know what? That's just as damn good.
Because I have a ton of Wolf and Tula ammo, and I figured, well, it's not going to shoot itself.
And hey, you know what? You can get more now. You don't have to worry about ever getting banned.
I can get more because it's probably gonna be either the same or cheaper now. Probably the same, but either way, I'm hoping. I'm hoping.
Yeah, that's I hear a lot of people saying that they're gonna drop prices now, but I don't see it happening.
So there's two of you in here, Jimmy.
Yeah, I just noticed that. I was like, what? Because I was typing something.
Yeah, I know.
Here. I was like, what happened to something?
Did you?
Yeah, I gotta run downstairs, so I need to be mobile right now.
Did you get the 67 out?
No, I haven't gotten the Steven 67 out, Tony, because that thing kicks like a mule. I don't use that unless I absolutely have to. Because every time I shoot that thing, it makes my shoulder sore. I don't know why.
I haven't shot mine either.
Oh, you haven't shot yours. Well, when are you going to shoot yours?
I have shot it, but I haven't shot it in the past few weeks.
Aha, the plot thickens.
I haven't been shooting since May, believe that or not. And it's very depressing.
Are you sure you should be here? Are you sure you're in the right place? Do we have to call an adult to come and pick you up?
Yeah, probably.
This is Gun Channels.
I just haven't had a chance. And not to mention trying to find ammunition's been a pain in the ass. But I don't like to shoot what I can't replace right away or in a decent amount of time, and just 9mm is just so hard to find. I can find everything else, but just 9mm is hard to find.
What, you don't have a local hardware store that sells ammo?
Not a hardware store, no. I normally get mine from Walmart because it's normally about $5 cheaper than the gun store.
Well, do you have a Dick's Sporting Goods around?
I do.
Go to Dick's Sporting Goods. They have everything.
Oh, they do? Because mine was only selling shotgun shells for a long time there.
I would go and check because mine sells everything. I mean, all calibers. They don't just sell shotgun.
Because I know at one time they did, but then after one of the shootings they had, we're getting rid of all that. We're only going to sell shotgun shells.
Well, go and check. Just, if you have to get something else there, check.
I will.
But they have them at Dick's Sporting Goods. I know.
All right. So. Thanks for that. I didn't even think to check there.
Granted, the prices won't be as good, but
I mean, as long as the price is relatively reasonable, I don't have a problem.
Yeah.
$2-3 difference. But when I'm buying, 4 or 5 boxes and it's $5-10 difference, like one of the gun stores here.
I know when I can't find shit, I'll go over to Bass Pro Shop, man, and I end up paying an extra $3.
Yeah, but the closest one to me is an hour away, so that's why I love the store, but it's just driving there. I got to drive all the way up to Orlando to get to one.
Priest is really cruising today.
What's he saying?
Priest, you better hope I don't get to Arizona sometime this year.
Yeah, man, you should, man. Break out of there, dude. Come out here. You can put your gun on your hip if you wanted to.
I know I could. The problem is, getting there and bringing my guns with me.
No, not really. Can't you travel with them if you keep them unloaded and separate the magazine, all that?
But the thing is, all of my magazines are loaded right now.
Yeah, that's one thing. I think if you're traveling, you just lock them up and leave the mags loaded. I mean, put a gun lock on them and keep them loaded. That's the way I think it should be. It's not, but that's just my opinion on how it should be.
In a perfect world, right?
Right.
Well, in a perfect world, you should be able to carry them in every state, no questions asked. But
in a perfect world, they wouldn't try and take away your rights that you were you were given by the Constitution. But hey, that's what Democrats are for, kids.
That and riots and burning flags and all types of shit.
And violence.
They went from love Trump's hate to we're going to love everybody to burn the shit out of every country, out of every city, rather, not every country, because Trump won. I love it. Just so easy.
That's okay.
I'll let them do it. I mean, they're destroying their own cities. I mean, it's not like they're destroying mine.
That's okay. I hear that Priest voted for Hillary, so it's okay.
Shouldn't we ostracize him now or something?
Yeah, we should. I know he's going to get angry about that one.
Shame.
Time to get the excommunication papers started. I'll start filling those out. G-Webs to approve them.
And he just offered to let shoot his guns.
I am just kidding. He did not vote for Hillary. He'd be crazy to vote for Hillary in Arizona.
Yeah, you would get ostracized for that one.
Yes! He got angry.
I ain't going to tell you what part of Florida I am because we voted for – the county voted Hillary. I did not. But luckily, he still won Florida.
Hey, my county's a Republican county here in South Carolina, so yeah, I'm sure we voted.
Mine used to be a Republican county, but we got a bunch of people from up north flying down here, and they're like, "Well, this didn't work up north, so let's try it down here, see if it works out differently."
Well, you live in Florida, what's the funny state slogan for Florida? I think it's ask us about our grandkids.
That would be true. What's funny is
though I prefer California's because California's is by age 30 our women have more plastic than your Honda.
oh my god, that was a good one. No, everybody I know. No, go ahead.
Illinois' funny slogan is "There's nothing funny about this fucking place."
No, there's not. I mean, has anybody looked? And if we shouldn't talk about this, just tell me. But has anybody looked at the actual map of how the votes were? Illinois was pretty much all red, except for Chicago and like one other county. And I'm just like, that just seems wrong to me that those two places get to decide the whole state. That's just my opinion. Yeah.
The metro areas of Illinois are blue, meaning Chicago, Quad Cities, Peoria, Champaign, and East St. Louis metro area. The rest of us are all really deep crimson red.
Well, that's the same thing with New York. The whole state was pretty much red except for like Albany and New York City. And I'm just like, that? And they're going for it. Just didn't. It should not be that. It should be what a majority of the state goes. Well, I guess it is a majority of the state. All those people in those counties.
Yeah. Actually, Illinois' funny state slogan is "Please don't pronounce the S."
I don't know if you know who he is, but Just Dano. I don't know. You probably
everyone knows.
Yeah.
Just Dano.
Yeah. Everyone knows Dano.
Hey, I've been gone. I don't know. I don't know if he's still around or not. I don't know if he's
yes, and he's still in that damn armchair of his.
I love that armchair.
Well, right now he's in Tulsa.
Close.
He put the armchair on the truck and he took it with him.
He used to get pissed off when I used to say Illinois because I didn't know any different. I've never been up there. You're like, it's Illinois. Took me a while to get out of that habit. It was funny.
Why the hell would anybody let that bother him? Shit, I don't give a fuck what you call it.
Well, he was just trying to make it so I was saying it right and I wasn't making myself look stupid. Which there's a lot more you got to do to fix that. But
yeah.
If they didn't want the S pronounced, they shouldn't have put it on the end of the goddamn name.
There you go. There you go. I like this guy.
South Carolina's funny state slogan was, remember the Civil War? We didn't actually surrender. Well, Alaska's is like 11,623 Eskimos can't be wrong.
Oh my God, man! Yeah, I was watching the election, man, and I'm thinking, like, why the hell is Alaska taking so long? Do they got to go door to door to every fucking igloo?
They got 3 electoral votes. Why is it taking them longer than Maine to report?
Say that jokingly, but that is actually true. Sometimes they do have to go on snowmobiles and collect the votes of certain areas.
How would you know? Have you been to Alaska during election time?
That's what they were saying. I forget what station was saying it, but that's what they had. That's what the news said. Whether it's true or not, I'm just don't crucify me for it. But that's what they said on the TV. Is sometimes they do actually have to go around, depending where people are, to get their votes because all the little villages and everything.
Yeah, and the other night when we were waiting for it and looking at it, they're like, "Don't tell us about fucking Maine. We don't want to hear about it." And then Maine splits the freaking vote. Right, the vote splits in Maine, so it half goes to Trump, half goes to Hillary.
Yeah, it was funny on that map we were looking at too. It was all spotted and shit, like blue and red everywhere. It was...
And striped in Maine because Maine can't make up its mind.
Well, for a little bit there, Florida was blue numbers, and it was.
You take that back
for a little bit. No,
you take that back.
During the election night when they were counting the votes of who was going to win Florida is what I'm saying. And it was scary for a little bit there because they were like 10,000 vote difference according to the numbers that they were putting on Google. On that Google, I don't know if y'all used it, but it was like a Google Watch to see who's getting what.
I think just about all of us were on that site that fucking election night, dude.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I had like 4 or 5 different ones and I was comparing them and everything.
Okay, well, here's the places in Florida where they're really liberal. In Tallahassee. They don't have this other place listed, so it's not worth mentioning. Tampa, Orlando, and Miami. Those are the three or four places that are super liberal.
Miami, Dade, Broward, which is right above it.
Yeah. Oh. Either way, everybody else said, "Yeah, fuck Miami, Orlando, Tampa, and Tallahassee. We're voting Trump."
Well, even here in Tampa, that's where I'm at. You never saw, even at the polling places, you never saw a Hillary sign. It was all Trump all the way. So that's why I don't understand how all these people, we voted for Hillary. I just don't get it.
Because all the Cubans don't want to get kicked out of the country. That's what it was.
No, not even that, because my family is all heavily Cuban, and they all went Trump. So I really don't.
So, you see, it's bad. See, Jimmy, it proves my point. It's bad in America when even the Cubans don't want the Mexicans here.
And there are a lot of reasons the Cubans would vote for a man over a woman. I'm not trying to start anything there, but that's just how.
Come on, let me have that one. Just let me have that one.
I ain't gonna go there, but it's just I don't see how she was able to get Hillsborough County and stuff like that. I don't know, but she did. But luckily, Trump got the state, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, see, the problem with like Illinois and New York, and you correct me if I'm wrong, Tony, but all the big city areas that are blue, they just got more people, and that's what ended up fucking everybody.
That's right. We need to give Chicago to Wisconsin, I'm saying.
I'm not sure Wisconsin will know what to do with it.
I mean, if Chicago keeps going the way it's been going, give it another 5-10 years and there won't be a population there the way they're killing each other off.
I don't think that they're killing themselves off faster than they're replacing them.
That could very well be true.
Yeah, they're popping out kids over there like fucking jackrabbits.
That could be true. I've never been up there.
Oh yeah. Well, you know what it is, and I don't mean to get too far off of the gun topic, but I mean it's just I don't know. I guess the more kids you have and the less fathers that they have in their lives, the more money that the government will give you.
Oh yeah, that is true.
Well, at least I know my father.
Yeah, no, that is true. A lot of times, the more children you have, the more money the government gives you. So I mean, they just hey, Jim, come on.
I know my father because he's got the same name as I do without the junior.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah, I met my dad a couple times.
Yeah, a couple times, right?
Few. I'll give him credit.
Come on, be nice. Oh, wow. I may have to post this picture on Gun Channels.
Oh, geez. He's going to start something. Who invited him? I just know it's going to be... I've known him for about 10 minutes now, and I already know it's probably going to be something that shouldn't be posted.
Oh, no. Night Strike's a great guy.
Check this out.
I got... Oh, yeah. No, I like it.
Check that out.
I was just looking at it. She's jumping for the Statue of Liberty, and he's grabbing her. That's what I was thinking it was.
That's fucking awesome.
You can see Mike Pence in the background back there.
Yep, Mike is just back there like, oh, jeez.
He's doing it again.
That's good.
What the hell are we looking at?
The picture Night Strike posted. By the way,
good.
What's your Gun Channel's name? Is it the same as that, or?
Yes, I also host the Hit or Miss show.
Oh, I didn't know that. I gotta go. I'm telling you, I've been off Gun Channels for about a year and a half.
And I started back in October of last year. Been doing
no.
hit or miss for an entire year now. So
I'll have to check that out. No, I
you may not agree with our views because our views are more down to earth than people like Never Enough Ammo and Anki Marshall.
No, I gotta admit, I started.
I'm not going to call him Yankee because that just seems it has a negative connotation. I'll call him the liberal Marshall. There we go.
Well, I gotta say, I started gun channels with G-Webs, Yankee, Never Enough Ammo. When all this started, Mr. Cork 71. I don't know if he's still around, but
no, Quark comes and goes, and then he just disappears for a while.
Yeah, when all this started, it was 2013, late 2013, I think it was. When all this started, that I was there, and then I left to deal with, hey, let's look at all his emails. Come on now. You might want to close that screen.
And don't worry about it.
Oh, I ain't reading them. It's too small for me to see. No, when all this started,
don't worry about it. It's just the email from you, so adding me to gun channels. So if people want to read that, they can read it. Doesn't matter.
Oh, God.
There's nothing bad in my Gmail because all it is just advertisements for gun stuff and just, shit from gun channels. It's all just advertisements. I don't fucking care.
I remember when G-Web started all this. That's why when they gave me the link to go to this chat room, I was, what? That's not how this was when I last saw it. Because we had one chat room, the links would get posted, and then you just go. It was just like the lobby chat all the time. So
this is your fault for not coming back soon.
I just been so busy with life and everything. I drop in occasionally 5-10 minutes, check things out. But
and Sean, I'm not giving Matt a quarter. Matt can go get his own quarter.
But I should be back now, semi-permanently. So y'all are stuck with me.
Oh God, run for it, Marty.
Hey man, we're happy to have you, man. One more on the team. There you go.
Yeah. Oh, G-Web's commented on something I posted. This could be good or bad.
G-Web's commented we're screwed. He's gonna get angry at us.
Oh no, he commented. Let's see. Nah, he won't get angry. He knows who I am.
You hope. There we go.
He just asked me how I've been and if I've been shooting. So he's either been watching this show and knows I haven't, or it was just coincidence.
Yeah, Gio pop in from time to time, man. He's still up in the morning working and stuff, so.
They're all good guys. I can't say none of them aren't. They're all good to me. I've enjoyed every minute I've been around. So.
Yeah, if it wasn't for gun channels, I sure wouldn't be up here in the morning babbling and shit.
Curse you, gun channels. Curse you, gun channels.
All right, I got to ask because this is something new. I just got a notification that I am starter rank. What does that mean?
Novice level.
That means you just got above, joining level. That's what it is. You have leveled up on gun channels. Congratulations.
Well, that's something new. Like, there were no links to anything. I mean, it was literally, you had one page, that was the chat room, that was everything. So I have no idea what I'm doing.
Things have gotten better since you've been gone.
Oh, yeah.
Hell,
it's
I ain't
your
got
fault for running away.
Level notice. I ain't got no starter level notification yet. What the fuck is the deal?
Take that up with G-Webs.
Yeah, Tony, you might have to talk to G-Webs about that. It might have something to do with you're just a bolt guy instead of, an all type of gun guy.
Who the hell ever said I was just a bolt guy?
You have just bolt guns.
I was hearing you're just a bowl guy. I was like, what the hell are y'all talking about?
I do not have just bolt guns. I have a Marlin Model 60 and a Remington 740.
Look, how many guns do you own with, that you can use third-party magazines with?
That would be maybe 2.
It would probably be that handgun in that picture right there.
Both my handguns would, and my 740 will.
All right. I'm just giving you shit to give you shit, Tony. I'm not being serious.
Just that I believe if you're going to have a semi-auto gun, it ought to be something more than just a pussy gun.
Come on. You're saying 308 is a horrible round? I see how it is.
I didn't say horrible. I said pussy.
Keep saying that, someone's going to grab at it. Damn it, how do I get...
308 is a great round. 30-06 is a great round too, but ballistically, 308 and 30-06 are the same.
I'm going to learn.
Keep telling yourself that shit.
That's what it says in the books.
You're probably gonna have to Wikipedia it or something. Add it to the fucking chat.
I got a question. I'm on the gun lobby thing because when I go to media, it says live chat, general gun chat. How do I get to the chat room for this chat?
Go to gunchannels.com/earlywatch.
Oh, okay.
Word.
And if you're not listening to or you're listening to Early Watch and you don't know where to go to listen to it,
this is the first time I've ever listened to it.
No, hold on. I'm doing a PSA for Jimmy right now. If you're listening to this on YouTube, go to gunchannels.com/earlywatch and talk to us there. You can talk to us on YouTube, but we may or may not respond. Who knows?
Yeah, I don't really, until I get a new laptop running here, a little bit faster shit. Right now, I'm only running on 2 gigs. Yeah, so I'm gonna go out and get a Chromebook today, and then I'll be checking the YouTube side. But for now, I really don't.
Okay, and if you're on YouTube and you aren't a member of Gun Channels, what is wrong with you? You are horrible people. You totally need to go to gunchannels.com, sign up, and take part in the conversation.
Whoa. If someone posts the link to, I don't know your YouTube name or anything, but if someone posts that link, I can go check that chat. If y'all want. I don't know if YouTube's changed since.
It's funny you guys said that.
Tony?
Tony, we lose you again?
I don't think so.
Oh, no, you're here.
All right.
I was just trying to cover up the little left tangent. Strike went on.
Yeah, Tony's got to make things interesting for us.
First time I was in here, we got kicked the frick out.
Yeah, we've had to kick a few people before.
Well, in order to start a chat, you gotta give some people the boot.
Yeah.
No, you're missing my point. We got kicked out of freaking YouTube.
YouTube didn't want nothing to do with it.
YouTube for a while there was kicking a lot of gun chats and channels off.
I don't have that problem because I normally don't show anything other than still images, and it's usually just all chat.
Yeah.
I don't know what the deal was. Did they ever say why they did that, Jimmy?
No, I got flagged, but we were still running on Gun Channels, so I don't know what the hell happened.
Well, that was one of the main reasons that Gun Channels was started to begin with, because there was this fear that YouTube was going to get rid of all the gun channels and all. So that's where G Webb's, this is his baby. He came up with this idea, which was fantastic. And it's a lot easier, too, keeping up with the chat on Gun Channels and YouTube.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. That's why it's a good idea for everybody on YouTube to come to gunchannels.com. Free to join, free to become a member, free to come up here and talk shit to me if you want to.
It's also free to enjoy lots of other great shows that are on
Yep.
some daily, some weekly.
Oh yeah, great shows. We got a trading post up here. You can buy, sell, trade, all types of shit.
Oh, I gotta check all that out.
Now that I'm on the YouTube side, somebody said, I don't know if you guys know Yunni KK or Yunni K or something.
I don't.
Okay. Apparently, I am the God of Jesus. Click on my channel and watch automatically playing videos to see I am the God of Jesus.
You're the God of Jesus. Interesting. People, take your meds. God of Jesus. I went to Catholic school for a bit there. I never heard of God of Jesus. Guess they're rewriting something.
Yeah, there you go. Yun Key. Yun. It's YONEEKK.
You know, maybe that floats his boat.
There you
I
go.
suspect that it's a translation issue.
That could be.
Yeah.
That could be.
Very much so.
Translate is a very bad place to try to translate stuff from.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know I've done that a few times. People will be like, how do I say this? I use Google Translate and they'll send it to me and it's in Spanish. It's like, that's not what you're saying. So definitely know Google Translate is not the best.
So, hey, so Night Strike Tino, since we got you guys in here, we were talking earlier. We did the whole motor carry shit. You guys have any type of prepping bags, bug out wise, like any type of certain tactics, strategy, any bags?
I do. It's not exactly the most tactical or most sophisticated, but I do.
I didn't hear the question. I was watching a video on Donald Trump.
Bug out situations. What's your prepping, if any?
I have a generator, I have ammunition, and I have food and guns. There we go.
There you go. What kind of food though? Do you do MREs, frozen shit, canned sardines?
I got a ton of MREs, ton of dry food that you just add water, that kind of shit.
There you go. Yeah, I just got one of those freeze-dried. Yeah, dehydrate. Yeah, I just got one of the dehydrated packs. I got a couple of them. One of them's chicken, and I'm gonna try it out tonight. I never ate one of those before.
I would forgo the chicken and go straight to the hamburger. It's delicious.
Yeah, there you go. See, that's why we talk
not
about
so
shit
much.
to learn something new.
The chicken stuff is not so good. It's edible, but it doesn't taste right to me. That might just be the brand.
Yeah.
I mean, did you get a name brand or did you get an off brand?
It was some. I gotta go look at it. It's in my fridge, but it was something mountain.
Oh yeah, it'll probably be fine. Because I got some of those.
I got some actual military MRE. They're pretty good.
I do too. I don't just have, the store-bought brand name stuff. I also have military stuff. But I save the military stuff for the shit hits the fan situation because I'm going to need all those extra calories if I'm going to be out running around because, we have no power or somebody decided to get it in their mind that they're going to attack America.
Yeah, no, I don't have any food or anything like that. I just don't. I don't at the moment. I need to do it. Don't at the moment. My bag's mainly got things for fire, flashlights, weaponry, ammunition, things of that sort.
Well, my missus told me that if we get a tax refund this year like we normally do, it's going to prepping stuff, mostly guns and ammo, but food too.
Yeah, you should totally. If you don't have a portable already, you should get a portable generator if you don't have one. That is just my recommendation. If you're going to do any prepping or shit hits the fan. And yeah, some people will say, well, what about fuel? What if you can't get, gasoline? Then if you're going to get a generator, get one of those tri-fuel generators where it can run off of propane, natural gas, or gasoline. Because then you can just do the old biogas thing that they did back, during World War II. And just make methane, produce actual methane, and the generator will run off of methane instead. Because it's very easy to make methane gas. I mean, it is easier to make that than it is to try and make, natural gas.
Yeah, all you got to do is just sit on the tube and start farting on the motherfucker.
No, not that way. No, you know what a compost is, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, basically, technically, all you need to do is just find some way to absorb the gas from like a compost, and there you go. You have methane.
See, there you go.
I
didn't know that I could. I didn't know I could fuel my generator off of that.
It's literally that easy. Granted, you have to look up, plans on how to do it on the internet right now. But I've got books on how to do it, going back to from the 40s and 50s. Just because for in case of fallout, or just because of the fact that during World War II in England, because they had a gas shortage, they didn't use gasoline because they had a gas shortage. So they used wood gas. Was basically, technically it was methane that was coming off of the wood because the wood was decomposing, and they were running cars off of that.
I did not know that.
So you learn something new every day here on Gun Channels.
FEMA has a book out there that they posted back in like the 60s or 70s on how to make your own wood gas, how to convert like your car and your tractor to wood gas. Which literally all you your fuel, you can either use wood chips, you can use wood pellets, or you can just regular wood sticks to power the thing. Because all you're doing is you're just heating up that wood, and the byproduct on that wood is becoming gas, and that's what's powering the vehicle.
Something to consider is your modern vehicles with electronic fuel injection are going to have real difficulty running like that.
Yeah, I mean, that's another thing. You don't want to do this for a car. You do not want to do this for a car unless you have a car that's from the 80s, the 70s, the 60s, or if you have a tractor. If you have a tractor that doesn't have any fuel injection or anything like that, it's either diesel or gasoline, then yeah, you don't have to worry about it. But the issue is with a newer car that has computers and all that in it, forget it. Just forget it. Don't try and do that. But for a generator, it'll work fine for a generator. Because generator doesn't have fuel injection or anything. All generators are these days are just regular gasoline engines with an electric motor that the engine is powering.
I just wanted to toss that out there for people who think about that for their ride.
No, that's a good point, Tony. That is a good point. I'm glad you mentioned it. I mean, I'll try and see if I can link you guys to the wood gas instructions, because it's all over the internet.
Yeah, I need to get that, man. I haven't even looked into anything like that.
It's called a wood gasifier. I don't know if you've ever heard of those.
Negative.
All right.
Priest got a huge hamster wheel in his backyard and makes his dog run on it. There you go. Then I guess fucking Sean said that Germany had a Volkswagen with a boiler that could run on wood or coal. Holy shit. That would save on gas prices. Yeah, generators are great for 72 hours. After that, you're camping.
Well, that's why I mentioned a wood gasifier, because literally all you have to do is just keep the fire on it stoked.
Right.
And then just continue to add wood to it, and literally you don't have to turn it off. It'll
Can
just
somebody-
keep on running.
Can somebody throw up the link for the chat part of this on the Gun Channel's?
On the main
Chat.
page or on the live chat?
On the main page, the live chat for
Okay.
this.
Okay. Oh, there you go. Thanks, Nice Strike.
Yeah, the Germans just did a nicer way of the wood gasifier with that car. It's because they were running out of
If you
gasoline
watch back,
too.
if you watch Back to the Future Part 3, I think you see him, maybe 2, I'm not sure which one, you see him have a gasifier on that DeLorean.
No, that's not a gasifier. That's the Mr. Fusion.
That's what they had there was what is a gas fire. What they called it, maybe something different. I mean, that's the idea behind the gas fires. You can throw anything organic in it.
Well, website right now spending more money, man. But they got some good shit, dude. They got a bestsellers bucket for $100. Yeah. Yeah, and I got a bunch of protein bars and shit too, you know. I don't know. Food is very important, but like me and Tony were talking about earlier, man, you guys, you know, we can only carry, you know, it's not like we can carry a year's worth of food and then have another bunch of supplies on us. Eventually, you're going to have to go out and kill you something and clean it and eat it.
All right.
You know, you watch,
FEMA released these plans back in the 80s, but no, I thought it was earlier than that. But there's the link for it. If you guys want to check it out in here and out there, if you guys want to check out the wood gasifier, there's that. Because even in case of situation where shit hits the fan, and yeah, you're not going to have any power anywhere, the issue is if you've got wood, you'll have power. And if you live somewhere where you don't have wood, you can use something else, actually. You can just use, grass clippings or something, I'm sure.
Pretty much anything that could burn.
Right.
All right.
anything that rots.
Anything that rots. And you just absorb the methane and just, if you've got one of those tri-fuel generators, like I said, you just switch it over to natural gas and it'll run off of natural gas. It'll run off of methane through the natural gas route.
And if you have a regular generator already, you might look and try and find a propane carburetor for it. That'll let you do it too.
Yeah, here's the thing. I replaced the carburetor on my generator where I can switch it over to natural gas or propane and also still use the gasoline. Because all it is for to use different fuel on engines is just the carburetor that does the whole powering the engine, or keeping the engine on at least.
Right, like for a car, a propane carburetor just sits on top of the carburetor and just goes between the carburetor and the air filter, or they have a set-off for an air filter if you don't have enough room. But it's a fairly simple thing to do.
It's just taking the carburetor off and putting it on, honestly.
A friend of mine and I years ago experimented with trying to vaporize gasoline to make much higher fuel economy, kind of like off the idea of the Pogue carburetor. We never could get it.
fucking Sean. Texas has over 2 million. He said, I'm prepared. Texas has over 2 million feral hogs. There you go.
That is true. He is correct. But vaporizing gasoline just seems very dangerous to me.
Well, the way we were trying it was because you were trying to heat it up to where it would vaporize.
How do you do that without causing it to flame up?
We kept it oxygen free,
Oh.
but when it come through the propane carburation system, it would instantly freaking condensate right there,
Oh.
and you couldn't keep it as a vapor, so it wouldn't work like that. We couldn't make it work.
All right, guys, I'm out. I gotta take care of stuff. I'll see you later.
Later,
All right, Knight,
Scott.
have a good day, man.
Yep.
So Tino, I know it's been a while since you've been involved in stuff and stuff like that. But how do you feel about sporting guns, like going out maybe clay shooting? You involved in any competitions or anything like that?
I've done clay shooting, but I just was never any good at it. It was fun. I for whatever reason, my eyes ain't the greatest for long distances like that. So it just, I did all right. It just wasn't fun for me. But there's not. I've looked into competitions in my area, but there just aren't any, for lack of a better term. There's one every they do one like a year. The sheriff's office does one, to raise money for kids and stuff, which is fine. I enjoy it, but there's not really a lot to do in my area. For whatever the reason. I've been looking, and there's one about 2 hours away, but I just, to drive 2 hours away, I just can't do it all the time.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, a lot of people aren't able to really, get out, and I'm sure as much as they would like to.
I certainly aren't.
Yeah, I know I can't. I would love to, man, but goddamn, being an adult and having responsibilities and shit.
Yeah, it is not fun all the time. I can say, as a child looking at adults, it looks a lot more fun than it actually is.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll tell you, a fun thing to do as far as shooting clays goes is get you one of them hand throwers, and then you throw your own damn clays and pick up your gun and shoot them.
Well, that is true. The thing is with that is I don't have anywhere to go to do that.
That's a problem.
My cousins had a farm, but they just sold it earlier this year. So and we used to do stuff on the property there, but there's nowhere for me to go to do it legally. That is, and I don't want any citations or anything. I'm reading this thing now, and if y'all don't mind me, it's saying that Trump is saying that he is going to lift the prohibition on military members from carrying weapons on military bases and in recruiting centers. Whether it's true or not, I don't know, but that's what they're saying one of his ideas is, which I imagine would probably be true. I don't see why they'd publish something false like that, but that would be very nice.
Oh, yeah, man, that would be awesome. And I hope he does the whole constitutional carry thing, too, the nationwide constitutional carry, if he can.
That's the next sentence. Furthermore, Trump proposes a national right to carry, a national concealed carry I can't pronounce that word for the life of me. The one that allows every state to honor your carry permit. I have never been able to say that word.
Reciprocity.
Reciprocity. Thank you. Law that would compel states to recognize the concealed carry permits of other states, exactly as driver's licenses. Trump would do away with ineffective gun and magazine bans. And I'm trying to see if there's anything about NFA stuff in here, but it doesn't look like it. Proposes fixing a broken mental health system, which is perfect. You know, so if this article is true, it's ReaganCoalition.com, so you can go look for yourself. And however, it was on my Facebook. That's how I saw it, and read it for yourself. And I don't see why it wouldn't be true, but hey,
I'm speculating that the Hearing Protection Act is going to be real early on when he does that, because it's already ready.
What is the Hearing Protection Act? I haven't heard of it. I mean, it seems pretty obvious.
Taking silencers off of the NFA.
Oh, okay. Because I heard someone in the comments mention that, and I was like, the hearing protection? I didn't know anything about it. But they should be taken off the NFA. I mean, it doesn't make the gun any more deadly. It doesn't make the gun, anything. It doesn't change the functionality of the gun. So I don't see why they're on there to begin with. But, hey, since when does the ATF have to make sense?
I'll tell you what the opposition here in Illinois says. If you let people have silencers, then the people in the hood won't be able to hear the gunshots and know how to duck.
Here's an idea. Why don't we just stop people from killing each other and letting people arm themselves so they can defend themselves? I mean, I like the defending rather than hearing the gunshots and running part. But that's just
this is what an elected official of the state said publicly. I mean,
I take it you all don't elect exactly the smartest people up there.
we'd like to, but there again, we got Chicago.
I mean, I've just never understood that. If you have a room with 50 people in it, and it's a gun-free zone, and someone pulls a gun, nobody in that room can defend themselves. But if someone else has a gun, I just don't see the logic of, well, we'll ban guns and that'll solve the problem. It just doesn't stand up to any logical argument you can come up with.
Well, logic is not something that the left has been accused of too often.
That is true. It just doesn't. Arizona, they don't have many shootings in Arizona last I checked.
Well, no, because we all got guns down here.
Florida,
Yeah.
Even Florida, with our not exactly loose but not exactly tight gun laws, we don't have that many problems with shooting issues. Texas, the only time Texas has a problem with shooting is before they were allowing people to carry guns back in the 90s, and now on military bases where you can't carry a gun. So I mean, it just, you never see shootings at, well, like everybody says, you never see shootings at gun shows. You never see them at gun stores.
I can solve Illinois' gun crisis real easy and real quick. Bomb Chicago out of existence.
Just get everybody from Chicago and move them to California and let them all fight it out. That way you don't have to kill anybody. They can just do it to themselves.
I'm thinking Hawaii is better.
I still say just fence off California. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, why don't we just...
Are you saying...
I was going to say just fence off California and put all the undesirables, the crazies and all over there. It's a big state.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm still hoping that all the celebrities and everybody that said that they were going to quit their jobs and leave America when Trump gets elected goes soon.
Oh, that's what my mom was saying. I got to say my mom, because if you all think I'm watching The View, you might think less of me. But my mom said, I guess they're going to be canceling The View because all of them said they were leaving the country. Which again, is fine with me. Maybe they can put, a better TV show like watching paint dry or something on that slot. Something a little more fun. But I just...
Be back shortly. I got to refill my coffee.
Yeah,
Bring
man,
me
take your
some.
time. We'll be here.
Bring me some. That's what real friends are for.
Oh, man. So, Tino, what ended up bringing you back?
Honestly, this morning I had free time. I was bored. I was like, let me go check it out. I didn't expect to get in a chat, or I didn't even expect one to be going on. But I said, let me go check it out, see if I got any messages or anything. And then that's when I saw some people online. I said, well, let me see anybody I know. And I just started talking, and here I am. You know, and I'd like to be back. I love this website. I love the people on it for the most part. You know, and it's just, you know, because when I was doing it, we had one chat, sometimes 2 a night. Well, we'd have like a topic chat, you know, for an hour, hour and a half, and then we'd just do a BS chat. Someone else would host, and that was what we did, you know. And now to see it all structured, it's real nice. So I really do hope I'm able to get back into it. Like I was
yeah,
before.
man, absolutely. Yeah, there's a hell of a lot of work that's been put into it. I mean, I've been a member now for a little bit over a month, and I've been running this channel for actually a week exactly yesterday.
Oh, good.
So
well, I'm enjoying it.
So I mean. There you go. Yeah, well, we're hoping to get a lot more people over here. That's why, you know, especially with the way things have been lately and stuff like that. Just have everybody come together.
Yeah, you know, it's a good thing. You know, some people work at nights; they can't catch us, so it's good to have them in the morning. You know.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is this a daily thing, or is it once a week, or
Monday through Friday?
Oh, okay, that's nice. That's nice because Fridays. Probably not. Fridays I normally have meetings or something in the morning, but most other days I could probably swing it. But no, it's real nice to have something in the morning to do besides watching TV.
There you go. Yeah, and that's another thing too. You're at work or something like that, and you're bored, and you got some time to listen to some shit. Jump on.
Well, that's what I'm doing. Because I got a TV in front of my desk here, and a lot of times I'll just have, you know, the TV on, listening to the news in case, you know, there's stuff going on. But that just gets boring if there's nothing important going on. I'd rather be doing this until something does happen.
There you go. A little bit better than some of the morning news that they got going on. You know, that could get tedious.
Yeah. After the first 5 minutes, it's all repeats. 4 hours of morning news to hear the same thing 20 times. So, no, thanks. But no, it's a good show. You know, I've enjoyed my time here so far.
There you go. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. Hope you keep coming back.
Yeah, I definitely will. As long as I can figure out how Gun Channels works.
Go ahead.
I was looking like for a tab or something because there was a time we had tabs, and I was just like, okay, I don't see where to go for this. And then I looked at the little sidebar, don't see a place to go. So that's why I asked. I was like, well, maybe I'm missing something. I don't know.
Now the way it's set up, man, I was saying, hell, I'm still sitting here knuckling my computer like a caveman, you know, and I'm not that computer tech savvy at all. And the way it's set up, man, if I can do it, pretty much anybody can come over here and do it.
Well, the only problem, like I was thinking, okay, I'll go to live chat, and then I'll have like a little pop-out tab with all the different chat channels and stuff, and it didn't. That's what confused me. I was like, well, how do I get to the one I want? But I imagine there's a way. I just don't know it.
Well, if you go to the main page, I don't think the early watch is on it, but if you go to the main page, there's a big square right on top where you would post something. And if you just click the arrows and go through, it says every single chat that's on, and it usually gives their date and times.
Well, yeah, that's what I did, but it didn't have yours. That's why I was trying to figure it out.
Oh yeah. I'm still posting stuff, you know.
Which is fine now because I added you to my list or my followers or whatever, however it's set up. So I'll see now when it's on.
Yeah, I got you.
But I'll figure it out.
There you go, man. Glad to have you. Even though I didn't know you before, glad to have you back.
Yeah, no. It's real nice to see new people on here for a while there. Oh.
Yeah, there's been a little boom of a couple of new people. Okay. G-Webs just said early watching is on there. Cool.
Well, he's watching us. Okay, perfect. Because I did not. Oh yeah, now it's showing 18. So yeah, he added it. Oh, that's good. That's good. Makes it easier for me to find it. But because I remember I used to host, and this was a real bad one because it interfered with other stuff. I used to host a Sunday night one. Me and Dano would rotate. He'd take one Sunday, I'd take another. But it just got. That was difficult hosting your own show.
Yeah. Yeah, it was rough the first couple days, man. I actually had Tony come in here my first day and help out a little bit, but you know, I just going through
reading news articles, just pretty much trying to stifle the dead air, you know?
Yeah.
You do better
But
at
yeah.
it than most.
I try.
It wasn't that it was hard to do it. It was easy to host it and set it up. The problem is finding a topic, because like at the time there were chats every night, so you could think of a topic, Monday, and by Sunday someone probably already got it or something, which was fun. I enjoyed it, but it was just I always had trouble finding topics. I was never good at keeping a conversation going, especially like I'd read something that my mind is just a mess. So I much rather I much rather just be a part of them than host them. I'll host it if I need to, but
yeah, I even offered too. If somebody else wants to come up and be a moderator or whatever, I don't really know how that works, but I mean, it doesn't just have to be me. And the topics that I have and come up with, like I said, that's just to kill dead air. We could really run this like a lobby if we had enough people.
Well, that's totally up to you. It's your chat, whatever you want. I mean but
right.
That's why there's certain things that I'll start saying, and I'll be like, well, wait a minute, let's see if they want to talk about that. And I don't want to get off whatever topic you have.
We really don't have a set topic. I just put up the title and let everybody know, what's going on and stuff like that.
But I am hoping that Trump follows through with that article I was reading, because that would be nice. That would definitely be.
Oh, yeah, hey, I just got a PM from you. I don't know why the hell I'm getting them so late, but...
Oh, yeah, I sent it a while ago. I wasn't sure,
the answer is yes.
How you were doing it. So I was like, I don't want to say it in public chat in case he's only allowing certain people. I don't want to start, everybody asking, can I get in, can I get in?
Everybody, man. And matter of fact, I'd love to get more people from YouTube over here too, to get different opinions, get different views, because I mean, all of us here right now at Gun Channels, we fairly have pretty much the same opinions, differ here and there, but for the most part overall. So
yeah, no,
it's good to get different people.
Yeah, it definitely is.
I would like to discuss a side of that topic for a little bit.
Yeah, go ahead.
That's why is it so difficult for the gun people to get together? Now, we can't get 5 or 6 in the room without having a fucking argument.
Well, it depends what gun people you put together.
Yeah, I mean, we're all too. Everybody here obviously is not afraid to speak up, and we're all very opinionated. So that type of shit's gonna happen.
As I just said there.
Yeah.
But a lot of people, what happens, I think, is everybody has their opinions on how the gun law should be. We all agree everybody should be everybody not a felon and everybody not a threat to other people should be able to arm themselves and all. But there are some people, even pro-gunners, that think, yeah, they should, but they should also, you should have to, prove that you know what you're doing with a gun. You should just be able to walk out the store with one and, blow your hand off with it.
Right.
Show like you have some knowledge of how this thing works. Which I'm perfect. You might not like it, but I do think you should have to know, hey, I'm buying this. You don't go buy a car without knowing how to drive. For the most part, you should know something about a gun before you go and purchase it. That's my view. Some people say, well, you're right. You should be able to just go buy it and that's it. Yeah, but I don't want somebody who enjoys guns to not know what they're doing, get a gun, blow their hand off, and then they're like, oh, guns are bad, and want to ban them. So everybody has their own view on that. And I think that's why people will start arguing, or you get into the whole 1911 versus Beretta or SIG or, automatic versus revolver, all those arguments.
Oh, Jesus. Those are those are good ones, man.
I'm just talking about uniting on the fight against gun control. And Christ's sake, if we would unite,
well, yeah,
there wouldn't be any.
I feel if push came to shove, we are all united. Like if shit came to it, we would be. But that's why I was saying earlier, man, it would be great for people to join something local, join the NRA, join the Gun Owners of America. That's great. But then get up and join something local. Something.
Have you all watched Iraq Veteran 88 videos
Yeah.
before? Well, there was
Yeah.
one a long time ago they did about the 1994 crime bill with Barry in that. And Barry said something that is kind of why I think gun owners don't push the issue. And that is when that bill went through, the gun owners and everybody, they could have sued, and that probably would have been overturned. But they didn't because they didn't want to push it. And then they say, oh, well, we got that through. The court sided with us. Let's see what else we can do. And I think that's what it is now. We know that they could push something through, and we just don't want to push it because we don't want them to get something through. We sue, and then the court says, no, they can do that fine, and then they keep going more and more and more. So I think right now that they're not doing any anti-gun stuff, that we just don't want to push it. We don't want to cause trouble. So that way they don't have a reason to. That's my personal opinion on it. You know.
Well, until January 20th, that may well be the facts too.
Yeah, of course that could change, Which tell you the truth, I don't like Obama, don't think but I really don't think he's going to try to push any anti-gun legislation through this next, 72 days, I think it is, or 75 days, whatever it may be. I really don't think he's going to. I think he knows it's a dead issue and he ain't going to do it. And if he does an executive order, he knows Trump is just going to go in there and tear that up day one anyway. So I it's a concern, but I just don't think it's going to happen. Yeah.
I frankly wouldn't mind seeing him do an executive order against guns right before Trump takes office, just to remind Trump he needs to take care of all that bullshit.
Well, here's my philosophy on Trump, and this is why he got my vote and why I think he'll be. Trump is too arrogant and too egotistical to just let himself fail on a national level as president, fall flat on his face. And that's why I think he's going to do his best to show the world, hey, I can do good. That's my personal view. I don't think he wants to fail in front of the whole world. That's just me. Everybody has their own view, but that's mainly what I think is going to push him to do his best.
I'll agree with you to a point. I think that the ego part is right, but I think he's going to do as little as possible so he can't fuck up.
Oh, he might. I really don't know. I just, frankly, it would be hard pressed to see how much. The only way we could get worse, in my opinion, is if we keep going the way we've been going these past 8 years. I really can't feasibly think of something that Trump could do that's going to, unless, he launches a nuclear bomb or something, which I don't think he's going to do. But I just really don't see a way we could get worse or farther off track than we already are. Mind you, I'm in my early 20s, so I haven't seen as much as maybe you all have. So correct me if I'm wrong. But
I'm nearly lapping the third round of being in 20.
Well, yeah, you've probably seen a little bit more than I have, and that's why I said it that way. There may be something he does that screws us up even worse. I don't know what it could possibly be, but I'm just hoping for the best.
Yeah, I'm looking at this story right now that Priest linked about all these idiot stars urging their fans to fight and something about a revolution.
Let them try it.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
They should be arrested for inciting violence.
Well, here's my thing. Had Hillary won, we would have to suck it up, and there wouldn't be no rioting, mainly because we'd have to go back to our jobs. There'd be no rioting. There'd be none of this walkout stuff. There'd be none of protesting. We would take it. Hey, that's how the country is. Would there be small pockets of people who do? Yeah. But you wouldn't see any Hollywood elites saying, oh, we need to boycott this, we need to fight back. There would be none of that.
No, not at all. And you wouldn't see us. I mean, listen, we would bitch about it. I know
yeah.
I would, you know.
Oh yeah.
But we wouldn't be in the middle of the fucking streets burning flags. You
Nope.
know, and you know, stopping traffic and shit.
Nope.
Ridiculous.
You know, and they had said that if Trump wins if Trump loses rather, he's going to start all these riots and stuff. It came to fruition. He won, but that would have never happened. And now look at all these presumably Hillary supporters. Because I don't see any Trump supporters that are going to go riot just for the hell of it.
No.
You know, what would be the point? They're rioting. High school kids are walking out of class, which I say fine, let them walk out, and I'd suspend every one of them for 3 days.
Yep.
Go ahead. You're leaving school grounds without permission. And I know when I was in high school, that was a suspendable offense. Suspend them all for 3 days.
Oh, that's a big no-no.
Yeah. Can't do that now. Suspend them all. You know, you don't have a right to just walk out of class when you're 16, 17 years old. You know, you don't have that freedom, as far as I know. I don't think there's you can't just walk out of your class. That's just, you can't do it for security reasons, at least.
Right.
You know.
Right, exactly. And no, I could see us going to protest, stuff like that, especially if Hillary won and she started taking our rights away and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
But come on now. There's a way to do things and there's a way to be stupid.
Well, my favorite is I saw one of my friends on Facebook, which she's no longer my friend. She said, well, if Trump takes away my ability to get birth control for free, I'm just going to make men pay for it before I do anything with them. What?
Yeah. Yeah, that's
What
just
is it
ignorant.
our responsibility to pay for your birth control? I have a little book here that's the Constitution. Nowhere in there did I ever read the words birth control as a guaranteed right.
Mm-mm. Keep your
Unless
fucking legs
there's been a
closed,
change.
you know?
Yeah, unless there's been a change, you have no right to birth control. You know, is it nice that for now the government's been paying for you? Yeah. But it's not going to keep going. You can't, that's just not it, you know. Saying you have a right to birth control would be like saying I have the right to a car, so the government has to buy me a car if I can't afford it. Things work. You know, you may have a right to travel freely, but you don't have a right to a vehicle. You may have the right to screw every Tom, Dick, and Harry you want. You don't have a right to birth control. You know,
Right.
And that was just like, okay, you know, and I was going to type something back to her, but I just unfriended her. I wasn't going to start that. Yeah.
You know what I've come to realize, Tino, is that talking to some of these guys out there, it's almost pointless.
Mm-hmm. You know,
Almost pointless.
I don't get it. You know, and
I don't think any of us do.
I mean, and I enjoy talking about it with people with the same and with opposing views. But you're not entitled to your own facts of the situation. You know, I had one guy say, "Well, Obama's done great." Okay, really? Well, he took on more debt than any other president. Well, the Republicans let him do that. Okay, but now when the Republicans are stopping him, they're obstructionists. So which one is it? Either they let him do everything he wants, and he screws up the country, or they stop him, they're obstructionists. Either way, it's their fault. And I just like, okay.
Well, let's see how well they jump in line with Trump when he wants stuff.
You know, that's really what's bothering me is I'm not worried so much about Trump as I am of these Republicans who think that we'll just stop everything he's going to do. You know, and it's getting to the point now where they should just all work together for the people, and that's it. You know, there's nothing Trump has said he's going to do that is totally crazy that I'm aware of.
Well, no, the thing is, though, is that people don't actually listen to what the hell he's saying. I talked about this yesterday. There was a Latino woman, and she said about how hard it was for her and her family to become legal citizens, and it's like a slap in the face. Come in and stay for free without doing any work, without doing anything. And I said, you know what? There's a smart woman that actually listened to. Not only was she Latino, Hispanic, whatever, woman, both people
Well,
that apparently Trump hates.
Let
You know?
me tell you. My uncle, he was born in Cuba. He immigrated over here in the 70s. Or, yeah,
Right.
it was the 70s. He had a daughter in Cuba. In 2003, 2004, they started the paperwork to bring her over here. She came over here August 2014, legally. When she went to apply for help and stuff, the help was only for people who came illegally. Legally, you get no help. So what's your incentive to come here legally? It takes 10
Exactly.
years. You don't get shit when you get here. Why do it legally? And that's the great president who did all that. Because you used to get help when you came here legally. You know, and then everybody's saying, well, times are tough for them. Okay, let me put it to you like this. Your wife and your 3 kids have a home. You can't pay your mortgage. You can't go to your local bank, rob the bank, take that money, pay your mortgage, and expect not to go to jail because you needed it. It was hard times. Okay?
Right. People are forgetting.
You know, you don't get to just...
People are forgetting what the word illegal means.
Exactly. You don't get to break the law just because it's hard times. You know, it's just not how it works. You know, I feel bad for you. I will help you as much as I can, but you cannot break the law, and I won't condone you breaking the law just because, oh, well, I'm having hard times, and I don't want to do it the right way. You know, that's just not right to the people who do it the correct way.
Well, yeah, you got to think people that bust their ass every day and work for a living, they have a fucking hard time too. You know? And we don't break the law. You know, we stay as legal as we can. Now, like people in California, the ones that don't want to go along with registering their cert or with their military style rifles or whatever. I understand that. I'm not going to tell them to follow or break the law. You know, I understand that, and that's a personal opinion or a personal decision that you have to make. You know.
Well, there's a difference there, and it's called civil disobedience. They're not breaking any. They're breaking a law that, in and of itself, is pretty much unconstitutional. And they're doing it peacefully. They're not out there firing their guns at the people who are trying to come and register them or something. They're not out there causing trouble. They're just saying, we're not going to do it. You know.
Yeah, no, you didn't see any of us shooting up the polls or anything like that, you know?
Nope. You know, and that's what the difference is. They're disobeying the law is not causing a hardship for anybody else. You know, they're not coming over here and demanding we pay for them to get this, that, and the other and stuff. They're just, hey, we don't agree with this law. We think it needs to change, and that's it.
Yeah, exactly. There's a huge difference.
You know, and it's just wrong how they're acting and how they're doing all this illegal stuff. Sean goes, I'm ready for Trump to use a monster truck and do a burnout on Michelle's garden. Let's make methanol-powered gardening great again. I love that.
I don't know, man. It's sad how things have been the past, even 10 years, man. It's just things have been going downhill for, I don't even know how long.
You know,
hopefully we can turn it around now.
That's what I always tell people. I didn't like President Bush. He did an all right job. I didn't like him. But I never once questioned his dedication to this country and its people. I can't say the same for Obama, because he's helped just about everybody else but the American people. And that's just my opinion.
Well, yeah, right. That's and that's the thing too, is that our president, with some of
hey, I don't know what you're. Wait a minute. I don't know what you're using, but we can't barely hear you. I mean, it's real low and real far. I want you to say, now you're good. I didn't want you to finish your whole thought and then nobody hear it.
Yeah, it's windy out here. I had to take the dog out. But yeah, you know, that's the thing, is that we haven't come together. We expect for the government now to handle everything, but it's up to us to kind of come together as a community. You know, the president can only help us so far with our policies, with our economy. Exactly. You know, he can't help us.
no matter what the president does, the chances of him affecting your life in a huge way is usually pretty small. It's more of affecting the entire country. And that's what people don't understand. Nothing Trump does, he could sign a paper January 21st. It's not going to affect you for weeks, months, or maybe a year later. You know, they think, oh, well, he'll sign a paper, it's going to screw up my life, and I'm going to lose my health insurance, this, that, the other. No, if they repeal Obamacare January 21st, he gets it passed, they pass it, you know, it's gone. It's not going to be repealed that day. I'm sure there's going to be a transitioning period. You know, I'm sure they're going to, you know, okay, let's try this. We're going to go, you know, now you have to get your health care this way. Whatever they do, it's not going to all happen that day, and it's not all going to be gone that day. You know, and that's what people don't understand.
Well, see, and I don't know how it is in your state.
It's
horrible.
Well,
I'm out again.
Yeah, you're in and out. But
I'm sorry, man.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I just want the people to be able to hear you. But in my state, it's not really that bad because Florida opted out of it.
Right, yeah. Well, we got premiums out here. And I'm in Arizona. We got premiums skyrocketing. We got, you know, doctors leaving.
You know what happened? My dad, he works for one of the larger health insurance companies. He's a senior something. I forget what this exact. Either way, what Obama did with Obamacare is he said, all right, if you're on Medicaid, now he basically said, well, we'll send people, if you need people to help trim your trees, that's covered under Medicaid with Obamacare. If you need people to cut your grass, they'll do it. You need somebody to do your dishes, they'll do it. Housework, everything's covered. And it's not supposed to be like that. But that's what his Obamacare did. It basically said, okay, well, you have a broken arm, so you can't do anything. We'll just pay for somebody to do it for you. The government will.
Nice and convenient for everybody. Yeah. And that's, in my opinion, that's why we're in the situation we're in right now, is because of convenience.
That's exactly the reason. I mean, I'm all for helping people, but you can't make people dependent on everybody else. You know, because there are people who need help. And I admit that. There are people that need help, and I'm all for helping them. But, you know, when you have veterans who are waiting 3, 6, 9 months for an MRI, and by the time they get it, they're dead or they can't help them, that's a problem, in my opinion. Especially if you're giving money to illegals and all these other countries that hate us. That to me is a problem.
Yeah, you're just feeding the fire at that point.
Yeah, exactly. You can't. You know, and that's why I'm hoping now everything's going to be different.
You know, I'm hoping that too, but it's going to come down to us. It's going to come down to the American people, you know?
Yep.
That's why I tried to advocate earlier today, you know, go join your locals, whatever grassroots you got around you, do your research and, you know,
get
involved.
And that's really what it comes down to. The problem that I have, like with the NRA and stuff, is that they talk a lot, and they do a lot. Don't get me wrong. What's my phone? But they also seem like it's a lot about money to them now. It's more about money than the actual fight sometimes, and that's how it looks to me anyway. And that's what bothers me.
That's because armies of lawyers cost a lot of money.
That is true. You know, but they're always, we'll send you this little bag if you spend $25. This one if you send $50. This you get. I'm just like, just give me a flat fee. I mean, I don't need you sending me a catalog every month that says we'll give you this and this if you upgrade this. Stop spending money on that. Use that money for the lawyers and do what we're giving you the money to do. In my opinion.
Well, I think I got like 3 hats.
Yeah, I don't need 25 hats and 42 magazines. What the hell am I going to do with them? Read all these magazines. Because there was a time they were sending me like 2 different magazines a month. And I was like, okay, you sent me 2 magazines, and they're 75% the same. Just different orders and stuff like that. Well, I don't need this. Stop sending me this. Use that $20 you're spending on that magazine for something else. You know, and that's what kind of pissed me off. I'm still a member. At least last I checked, I'm still a member. But it just stop wasting money on useless stuff. You know, if someone sends in a big donation or something, yeah, send them a hat, send them a bag, whatever. But I don't need all of it. That's just me.
No, I hear you, but that's what I'm trying to advocate, kind of local stuff, because it seems like the NRA's kind of gotten into like the corporate part of it, and I know they need their lawyers and all that stuff to actually get stuff accomplished. But you know, if you do stuff locally, I feel like you're getting stuff done.
Yeah, locally, definitely. Stateside, definitely.
As an individual, I was just gonna say, as an individual. The NRA is going to do more than we can as individuals, but if you want to be a voice, join something local.
Yep. And especially if your state has got gun law issues, or they're strongly anti-gun, or your state's trying to get some pro-gun stuff passed, it's definitely helpful to be part of a group where a lot of people can share their views and you share ideas that might help push it forward.
Exactly, especially places like California, man, Nevada. Now they need to actually really come together.
Yeah, and Nevada is getting bad. Nevada used to be pretty good about that, but I guess
Hawaii is terrible too.
Well, Hawaii, for whatever reason, they've always been like that. I mean, there's even a guy here that's from Hawaii, and he said it's always been like that. I forget what the guy's name was.
I think you're talking about.
One of them is Hawaii Volcano Squad, and the other one is
Let me look. Yeah, Z Islander. Yeah, Z Islander.
I just got back to my PC. Let's make methanol-powered gardening great again.
yeah. I thought I read that.
Did you? I didn't hear you.
Is anybody on the YouTube page seeing if they're asking stuff? I don't.
Let me see here. I'll go over. I'm heading over there
There
right
used
now.
to be
No.
There used to be a little thing that said how many people were watching, but I don't know where it's at.
Let's see. I got 5 on YouTube right now. I got one comment. That guy, that's the God of Jesus. Hopefully he comes over here, man. I'd love to hear from everybody, anybody and everybody, no matter what your views and opinions are. As long as you're for freedom, come on over.
Yeah, and that's how it should be. There was a time that we were trying to get people who were not exactly as pro-gun as us in here to hear what their views were and talk with them. I don't know if that ever happened.
No. You know what, though? That would be awesome. That'd probably be a great show.
Oh, it definitely would. But the thing is, for whatever reason, they don't want to come in or whatever their reasoning is.
I don't know. I guess a lot of people would rather just tweet about it or something. Who knows?
To talk to gun control people that you're not immediately friends with, that you don't know personally, is a difficult thing to do because they really don't want to talk to you. They just want to spout their talking points.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I think there was one time that we had somebody who was less pro-gun than we were. He just screamed, yelled, and then left. But what can you do?
Yeah.
I just
if they use any form of rationale or logic or intelligence, there is no argument.
No, I
Yeah, well, that's the thing, though. A lot of people that I've talked to, and I'm not trying to down the left as in a generalized statement, but a lot of the people that I've personally talked to, man, there's almost like no logic in it at all. They see one side of the story, they believe that side of the story, and that's the only side of the story,
yeah,
as far as
exactly.
they're concerned.
They see one side of it, and that's the way they think it should be.
I don't know if you guys are watching the Gun Channel side, but there is a Trump news conference coming up.
It's on now.
Okay.
Yeah, Obama and him are speaking.
God, I hope it ain't like with Obama and some bitches on TV or radio every 3 or 4 days.
I mean, it probably will be.
Yeah, because I heard he made a great speech the other day. I wouldn't say great, but it's better than anything he's really ever said before. But you kind of read between the lines, and you can see that he's super unhappy about the outcome. I don't know.
Oh yeah, he's definitely because that's the thing. Everybody, even I expected Hillary to win. I really did not see Trump winning. There was there was a website that had like an interactive map you could click and give what state to who, and it tells you how many electoral votes. Every which way I did it, there was no way Trump was going to win. So that's why when it was happening, I was in shock. It just wasn't registering, I guess, for whatever the reason may be.
Yeah.
I'm definitely happy with the outcome. Don't get me wrong on that.
For sure. Absolutely. I wouldn't have had it any other way, but well, I mean, I'm sure that there's better people than Trump. It's not that I'm excited that Trump himself personally
I'm just
won.
excited Hillary did.
Exactly, and we don't have anybody standing in our way anymore,
Right.
except for some of the protesters on the damn highways. But other than that, we can actually fight for our rights and have a chance to win.
Yep. Hopefully, no more constitutional infringements.
At least that, because when I hear people say that I'm pro Second Amendment, all this, all that, I understand it. Me too, but I would rather present it as I'm pro Constitution.
Exactly. I want all of the constitutional rights, not just one, not two. I happen to like 4, 5, and 8. Those are kind of nice too.
Due process, all that's fine. The barter, you can't do the Quartering Act. Barring the Quartering Act,
Yeah,
nobody,
exactly.
no soldiers can come and knock on my door and come live with me because of the Constitution.
That the third?
I think so. Yeah.
I think the third is the Quartering Act, and then the fourth one would be due process, I believe.
4 is search and seizure. Yeah.
Oh yeah, search and seizure. Yeah.
And 8 is cruel and unusual punishment. Last I checked, I think it's 8. It's scary too how many people don't know what's in the Constitution.
I think a lot of people probably know it, but they couldn't recite it.
Well, no, a lot of people don't actually know it. I mean, there's some people who think you have a right to all types of stuff that's nowhere in the Constitution.
Well, I granted there's a lot of people who think everything is a right. But I mean, the basic Bill of Rights part of the Constitution, I think, is pretty much ingrained in everybody.
I mean, I'd like to think so. I don't know. It's been a while since I've been in school.
Obviously, you don't deal with Common Core, huh? It's no telling what's in that son of a bitch.
No, that's exactly it. They haven't implemented that yet.
Yeah, Sean said that the stream on the chat box on that thing is insane, and it's going so fast, man. I couldn't leave a comment if I tried. I wouldn't even be
Oh,
able to
what
read it.
on the Obama thing, or
Yeah, and there's a live stream on YouTube right now, and it is just going
oh,
batshit.
I got it on Fox watching it. I don't like watching it on the computer like that because it always with the comments and everything. It's like I get distracted, and I have an attention disorder. If y'all haven't figured out.
Oh yeah, no, you're preaching to the choir on that one, man. I get so distracted sometimes.
I'll be watching the comments. I'll totally miss what's going on. Yeah.
Sean just left this. If you guys don't mind, I'm gonna read it real quick. It's short. Trump releases his plan for the Second Amendment, leaves millions furious. One
Yeah.
common criticism of a billion. What?
That's what I was reading to you earlier.
Okay, yeah.
That's actually the exact link I was reading to you earlier. So that's perfect.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he
That
just put
is-
it on there.
That's misleading, though, because that ain't something Trump released. That's something they put together from what Trump has said in the past.
Oh, that's exactly why I said if it's true, it's very nice. But I don't. Until Trump says it, and in fact, until he does it, I don't believe it.
Right, yeah, there's so much bullshit out there.
From what's going down, or at least what I can gather is going down, I think it might look really good for us two egg people. If his son is actually starting that new foundation, which I'm sure is a scam to make money, but still. And then,
You talking about that one that Trump and his son started?
yeah,
Yeah.
Oh, what is that? I didn't hear anything about that.
some Second
It's
Amendment,
2A coalition.
2A coalition.
Second
there you
Amendment
go.
coalition.
Oh,
Yeah.
But think about it. I mean, Trump openly jumped in bed with the NRA. Now, I don't recall seeing anything like that from any of our past presidents.
nope. Now, my thing is, did he do that because he's really pro Second Amendment, or did he do that because he needed the NRA votes?
Well,
And that's
Yeah,
what
you know, that's a
got me
good
wondering.
question. That's a good question,
I'm
but as
sure-
long as he follows through, honestly, I really don't
exactly.
give a shit.
I mean, he's already elected. I really don't. Whether he did it for the votes or whether he's actually pro Second Amendment, that's two different things. I'm not exactly concerned about. What I am concerned about is him actually following through
Yeah.
with, whether he's all the way pro Second Amendment like the NRA. Not exactly the biggest concern to me, as long as he's just not gonna. He's gonna help out the best he can. If that makes sense.
well, I would
Oh, yeah.
imagine that somebody, if it's just Cox or LaPierre, have his cell phone number. I don't think any of our past Republican presidents would have had the balls to do that.
Nope.
No. I mean, hell, we had the Republicans in the Senate and the House. I mean, not, and when Obama was here, and they ended up letting most of his shit go. They just didn't want to deal with it and argue with it.
And that's when I changed my mind about Trump, is when he got with the NRA.
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I was never going to go and vote anywhere else, but I was really not a fan of Trump at all until then.
My
I'm not
thing.
the hugest.
My thing is, I was always anti-Hillary, so whoever it was is what's going to get my vote. That's basically the truth of the whole matter. Whether it was Trump, Cruz, Rubio, Kasich, whoever it was, they were going to get my vote. Anybody but Hillary, and that was basically what Trump was.
That's where I was at too.
As somebody who, when you have an FBI director come out and everybody say, "Oh, she's innocent," they cleared her. No, they didn't clear her. That's not what the FBI said, and that is what really solidified my mind in the fact that we cannot allow her to have this nationwide power, worldwide power, to be president, it would just be horrible, and that was it.
I despise that woman from back in the It Takes a Village days.
Oh yeah, I mean, you definitely know what she's done her whole lifetime. I only got the past 10 years or so paying attention to her, but
Well, see, that's the thing, man. People that are voting for Hillary right now, it's like you can go back to the 90s and see a speech. You can go to 2008 and see her speak. You can go to 2012 and see her speak. You can go to the recent times and see her speak. And there's not one thing in there that's the same. She constantly keeps changing her opinions. So, I mean, how do you say she's not a liar?
And no, I'm all for opinions changing. My opinion changes too. But the problem is,
Well, yeah, right. But,
with her, it changes to who she can get votes from. No, marriage is between a man and a woman. Oh, wait a minute. I need those votes. Marriage is between anybody who wants to get married. You can marry a lamp if that's going to get you to vote for me. Wait a minute here. Make up your mind. You can't. That's not a change of opinion. That's a pandering for votes.
Well, see,
Frankly.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
That's like with Trump and gun control. A lot of the guys here were going on and on and on about Trump used to be in favor of the assault weapons ban. But people tend to lean a little bit more right as they age.
Yep.
Be it wisdom or what.
But Hillary's always been, and that's another thing. She's always been anti-gun. Her husband signed the crime bill. So why would I think she's going to do anything to help us out? She's not. Apparently, Trump is leaving the White House and he's going to the Capitol building.
yeah, oh, yeah, you're still watching it too?
Yeah, I got it on the TV in front of me.
Yeah.
It should be an interesting 4 years, to say the least.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know what? I just hope that we don't have to go. Go ahead. Go ahead, Tony.
You had to. I was just going to say I'm interested in looking at the first 100 days. That should be a good barometer of what's coming.
Yeah, I mean, in the first 100 days will definitely be interesting. Hell, the first week is definitely going to be interesting. But
I would give him a week to figure out what's going on, learn the shit he absolutely has to learn. But, all the information they're going to give him once he's sworn in.
well, I think that's what happens now is they give him most of that stuff now during these next 72 days. That way, after he's sworn in, it's just get going.
I don't know how much he's going to accomplish in the first week. And if you're right, then he may have a opportunity to do more than I expect.
Because I think that's the whole point of the whole transition team and everything is right now they're briefing him on everything, setting up all his email, setting up all his phones and everything. And then that way he's elected, he's ready to go. Sean is saying exactly what we were saying. That's actually the transition period for. He's getting the Grand Protocol Tour, nuclear football, PIOC, Hooker escape tunnel used by JFK. Bill's old humidor, things like that.
She ain't in the White House no more.
Oh my God.
We're at the top of the hour real quick. I just want to take a quick break here and invite everybody on YouTube side. Come on over to Gun Channels. It's gunchannels.com. It's free to join, free to become a member. We got a ton of stuff for you to do over here. Live chats, type chats, buy, sell, trade. There's everything over here that you could imagine. So come on down. Gunchannels.com.
This is Bill's old humidor, formerly known as Monica. Is that? But
I was trying to be slightly more subtle.
I knew what you were doing, but I said the hell with it. Might as well start off the hour good.
Oh crap!
What are your all's opinion on Paul Ryan? Since kind of in a lull.
I mean, I kind of like him.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not his biggest fan, but I'm hoping he works with Trump.
No, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think that'll be an issue. I don't think any of them are going to have a real problem working with Trump. I think the only reason they were distancing themselves is so they didn't get burned by him when he went down in flames.
Well, yeah, right. Yeah, they want to keep their job when the election's over.
My whole thing is the way I look at it now is Republicans own everything. I got the House, the Senate, the presidency. If they don't do good now, they will never have all three of those again. And that's the way I'm looking at it, and that's why I'm so concerned about them screwing it up. Is because if you get the Democrats get all three of those, you're done. There's not going to be this country how we knew it anymore. They're going to pass all types of crap.
We come perilously close to the Democrats getting the presidency and the Senate. Way too close.
Yep, yeah, exactly. That's why if they don't do good now, how are you going to convince them to elect them all again?
And I still voted against my Republican representative from here. Or actually, he'd be a senator. That freaking Kirk is a slimy son of a bitch.
Well, that's how a lot of them were here. Like, I don't like Marco Rubio, to tell you the truth. But I sure as hell wasn't going to vote for Democrat.
Oh, no.
Did Marco get an F on the NRA scorecard?
I don't remember. I don't think so.
Mark Kirk did.
Let me Google it real quick. He's rated, Rubio's a B+. I mean, it's better than Patrick Murphy. That guy's a dumbass. And I was sure I wasn't going to vote for him.
Both candidates for my Senate seat here are both Fs to the NRA.
Is there anybody that's rated anything but an F in Illinois?
Oh, yeah. Hell, we got a Republican governor.
Yeah, but where's he on the gun control issue?
If I were to guess, I would say he would be a strong B+, maybe A-.
Oh.
Yeah, but there's not really anything.
Yeah, he can't do nothing.
There's a lot of Fs in the Senate and the House. The state Congress, whatever the hell you want to call it.
Yeah, I mean, from what I understand, we still pretty much have the same House and Senate we had last time, except for a couple more Democrats. But, at least we have all three, so we have the majority in all three, and hopefully some shit goes through.
Well, it should be substantially easier to convince a couple of Democrat senators to bend your way than it is to try to stop them when they have the whole freaking show.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's that, and that's where my hope is coming in right now. You know, I mean, obviously we can't really do anything but hope at this point in time, but that's what I'm hoping for.
Well, that next day, I said all that day, this is when we start taking back our rights, you know. Right, them suckers, do everything you can to keep their mind focused on giving us back rights that have been taken.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm not all that opposed to Obamacare as a theory. I just don't like what they did in practice.
In a theory, it would have been okay. You know, I mean, it wouldn't have been great, but it would have been good. But the way that you're right, the way that they did it was just
Well, the whole idea of Nancy Pelosi coming out is we gotta pass it so we know what's in it. Really? Is that how you do every bill that you have?
yeah, right.
That's when the world realized that America was run by fucking idiots.
Who's playing with an AK?
I am sorry.
No boys on the. I knew somebody was. I could hear all the clicking. Who's playing with the AK?
Yeah, I'm thinking that I might have to get a new piston for one of my for my Wazer because it's kind of looking like it's cracking, but I can't really tell. So I'm gonna have to take it apart later and look at it.
Send it to me. I'll give you $200 for it.
That's okay.
Great
I'm
deal.
actually this is the one. I'm actually thinking about selling this one today. I'm hoping that the prices are still semi decent on selling them because I got to go get me a new computer, and I really don't have $400 to just drop right out.
I mean, what probably would have been a good idea is if you sold it before the election, because then you would have gotten a good price on it because everybody's thinking they were going to get banned.
Yeah, well, before the election, I didn't want to sell it. I didn't want to sell it because I wanted to keep it just in case.
That's true. It's a double-ended sword.
Yeah. Hey, I know Tony does. I don't know if you do. If either one of you guys could help me, but I got an old M1903. Just bringing it back to guns real quick, and the the fixed magazine on it. I think my spring is collapsing, but I'm not sure. Every time I go to cycle it, I take out the spent shell and then go to put back in the new one. Sometimes, like on every other round, will actually nosedive into the magazine. What is that? A feeding problem or a feeding ramp problem or a follower problem, or does anybody kind of know?
It's nose diving?
The actual projectile is going down. It's
If I were to guess, I would take a look at the follower first.
Yeah.
Because that's the only thing that would change every other round.
Yeah,
Okay.
I nose diving. I really don't know because normally you got the going upward. How's it pointing down? Unless you got, I think it's probably a weak spring or a follower issue. I would say. I've never heard of that before.
Well, I noticed a problem the last time I took it out, and I guess I really never messed with it. So, just wondering because I don't want to take the whole thing apart and everything if I don't have to.
Well, I mean, how much is a follower for one? What? I can't imagine they're that expensive.
No, I don't think so. But I would probably have to go online or search for one. I don't think that I can get one
M19
locally.
You don't think Walmart carries followers for M1903s?
Have you been to Walmart in America lately, Amit? They don't.
Excuse me, good sir. Where is your World War I surplus equipment? Just go past the tanks.
Yeah.
What's up, Amit? How you doing today?
I'm good.
Good.
I'm
good.
looking here. It's like $8. So I mean, you can always replace it. See
Oh,
what
okay.
happens.
I can't imagine it's
Right.
that difficult to pick apart and put back together. I mean, it's a military issue bolt-action rifle. It's probably not that complicated.
Taking
Have
out
you?
the fixed magazine's kind of a pain.
No, it's a yeah, but I mean, you'll probably find out what's wrong the moment you do it.
Oh yeah,
I can't imagine
yeah,
it's something very complicated. I mean, again, it's a bolt-action rifle. It's
pretty simple. Pretty
simpler than
simple.
that, and it'd be a hammer.
Yeah. Yep.
Almost,
Yep.
almost bought a hammer today. I was at the hardware store. I was like, "Can I have that hammer?" My wife was like, "Yeah." I was like, "Nah, you're not. You don't need that." Because I don't need it. I just want it because it's a big hammer.
Well, how about you guys, man? You can only have the one pistol, so you can buy a hammer and use that as a backup weapon.
I got my shovel as a backup.
There you go.
If it was small enough to carry it, that's the problem. Any cold weapon that's good enough to actually be a backup is too big for me to actually carry it. Because I'm not gonna carry a fucking shovel around. Fuck, I don't even think I need a gun if I could just if I could comfortably fucking carry that shovel around.
Just toss it over your shoulder and walk down the
Well,
street.
no, I mean the bad guy might have a gun, and then I'm in kind of a problem. But unless he has a gun, if I have a shovel, he's fucked.
Yeah. Well, you could take the shovel and knock his gun out of his hand.
Nah, he'd shoot me. I'd like to see a motherfucker try to knock a gun out of my hand when I'm with a shovel. You better be one hell of a ninja to pull that shit. But yeah, no, it was like a 10, 12 pound hammer. I love
Oh
those
yeah.
hammers. They're just useful for so many things.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, but you can't hang one of those off your belt loop.
No. I can carry it like on my back like a greatsword.
There you go.
Hilarious. I have like a custom leather sheath made for it.
Yeah, you would definitely have to send a video of that one if you ever did it.
I don't think the police would like that.
No.
Like me just walking down the street with a fucking hammer strapped to my back. Although, what are they gonna say? It's a work tool.
Yeah.
But again, if I do that, I might as well just carry my shovel. I need to find a way to like strap my. Have you seen my shovel?
No.
It's right here. That's the shovel. All right, listen to that.
Yeah, I can see it.
It's so sharp, man. I don't think it can dig a hole. It can cut someone's head off. Let's see if I have something. I have a piece of wood. Let's see what happens. We'll make an experiment. I'm actually not trying to do any stupid bullshit with it. Is it on the piece of wood? It's like it's not real wood. It's like plywood. Can you see it?
Yeah.
I don't know if you can see it. You're not saying.
Yeah, I see it good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Damn.
I'm playing with my shovel.
You got the wife yelling at you?
Yeah. Oh shit.
Yeah, you got him stuck.
My wife is looking at me like I'm retarded. Yes, I am. Yeah, that'll do the job of a person, I guess.
Oh yeah, that wouldn't feel good on a skull.
Yeah, I need to sharpen it more though, because I was expecting it to go right through that. With all the weight that it has.
That thing weighs?
I don't know, good, probably 3 pounds. I don't know, something like that. I could check.
Damn.
Yeah, so you see, this could be a backup weapon. Anyway, that plywood's pretty fucking tough. Because it's like, it's 4 layered. No, I don't want to hold it in my hand while I'm doing that. That's just,
Nah.
it'd be funny for like the live chat, but now it's so funny for
Yeah. Yeah, if we had more viewers, I would suggest that you did it, but I don't want you to hurt yourself for 8 people.
No, I'll get like, I need to get like a piece of like ribs or something. Cause they cut some crazy shit with that thing on their demonstration video, but I guess theirs is much sharper than this one.
Well, yeah, I've seen like a couple of e-tools and stuff like that that are, pretty damn sharp.
No, I didn't sharpen it, so it's as it came from the factory, so it's not super sharp. Although, I mean, seriously, I don't think, and that's pretty solid. I don't know. I could go and dig out one of my combat knives and see if, but I don't think a knife would do a better job at it.
No, I mean, depending on the weight, I guess, but probably not.
I don't have any like big ass Bowie knives. A big Bowie knife with like an 11, 12-inch blade that weighs a pound probably would do it. But yeah, I desperately want one, by the way. I can't really afford to buy a good quality one. I want a case one, the case Bowie knives.
Yeah, but those are like what? Those now you're talking about in the hundreds of dollars, though, huh?
Yeah, those are fucking expensive, but man, they're beautiful. I just want to hang one on the wall. I don't even want to $30-something on eBay, but fuck, they're nice. A big ass knife, Says fuck off.
So since we're talking about I think we lost Tony. Are you still there, Tino?
Yeah, I am. I was just down. I was away for a minute.
Oh, no worries, no worries.
Yeah, I don't have to like explain to you guys why I need something. I know that, but still. The problem is explaining to myself why I spend $135 on something.
See, I got a problem explaining that to my wife. That's what I got a problem with.
You heard her telling me that I'm an idiot. Come outside, she came out. She's like, "What the hell are you doing?" And I'm like, with this shovel with a piece of wood stuck on it.
Oh man.
I gotta run and get something. I'll be back in a minute.
All right, brother. So we were talking earlier today. One of the topics was, are you ready for like a bug out situation? Like having a bug out bag ready. What kind of prepping do you do, if any, if you had to leave?
I am not ready currently for a bug out situation. I was prepping for bugging in. I never really prepped for out because I don't really think I'll need to. I live in a small place. I would like to do a lot of stuff. The problem is, you got to prioritize your actual current needs. Oh yeah, that shovel is 1.8 pounds. It's not as heavy as I thought, but it's a good weight. Actually, I'll probably get around to it. The other thing is, now that I have a baby, that complicates.
Oh yeah, that's really, having a baby, man, is expensive.
Not only that, but if you're gonna bug out, you're gonna have to think about how you're gonna carry all the junk that a baby needs. I'm not talking about like toys and shit, although probably you should take some.
keep
I
them
know.
like occupied.
No, let's talk about a serious I'm not going to talk about zombie apocalypses. If we're talking about a situation, which is not an unlikely situation, where let's say there's an earthquake and the water supply where I am is fucked, and we have to get the fuck out of here. The government
Right.
is too busy to take care of us right now, which is completely possible if there's a major natural disaster. Okay, and we have to get out of here. So, if I'm going to be spending a week out of my home, I probably should take some toys for the baby, because otherwise I'm gonna have the time. I'm gonna have a crying baby to take care of instead of doing other shit that's gonna be necessary. So actually, it's not that bad of an idea to have some things. Um, Medicines for, I mean, getting a bug out bag that's good. It's you need to think it over. You don't. It's not. I mean, people spend a lot of time talking about what gun you're gonna use, what knives you're taking. Well, it's
Right.
not as important as having
I
the
can't hear
calorie count.
Emmett.
Huh?
I can't hear Emmett.
You can't
Oh
hear
no.
me?
Barely.
Let me see. Let me see if I can do something about that. I don't know what I can, because Jimmy hears me fine, but I might be able to like boost my microphone or something.
Yeah, if you can't go ahead, I got these big ass headphones on, man, so I could probably hear a mouse fart in the background.
That would be a useless capability. But wait, oh, my microphone is pretty. Well, let's try this. How
That
about
I
now?
hear.
Now you hear me?
That's pretty good, yeah.
All right. I boosted it about twice as much as it was before. The problem is that sometimes when I boost it, I get that devil voice, and then no one can understand the word I'm saying. Yeah. I mean, you need to worry about medicine. You need to worry about food, calorie count, um, hygiene. There's a lot of shit that needs to go in a bug out bag that people don't think about because it's not as interesting as stuffing it full of magazines or whatever, like ammo and shit. And assuming we're not talking about a complete collapse of civilization, you're not going to be looting and shit. So you're going to need that stuff.
Well, that's kind of one of my things with these preppers that you see a lot. They're accumulating so much shit, and it's like, if you have to go, what the fuck are you gonna do with it?
Well, hence the two different terms, the bug out and the bug in. If you're bugging in, by all means, accumulate everything that you can. If you're bugging out, you need a bag probably that you can carry. Like I could probably carry around probably 60, 70 pounds if I have to.
As long as you don't have to walk far, you'll be all right.
No, I think if I'm in a situation where it's needed, I can probably walk pretty far with it. I'll fucking cry like a bitch, but I can do it. Water is a big issue, man. Like, because water is heavy, it's voluminous. It's almost to the point that if you're thinking you're not going to be able to use a vehicle, I would get like a small buggy or something, like a converted baby stroller even. Some of those have very good suspension. So you can put all that junk in it. Because you're going to need, I don't know, about at least a gallon of water per person per day, and I'm being conservative. Otherwise, you're going to dehydrate. You're going to dehydrate and die. Hence, all the guns are not going to help you. You can't drink your ammo.
Not easily.
Nah, but I got a 30-06, man. I can shoot myself fucking well.
Yeah, but again, I'm talking about trying not to reach that situation. Obviously, yeah, I can take my gun and murder people and get their stuff, but I'm not talking about like the zombie apocalypse. I'm talking about a fucking earthquake. I'm not going to go all murderous on people for... And the other thing is, do you know your surrounding? Like, when I did plan for a bug out, when I was in a big city, I tried to find where there's fresh water sources around me that I can go to, which isn't easy in Israel, by the way. It's easier here. There's fucking water. I mean, I can walk to a lake from here.
Where the hell did you get that I was going to kill somebody?
How are you going to shoot water out of your 30-06?
I'm going to shoot the ground and make a well.
Oh, I see. Okay.
You might strike oil before you strike water, though, Tone.
Yeah, you may have a point there.
I
Actually,
mean, at that point, you can reach China and get their water.
I don't know if you want China's water. It's all contaminated and polluted.
where I'm at here, water is not an issue.
Yeah.
There's all kinds of freaking water around here.
Oh, I bet. The more rural your area is and the more game there is, the more water there is, the easier it makes. I mean, hell, I don't have to work hard here to get water and to get, well, game might be difficult because I'm not an experienced hunter and I don't have a hunting weapon. I have a pistol, but I could probably shoot something that I can hit with a pistol.
Dude, I told you I'd adopt your wife. You're welcome to tag along. I'm in farm country, so just a mile away from me is a hog farm. They're pretty easy to shoot.
Oh, there's a bunch of cows here I could shoot.
There you go. You're good to go.
Hamburgers and steak.
That sounds fine to me. Who's buying?
When you start thinking about it, if you think about it seriously and you have a serious sit down with yourself and talk about it, you start understanding how difficult bugging out is and how many factors you can't control. Are the roads going to be usable? Are they not going to be usable? Are you what? You know, maybe the roads are usable, but you don't want to use the roads. There's a bunch. Like I almost, it's a rabbit hole. There was a point where I went down that rabbit hole, and at some stage I was like, you know what, fuck this. I can't.
Yeah, at some point you just got to realize, no matter how much you prepare, there's always going to be something that you can't prepare for. So
yeah, it's
stressing yourself out.
Not just that. I just feel like I'm not at a point in my life that I have the resources to invest in that. I'm barely keeping myself afloat economically anyway right now. So when I do, I might. I mean, I keep food for staying in if we need to not go to the supermarket for a week. That's possible, but I don't know. And again, it's very dependent on your location. Like, I mean, considering the catastrophe, like if there's a major natural catastrophe where I am right now, there's a whole bunch of issues. I mean, the fucking border is 4 miles away, and ISIS is on the other side. Who knows what the fuck they'll be up to if there's like a huge earthquake or something.
Well, that was what I was going to pipe in when I was trying to get your volume turned up, is where the fuck you going to bug out to, man? Everywhere around you is not.
Yeah, but then again, on the other hand, I'm in probably one of the most militarized parts of my country, and I'm not worried that, like, I'm sure that I can trust on the assistance of our armed forces. They're not going to turn their back on the civilian population here, because they are the civilian population. So
That is something I was going to ask you.
Yeah, it's not a professional military. It's a conscripted military. So they're basically like the sons and daughters of people from here. So
Okay, that's cool. I was wondering about that because, there's a lot of discussion here about what happens if our government turns on us. Where does our military go? Do they go with the people or do they go with the government? And I honestly don't know because they beat the shit out of them to obey orders. They beat that shit into their heads.
I have a feeling that most of your military would be with the people, generally, just because of the profile of the people that usually go to military service. I mean, some of them might not be, but I'm not concerned about my government turning on me. Not right now. Not with our form of military. It's ridiculous.
Well, I'm not either now, but I was 2 days ago.
No, that's the thing though. I'm not so worried about who's in charge of the government because again, our soldiers are 18 to 21-year-old mandatory service people. They're like that's not their life profession, and that like the thought of them like shooting up civilians, Israeli civilians, is almost I can't fathom it. It's never happened before, so I don't see. I have a hard time like imagining it.
God, we have had National Guard people shoot civilians here.
Yeah, I don't see that happening here.
That's cool. I'm glad for you, man.
Because again, that would be first of all, most of our military is a reserve force. So I need to like imagine the people from my unit being used against civilians in Israel. Fuck that. We would just walk away. It's hard enough getting them to do things they're supposed to do.
I really wish we could get that going in this country, that mandatory 2 years of military service.
No, I don't like it.
I think it would be a good idea, and then give them free college education for a couple of years.
Man, you shouldn't force people to do shit either way, and you shouldn't give people free stuff either way. Even though I agree that it's not bad for. I agree that it can do a lot of good for the character of some young people. I don't disagree on that point. I just don't support. I would like to see government doing as little coercion as possible and not more. You know what I mean? And you have to consider that it's just like public education. The same shit that goes in public education goes on in a mandatory service. Like they stuff the same shit down the throats of soldiers that they shove down the throats of school children. And that's, I mean, I don't know. I don't like giving the government that kind of power over the lives of people.
There you go. Now, see, I never thought about that.
Yeah, because think about what's going on now in the U.S. military with all the politically correct bullshit and all that. Now, imagine that they're recruiting every person at the age of 18, and they have him under military discipline, and they're shoving all that shit into his head. So I don't know.
There'd be a lot of pussy grabbing going on.
I don't know. I don't like the word mandatory. When someone starts with, well, it should be mandatory, I'm like, no, it should not. Nothing should be fucking mandatory. The only thing that should be mandatory is don't touch other people's stuff. And that's it, more or less.
Well, like I said, I hadn't considered the government indoctrination part of it, to be honest with you. I appreciate you bringing that one up.
Well, that's the thing. That's what I think, that a lot of times we don't think about what the other side. You got to consider what the other side of the political map would do with the power that you want to give government. It's like the Democrats are all fucking hyperventilating right now about the president, and a lot of people on Facebook on my feed are like, well, if you haven't spent the last 8 years abusing the power of the presidency and using presidential orders and fucking up the balance of power within the government, you wouldn't be so worried. But now you set the president, and now of course they're fucking terrified. They shouldn't have given that. Once you give power to government, it doesn't give it back. That's the other problem. I don't know. Maybe I'm too much of an anarchist.
No, that goes along with the whole. I mean, the military breaking you down to build you back up again. I mean, that it is indoctrination in a way.
Right, and I actually said it kind of myself by when I was saying they were pounding the orders and following orders into their heads, and it really didn't occur to me about them indoctrinating them.
Well, that's what it is.
Well, the question is what it's used for. Usually, first of all, the breaking people down and rebuilding them thing isn't really. well, it's not. I don't think that's needed. You need to, at least in my experience, and it's not the same in every. It's not the same in every military organization in the world, but I don't think you need to break down people and rebuild them into soldiers. You need to take people, and they come in, even at the age of 18, people come in with capabilities and aspirations and brains that function, and you need to build another layer on that. You don't need to destroy that to build a soldier. A soldier is a person that also knows how to do soldier stuff. He's not a non-person. I think that's an. I don't know. Go ahead.
The thing with it is that they have to get them to accept orders over fear.
Yeah, and there's ways of doing that, I believe, without doing the breaking and rebuilding thing that was the mentality in the 1960s, 70s, 80s. Before that, I don't think it's the modern mentality, and I'm not sure that it's needed. And although it is more needed when you have people who are not there by their own free will. When you have mandatory service, it's to a point more needed because you have people that came in that, well, they didn't want to be soldiers, but there's a law, so they came. That's another issue. There's a moral issue with like, fuck you, fuck everything that you want to do, and your freedoms. For the next 2 years, you're gonna follow orders. That's I don't know. That's against pretty much everything I stand for politically. So,
I don't know. I'll have to repeat that.
It's not by accident that every socialist country in the world has a draft, has a conscription program. China, North Korea, all of them, because it's a very comfortable way of getting young people into where you can influence them.
Well, yeah, that's why they try to get them in as young as they can.
Yeah.
As soon as you turn 18, you got to recruit.
Yeah, there's think about it. If I wasn't 18, if you recruit people at the age of 21 or 25, then they already maybe have families. They maybe have careers. You're taking them away from the job market, so they're not paying as much tax as they would. It's fucking complicated. I don't know. I'm of the opinion that Israel needs to find another way of doing it. So I wouldn't say, yeah, go ahead, get a mandatory service.
Israel should do like the United States does. They should just do, if it's needed, they do a draft, but if it's not, don't do it. There's no.
Yeah, but the problem is that our military.
Well, you're in a different position. Yeah,
our military needs are dramatically different because we don't get to choose which wars we fight, and when war happens here, it happens here. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen 10,000 miles away when you have time to, get people, train them. Maybe we'll fight. Maybe we'll do this in 6 months. No, the time for me, like if I get the order to if I'm activated, my activation time is 48 hours maximum from the moment we're called to the moment that we're in our, deployment area. That you can't do that unless the people are already trained. It's difficult even when the people are already trained, by the way. It's an extremely complicated system.
Yep.
And very expensive to maintain. Consider that I get paid by the government 10 to 20, sometimes 30 days a year, and I'm not a government employee. So it's an expensive system to maintain when you have 500,000 of us. And the whole country has 8 million people, 500,000 of which are reservist soldiers. That would be like the U.S. having like 50 million soldiers or something like that.
Hell, you might have a bigger army than we do.
No, I think we have less, but we also have 1/40th of your population.
Yeah, they have 8 million people, so think of it as New York City is basically their population.
It would
New
be
York
as
City
if
has
New York
8 to 10
City
million.
fielded. It would be like New York City fielded an army of 500,000 people. We have a bigger army than most European countries that have like 4 or 5 times our population. But that's the problem, that you can't give up conscription if you want to keep these numbers. That's the problem.
Well,
Because
let me
you're not gonna find the amount of people who are willing to. I mean, no country has such numbers of people who want to be soldiers.
just clarify the why that I said that in the first place. Kids that come out of high school here have zero common sense for the most part. And those that come out of college after high school are just as bad.
Yep.
And I thought a couple of years in the Army would give them some life experience.
No.
Oh yeah, I agree. It can first of all, it can do good for a lot of people. It can do a lot of bad for some people, because some people aren't fit for military service. I'm not talking about physically. Some people are just not cut out for it. Doesn't make them
That's
bad people.
Yeah, if you ask me, it's just as much mental as it is physical.
It's I don't think that everybody's cut out for it. Especially, look, what you're going to end up having is what we have here, which is a lot of people do military service, but they don't. They're not really soldiers. They're doing their jobs there, but they don't. They're not really in a military mindset, and then it just becomes like like for those people, their military service in Israel is kind of similar to the college experience in the U.S. So it depends. Here, it depends a lot on what you do. Like, I was a combat soldier my whole time, and I still am. So for me, it's serious business. But for someone who's like a clerk at some office, it doesn't matter. He's wearing a uniform, but he's just a clerk. He could be a clerk anywhere else and do the same damn thing.
Yeah, he's not.
And you can't force a person into being a soldier. It's not true. People think that you can, but you can't in a democracy. Because what are you gonna do? You're gonna hang him if he disobeys orders. What are you gonna do? You're gonna discharge him. Okay, then that's what he wanted. So you have a problem with discipline when you have a democratic country and people that don't want to be in the military. What are you gonna do with them? You can't, like. What are you gonna do? Put them all in jail? Hundreds of thousands of people. So. I mean, there are issues. Let's say you go on the street in LA and recruit and put into mandatory service 100,000 hipsters, and none of them want to be there. What are you going to do? Put them in jail? How does it work?
Don't ask me, because I hate fucking hipsters.
No, I'm just saying.
I'm with you
I
there.
was just thinking, firing squad.
Well, yeah, Tony, but again, in all seriousness, it's a very complicated issue. I think that the reason that it still works in Israel and it doesn't work in any Western country anymore is the feeling of urgency. If you have a major war and people feel, well, our country's going to get fucked up, then they'll come over to the recruitment offices themselves. But when there isn't, and the U.S. doesn't need everything that it needs to do militarily with the force that it has now. It might need to budget it a little bit more, or whatever, but it doesn't need 20 million people. And people in Israel are starting to get that sense too. They're like, well, life is pretty good. We're pretty safe. I mean, we don't have a mortal danger of being invaded and occupied. That's long gone. That hasn't been a problem for decades. So they're starting to feel like, well, why should I do this shit? Like, I don't want to be a soldier. I
Yeah, I'll
never
be
had
right
that
back.
problem. I never had that problem because I always wanted to be a soldier. Like, I dressed up as a soldier every year, I always wanted to play with tanks and guns, so I was fucking happy to do it. I'm still happy to do it when I get like next week. I have 2 days. I'm like, all right, that's cool. December I have a week. I'm fine. It's training. It's good.
So how long, as a reservist out in Israel, how long do they like, or how often? I mean, do they call you in?
Um, it depends on the person, but if you're someone like me who does relatively a lot, then it's probably 2 to 3 weeks a year, every year, from the age of 21 until the age of 40.
Oh shit! So how long are you gonna actually be a reserve? How much do you have left as a reservist?
I have 10 years if I don't volunteer for more. I'll probably
Damn.
volunteer for more.
Yeah, yeah. So you're gonna
But
retire then, pretty much.
no, I like that shit, so I don't like. I mean, it also depends on what because everything's changing. You gotta remember that that right now I'm a radio sergeant. So
Okay.
all the radios that we have now are not the same radios that we had when I was in mandatory service, because that was 10 years ago. Everything's changed. The tanks we have now are the last Mohicans of that model. They're all going to be scrapped in the next 10 years for sure. So
Right. Yeah.
slowly but surely, my technical skills are becoming useless because everything's digital now. They're bringing in systems. I mean, radio wise, that I just don't know what to do with. I can like try and pick up, but it's not the same like someone who's had the training to start with.
Right. Yeah.
That's why I don't even like doing radio work. I'm only doing it because they kind of shoved me into it. So I'm trying to get my job changed to be the medical evacuation sergeant for the battalion. And if I can do that, then I'm fine. I don't need. It's not a technical job; it's a tactical job. Tactics don't change.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, and that's a good thing too, because I mean, you seem like you kind of care about your people. So, being a medic, that'd be a great job for you, because shit, there's some medics that are more worried about their own safety than their people.
No, I'm not going to be a medic. I'm just going to be the one who who brings the medical evacuation uh, platoon is the platoon that takes the wounded people from the fighting line and brings them to the medics, because
Oh, I got you.
you can't set up the battalion field clinic or whatever you want to call it. You can't put it where the fighting is because it'll get shot up. So it's usually about 2-3 miles back. So you have a couple of armored vehicles that are just being used as ambulances, and that's basically what I want to do. And
I got you.
they're willing to do it. It's complicated because I already have a job and my officer doesn't really want to give me up. So but they're not. I mean, they can't really refuse me too long because I mean, fuck, I'm getting old. Like I'm already I'm already pretty fucking high ranked. It's kind of funny, you know. I'm the rank equivalent of someone who's done like 15 years of service in the U.S. Army. So
Damn,
even
no
though I have,
shit.
yeah, well, I mean, it's not that ridiculous because I joined the IDF 11 years ago. So it kind of makes sense. I haven't
Well, hey,
spent all. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
no, go ahead.
I
I
haven't
remember it.
spent all. I haven't spent all that time in active service, obviously, but I did every year. And I have a shit ton of experience at every level of the battalion. I'm kind of a rarity in that.
A jack of all trades, kind of, huh?
Yeah, because actually I am, because I am a tank commander. I'm a radio sergeant. I am a infantry squad leader. Hilariously enough, even though I'm a horrible infantryman, but I'm a better infantryman than infantrymen are tankers. That's for sure. Infantrymen are horrible at tanks. It's hilarious. it's actually kind of funny that people don't realize it, that there's something very intuitive about infantry work because you do it on foot. It sounds funny, but it's because you do it on foot. I mean, we all know what it looks like to walk around, right? We all know how to run. And so, okay, there are tactics involved and whatever, but you know what things look like from the perspective of a person standing, a person kneeling, a person laying down. People don't fucking know what it looks like from a tank unless they've been in a tank. So infantrymen.
What's it like?
don't-
Tunnel vision or something? Like what's the tank vision like? Like you limited vision, obviously, but how so?
Oh, it's actually the problem is the opposite. The first problem is a tank is very big, so infantry tend to like. I'll give you an example, a real life example. Okay, back in 2007, I was on the Lebanese border with my tank, and I was under command. I was attached to a paratrooper company. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, the XO for that company was like, he was briefing us for a mission. He wasn't actually briefing us. He was like, after I did my briefing, he was testing me and my crew, like to make sure that we're down on the details of our mission. So he was like, okay, where are you going to set up your ambush? And I'm like, I pointed at a map. And he's an infantryman, so he was like, no, I want you to show me on the air photography. I want you to show me the bush where you're setting up your ambush. Like, where exactly are you going to be? And I'm like, dude, it's a tank. I take up like 20 bushes. I'm not gonna stay in one bush because everyone can see me. It's not like I can hide my tank. I'm gonna move around. I'm gonna be here and here and here and here. Like there's probably around a 500-yard area where I'm gonna move around because I'm gonna be there 24 hours. He's like, oh right, and then he was like, how much ammo you have for your machine guns? And I'm like, I don't know, about 20,000. And he's like, no, but what? I mean, exactly how much? I'm like, I don't know, dude. It's tens of thousands of rounds. It's a tank. That's not how we work. We don't like count our rounds and put them in our vests. I have fucking crates of ammo. Like my tank is ready for war. It's not. They don't understand. They don't understand that I can see. Not only I can see 2-3 miles away, but everyone 5 miles from me can see me every time I move. And at night, and people can hear your tank from 5 miles away at night. You're not hiding. This is not infantry work. So, one more. So it's kind of funny. They don't really get it. I mean, the ones that are smart, very smart, get it. But
Right.
You either do.
I want to ask you yesterday when you were.
Go ahead.
I wanted to ask you yesterday because you were kind of talking about the rifles and everything that they hand you out during basic and all that. Now, is it the same as over here? Like your rifle is your rifle, or do you train with a rifle? Because from my understanding, from what I remember, you were saying that it was all pretty much like more military surplus that you guys have, older rifles. Am I correct on that?
Well, we have a lot of surplus U.S. rifles.
Right.
And you don't get, like, the rifles belong to the unit, so if you switch units, you obviously get issued a new rifle. You don't carry that rifle with you to a new unit. But I think that's probably the same in the U.S. because otherwise you can't manage inventories. It's insanity.
Oh yeah, right. But but it's going to be the same rifle pretty much.
Yeah, well, they're all. I mean, they used to all be M16s when I was in mandatory, and now they're mostly M16s, and infantry has Tavors.
Oh, okay, yeah. Because what I'm asking is like, they're not going to switch you from like a 5.56 when you're training, and then all of a sudden you're infantry or whatever, and they give you a 7.62 or something like that.
No, not today. I mean, maybe 20, 30 years ago. Like, you could What do you mean you could? I did. I did my basic training with M16s, like full length M16s,
Right.
and I never carried the full length M16 after that because all the units had shorties or shorts. They never had. They always had carbines. They never had rifles. We don't. The IDF isn't big on the full length rifles, just because we're not a marksmanship oriented force. Like we shoot. Our training is for shooting closer range and shooting fast, and not so much making shots at 300-400 yards, because frankly, it's not so relevant to our type of combat.
Well, yeah, I
When you-
mean,
when you do urban terrain, you don't need it, and our open terrain, like our infantry, is riding in vehicles almost all the way to the fight. So
yeah, realistically, I mean, you're not going to go very much outside of 200, maybe even 300 meters. If then that's kind of pushing it.
well, yeah, but it has advantages and disadvantages. Definitely, the American soldier. I'm not even talking about Marines. He's definitely a better marksman than the Israeli soldier. I have no doubt in it. But I have yet to read a single incident report or hear about an incident where, oh my God, we need to shoot to 300 yards and none of us ever learned to do it. It just doesn't happen. So if we were fighting in Afghanistan, maybe, where you have open terrain, you do have deserts here which are open, but I don't know. I don't think the IDF never cared for that. And it's, by the way, it's another aspect of conscription. You don't have time to make people into highly proficient marksmen within, all the other shit that they need to get, because they need a lot of other things, and they get a very how should I say it? The IDF infantryman is probably very, very much more versatile than other infantrymen around the world, because he does everything. Like he does mountain warfare, and he does urban terrain, and he does mechanized, and he does helicopters, and he has a lot of shit to learn and not a lot of time to learn it. So so marksmanship kind of suffers for it, which, I mean, it's arguable if it's a good thing or not, but that's just the reality of it right now. That's why I always laugh when people are like, the X95 accuracy scandal,
Yeah.
People were like, oh, it's not shooting one MOA. I'm like, ain't nobody in the IDF gives a shit about that. We're like, does it hit a human silhouette at 150 yards? Yes, good. It's a fine service rifle. I don't give a shit. I'm coming out around the corner. The terrorist is 30 yards away. I'm shooting him. I can do it with a shotgun. Doesn't matter.
Right. Now, do you guys have like any type of, I mean, this might be a stupid question, but do you guys have any type of sniper rifles or, I mean, sniper units or anything like that?
Yeah, and they'll be less good than the equivalent U.S. ones, I'm sure. And their ranges.
Well, no,
will
I'm
be
not
bigger.
saying that.
Oh no! It's fine. I'm saying it. I get to say whatever I want. I can
There you go.
make anti-Semitic jokes and shit. No, they'll definitely be less good because it's less of an emphasis, no doubt about it. And for years they had M14s as sniper rifles, which obviously it's not a sniper rifle, but for IDF purposes, high-powered, long barrel, put a scope on it, 400 yards. That's where it was at for them. So. And yeah, they have M24s now and everything. They got all the toys, but they're not. A sniper is a professional soldier. You can't be an amateur sniper. So think about the Russians with their Dragunovs. Okay, it's not a sniper rifle. It's a big ass designated marksman rifle, right?
Yeah.
So so our snipers are more like super designated marksmen than snipers usually. I'm not saying, I'm sure there's a unit out there or 2 units, very special units that have guys that are the real deal, but most of them aren't. And everything's changing. Fuck, I haven't been in mandatory service for 10 years. I don't know. Maybe maybe something's changed. I don't know. I know, because sometimes I say something like in Israel, I'm like, oh, that's not how it works. And then some 18-year-old kid's like, yes, it does. That's how it works. And I just found out a bunch of shit a couple of months ago. I had like a 2-day refreshment on some Italian command bullshit. I was like, what the fuck is all this shit? When did this happen? They're like, yeah, that's how it's been working for the last 3 years. I'm like, really? we can't do that. We don't have as many people or technology as standing army units have. They're like, yeah, you're gonna get it. Okay, fine. Send in the computers, you know. In the course, that's the funniest thing, you know, how the world has changed. Think about it, that when I did, because I started out in the radio, in the signals corps before I transferred to armor. When I started doing signals corps stuff, we had 2 computers in the battalion, 2, and now
That's
we
it?
have, yeah, dude. I mean, tactical computers. I'm not talking about fucking, you know, type report shit. I'm talking about tactical computers.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Battle management stuff. We had 2 computers in the battalion, and everyone was like, "Oh my god, this shit is so advanced." You know, look, it's like Red Alert. You can watch that. And now they're fucking putting computers on every infantry guy. So you have like dozens of computers or hundreds of computers you're going to have in a couple of years, to the point where you can pinpoint the location of every person. And I kind of make fun of it sometimes. I'm like, listen, there's 2 problems. The first is, the first day of war, all this shit is going to break. And you have officers that are used to it. What are they going to do now that they can't see where everything is? They need to use a fucking regular map. They're going to be fucked. And the second thing is that people don't realize, unless they've been in similar situations. It doesn't have to be warfare. It could be any emergency situation. There is such a thing as having too much data.
Yeah, I can see what you're saying.
When you have so much data, I'm not talking about information. You can act upon information. Information is ready for you to use. Information is already digested. But when you have a bunch of data, raw data coming in, locations of forces, location of enemy forces, weather conditions, fucking, you know, logistics, everything's piling in on the battalion command, then you get to the point where people just can't process all this shit. Because it doesn't matter how many computers you have, military decisions are still made by people with funny marks on their shoulders. So, or in your case, on their collars. So how are they gonna digest all that data? They can't. You know, and even if they do, like my company commander said to a regular officer, he was like, "Well, it's cool that we're gonna get twice as many officers in the battalion HQ, but then I still only have so many tanks in my unit, and the people in those tanks need to sleep. So even if I'm processing information 24 hours a day, at some point those people who are like fucking driving the tanks are gonna have to stop, sleep, eat, rest, or they're gonna collapse. You know, it doesn't matter how much data I have and information that I'm taking out of it. The machine itself, you know, can't handle. It can't operate at those lengths of time. Like a battalion needs to rest when it's fighting at some point. So, I don't know. I think like we've passed the point where there's too much of it. But I'm probably boring you because it's like super esoteric shit. But I do think that it does have some influence on our personal self-defense and shit like that, because you gotta know to prioritize the data that you have in every tactical situation and focus on what's important, because otherwise you just drown yourself out. It's like the beginning of the conversation about bug out bags. Like
Yeah.
you take into consideration so much shit. At the end, you decide you're not going to do anything about it because you can't. So
Your mind overloaded.
yeah, that's what happened to me. I was like, fuck, I can't solve. There's too many problems to solve. I'm just gonna put it aside for a couple years until I have a bunch of money to pour on it.
Yeah, just get everything at once or something.
Well, yeah, you see, that's the other thing, but that's because I'm sure there are a lot of people in gun channels like me. I'm sure like Flippy is probably one of those people. It's like I like when I get shit, I like to get all the shit. You know, like if I'm gonna get a range bag, let's say I wanted a range bag. I don't really need one because all I have is one gun, right? But let's say.
Yeah.
So let's say I wanted to get a range bag with, a place to put my mags, some fucking ear protection, whatever. So I was looking around and I'm like, well, I can't afford to get everything from the range bag at once. And then I was like, well, then I'm not doing it. Because I don't want to buy like.
I hear you. I'm kind of the same way. Like I don't want to get stuff and piece it out. Like I thought about building an AR-15 and stuff like that, but if I could afford to get the AR-15, I'm probably just gonna get it. I don't know. I hear what you're saying though.
There's something very satisfying about having the complete package.
Right.
And I have this obsessive compulsive thing where I like things that are packed. I really like gun cleaning kits where everything is tightly fitted into the kit and shit, and everything is calculated. I like that. So
well, yeah, I mean, it gives you something to, like in the case of for example, the gun cleaning kit. You don't have to go out and buy the solvent, the grease, the oil, it's all comes in one package. You don't have to worry about where you're going to put it, where you're going to store it, how you're going to fit everything into one thing. It comes with it.
Yeah, but then of course I can show you because all my stuff that my wife doesn't like is outside of the house. My horrible gun cleaning kit right now.
Holy shit! Yeah.
And the incredible lubricant which I use, which is that's motor oil from my car. And by the way, it works fantastically. By the way, and it costs like fucking a third of like all those brand name CLP things,
Yeah.
And people are like, well, how are you going to use it? It's for cars. It's not for guns. I'm like, really? So you're saying it works in a device that I trust my life to and works at high speeds, high pressures, and high temperatures? Okay. There we are then. I don't want to think what those people would have said if they saw me like in the army using diesel as a gun lubricant.
Yeah, I'm sure they'd give you some shit.
Well, yeah, but sometimes you got to get your gun oiled up, and you don't have oil. So what do you do? You take some diesel and put it on, and later you clean it. But at that point, you need the gun to run. So whatever loses it, like if all I have is tuna oil, I'll use tuna oil from a tuna can. I'll get my gun running. Later, I'll worry about cleaning.
I don't know about the tuna oil part, but I hear you though.
Why not, man? It's lubricant. It'll work.
That's true. It is.
You can take olive oil, pour it in your gun, it will lubricate it. It might gunk up later because it's a biological. It's not for that, but for the meanwhile, while you need your gun to run, when you're in the desert and you got a bunch of sand, a bunch of shit, it makes guns run.
Yeah, shit. There's some people that use fire clean. They say that's Crisco, so.
Well, it's not Crisco, but it's vegetable oil. So what?
Right. It's oil.
All it means is, look, 2 years ago or a year and a half ago, I wanted to oil up all my knives, and I didn't have oil in the house. I didn't have synthetic oil, so I used vegetable oil. So, did it gunk up, and did I need to clean all my knives later? Yes, but did they rust? No, because they had oil on them.
All right. Well, yeah. See, that's on my knives. I've used motor oil before when I'm sharpening them and getting them ready and polishing them up and shit.
there's actually an advantage to using vegetable oil on your knives, which is if you're gonna have to use those knives to prepare food or shit, you don't want like butter oil on them. You'd rather have the Crisco.
Yeah.
Right. I gotta go. I'll maybe be back later. See you around. All right. Nice.
All right, man. Yep. Later.
Take it easy. He must have woke the old lady up.
Banging the shovel around, huh? Yeah. So what do you think about that, Tony? Would you use anything?
I
Any
do.
oil available?
I do.
You do?
Yes,
Yeah.
I do.
I don't know.
I actually like 90 weight gear lube on to lube slides and bolts.
Yeah. Yeah, I've never tried it before, man. That's just me personally. I just never have. But I mean, oil is oil, you know, grease, whatever.
Well, you think about how a gear or a pair of gears work. I mean, that's just two pieces of metal sliding over each other,
Right.
especially on a high-powered rear end gear.
Oh yeah, and I wanted, you know what? I noticed I kind of responded to you in the chats yesterday when you were saying about the REM oil. I actually no bullshit. I bought six. I think it was a 6 case. It was a couple months ago of the REM oil, and I do have that in my range bag. So when I'm at the range and stuff like that, and I just need to spray it down, I do use REM oil. But when I'm doing, you know, when I come back and I'm doing a detailed clean, I like the CLP. I just like how it sticks better. I feel like I could use the CLP after I'm done cleaning everything, throw it back in my safe, and leave it there until the next time. You know, I've just never used REM oil for that, but I do use it. It's not garbage. I don't want to, you know, mix my words up there. You know, I don't think it's trash.
I'm not overly picky. I've used REM oil all my gun life, shall I say, and it's done fine by me.
Oh yeah, when my stuff gets dirty out in the range and stuff like that, and I just spray it down wipe it down, it works perfectly.
I use a lot of WD-40.
Yeah, I've used that before. I've used WD-40 before.
I don't use it to lube the gun, though. I use it more as a solvent.
Yeah, see, I've used it on my rails before.
I use a white silicone spray grease on slides.
Really?
I like that too. It doesn't stink near as bad as gear lube.
No, yeah, that's true. Have you ever tried that copper shit? The copper lube or copper grease, I mean?
I've used some copper grease at work, but I've never used it in guns.
That's pretty good. It's that stuff that pretty much Glocks come in, and I ended up getting it at my my local Glock store out here. And that stuff, man, it stays like damn near forever. You got to shoot a few hundred rounds through it to knock all that grease out.
That's all right. I mean, any heavier lube will stay pretty well. You know, the gear lube's heavy, it stays. It's probably the stickiest of the automotive stuff out there.
Yeah. Now, do you use any particular brand of that stuff? The gear lube?
Whatever the hell I got have. I think I have Valvoline right now. And I only use it because I have it. You know, I wouldn't go buy it for that purpose, but I had half a quart here left over from redoing the rear end on my truck, and I thought, well, hell, this stuff is meant to protect metal that glides over other metal, so it ought to be good at this.
Man, yeah, I guess I never really looked at it like that, man. I always just looked at, you know, whatever is meant for guns, you know.
Well, if you look at how a hypoid rear end ring and pinion work, there's a basic sliding action in there. You know, as the gears are turning in each other, so you know, and it's under extreme pressure. But it does stink.
Yeah, well, you know what? The hops that I use, I couldn't even clean my I couldn't even clean any of my weapons in the house or anything, man, because my wife hates that hop smell, the solvent.
Yeah.
I got shit tons of it laying around, so I pretty much haven't bought any solvents in a long, long time.
The big thing for using on guns years and years and years ago was either 3-in-1 oil or Singer sewing machine oil.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah, the sewing machine oil was really, really commonly whispered around. And I would imagine it was somebody who initially had a sewing machine in the house and they needed some oil, and their old lady had some sewing machine oil in the door, and they just used it and found out it worked.
Like, hey, I could use this shit.
But, you know, I'm just for using what I got here. WD-40 is a decent solvent. I haven't had too many problems. If I had a gun that was in really bad shape, I would use automotive brake cleaner.
Yeah, I could see that working.
Yeah, as long as you don't have a synthetic stock or get it on the finish of a fine wood stock, it's pretty tough on soft material. But it doesn't eat rubber brake lines and shit like that, so I don't know. It will remove paint.
Hey man, as long as it doesn't corrode or rust my shit, I would pretty much be happy with it.
That ain't a problem with brake cleaner because it dries up real quick.
Right.
It is.
Yeah, that's
I said it is a powerful solvent.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, I know sometimes when I know you're not much of a AK guy, but when I run corrosive stuff out of my AK, man, I'll spray it down with the hose real quick before I even start cleaning it, just to break down those salts.
Yeah, you should be able to bath your gun.
Oh yeah, and just like we were talking about the other day about steel ammo and stuff like that, man. Like, you know, I don't know. If you feel like you can't do something with your rifle or your pistol or whatever, you might want to look into getting a new rifle and a pistol.
Right, you know,
Should be.
it's like I chose a gun for hunting that I could dip in water and not have to take apart and clean in short order.
Right.
You know, that was the reasoning behind that, because, you know, if you're out coon hunting and you're 5 miles from your vehicle and you get your ass soaked, you know, you're going to be half an hour to an hour getting to your vehicle to go home.
Oh yeah, for sure. That, you know, and if you have something, if you got something that's gonna, you know, not last that long, yeah, you might want to reconsider going out hunting with that rifle. Because there's definitely a chance. There's always a chance of getting it wet. You know, when it starts raining.
Yeah, that was the last time I got really soaked, was just rain.
Yeah, so I don't know. See, I learned a bunch of shit today, man. All else fails, I could just use whatever I got hanging around.
Yeah. Uh, it's not uber critical as some people try to make it. If you're talking guns that are in military service and are being run the shit out of, then yeah, there's a little more importance to what you select. But for your average guy,
Right.
as long as you actually do the cleaning work, what you use isn't so important.
Right. Yeah, that's true.
If you're not big
That
on
is-
if you're not big on cleaning your guns, then buy guns that aren't so affected by dirt, buy stainless steel guns, whatever.
Yeah, see, I don't know. I like my pistol. I don't feel the same way about my pistol as I do my rifle. My pistol, I can go a little bit for. Sean said on this episode of Big Game Hunting, my bad, man. I got a horrible attention span, but I don't know. When I'm cleaning up my stuff, I watch. I usually clean my rifle every time, whether I shoot, 100 rounds or 1,000 rounds. I'm gonna probably come home and clean my rifle. My pistol, if I empty out a few magazines, if I go out to the range and dump out 4 or 5 magazines, I might not clean it immediately. But my rifle, I always want to keep it clean, especially with the piston and all the gas, everything. I want to keep that clean. So I really don't understand how people can say, oh, I just went out and shot 5,000 rounds through my rifle and haven't cleaned it yet, and it's still running perfectly. I guess I don't agree.
I'm kind of the opposite of that because I don't clean my rifles that often, but I don't shoot them that much.
Yeah.
If I shoot them a half a dozen times while I'm hunting, that's a lot. So,
Yeah, if you go out hunting, yeah, that's a different story, but I'm talking about, you go out, well, I don't know if can you take your rifles to the ranges around you or not even?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we got, I'm
Oh,
a
okay.
member of a really good range. They got outdoor rifle range, indoor pistol, and they'll let you shoot rimfire rifles indoors. Then they got the multi-station trap set up and cowboy action shooting and a pistol range outside. And if you make arrangements with them, they can put you on a 300-yard range. But it's
No shit. And you were saying that's all outdoor, right? I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I just wanted to.
Yeah, there is an indoor pistol range, 25-yard range, but the rest of it's outdoor. And to get to the 300-yard, it spans the whole damn width of the property, so there can't be anybody else on any of the other outdoor range, so you have to make arrangements to do that. Usually it's convincing one of the employees to come in a couple hours early and open it up for you to do it, or an hour or something like that.
Well, shit, that's cool that they go out of their way. They go do that for you.
Yeah, I don't particularly need a 300-yard range. I mean, for what I want, I sight it 2 inches high at 100 yards, and it's where I want it to be at 300. So,
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's not like you're going to be, on the top of the mountain and have to, shoot out 300 meters to kill your squirrel or something like that.
no, it's the max probably would be shooting at a coyote 400 yards away.
Right. Right.
Get much farther than that, I ain't going to want to chase it down.
Yeah. Yeah, just wait for the next one to mosey on by. Yeah, I've always wanted to go big game hunting, man, but I've never really had the opportunity. In Illinois, I couldn't. My grandfather just went out pretty much to the forest preserve right by the house, and that's how we hunted and did stuff like that. Bring home food, once a week or something like that. But out in Arizona, I thought I would have the chance to, but that's kind of like a lottery thing. So you kind of have to know somebody that knows somebody to get into the raffle.
Yeah.
So that kind of sucks, but I always wanted to go big game hunting. You ever did that? Deer, like, big deer, anything like that?
I did a little bit of deer hunting, but I don't like deer, so
Oh, you don't like the meat?
no. I'm going to try it again next year, I think. And, you know, because the rest of the family will eat it. And maybe now, after, 25 years, I might either mix it with ground beef and just make a big batch of hamburger or something just to get use out of it.
Yeah, hell, you could dry it out and make jerky if you wanted to. Shit.
Yeah, deer jerky and deer salami aren't bad if they're seasoned right.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the trick right there.
So I'm thinking I'm going to go out and try it again next season. I'll try to get a shotgun permit. I got invited to go this year, but I just told the future son-in-law to let his other friend go if he can, because with my heart having issues, I don't really want to get out there and do it.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear that, man. Sean says everything's better with crushed ghost chili peppers. Oh yeah. I saw a guy on YouTube that he had smoked ghost chili peppers like out of a bong. It was one of the funniest shits I've ever seen. He started puking and stuff. Yeah, I don't see how the hell somebody even got the idea to do that. I guess he just needed views or something like that. Let me see, like,
Probably came from the same area as those idiots taking spoonfuls of cinnamon.
yeah. Oh my God, that's so dumb, dude. They could choke and die on that shit. Oh man.
I mean, you wonder how these fuckers live this long.
Yeah. How did you survive without accidentally falling down a manhole, open manhole?
Oh, shit, yeah.
Jeez.
I don't know. There's a lot of dumb shit out there, and it's worse now that you got YouTube, so people can show it to other people.
And give them ideas.
No kidding.
Oh.
Dude, let's snort a line of chili powder.
Hey, that's not even a joke, man. I've seen somebody snort Tabasco sauce. Couldn't believe that shit.
God, you just wonder to yourself, what the fuck are you thinking?
Or are you thinking?
There you go.
That's the main question right there. Uh-oh. Well, we got a half hour left until the Daily Gun Show. Anybody, I'm going to post a link real quick. Anybody on YouTube, come on over to gunchannels.com. Free to join, free to be a member. There's a lot of dumb shit out there. It's called Generation Z. Yeah. Well, I'm going to post a link down here real quick. If anybody wants to jump in, we got a half hour left. You know, you could say what you want to say, talk about what you want to talk about. We've pretty much beat all the topics to death today. So if anybody wants to jump in, feel free. And YouTube, Gun Channels, gunchannels.com.
It is not just Z. X and Y aren't too far ahead of them, if any.
Yeah, man, that's, and I feel lucky, man, as a part of like the middle ground, younger generation in my 30s here, that I had my grandparents to raise me. You know, I feel really, really lucky for that because I really don't like hipsters, and I would have hated to grow up to, you know, be one. So I think I'm a firm believer that it's about all about how you're raised.
I agree, but then there's always the how come you get two siblings that are polar opposites?
You know, I've seen that too, and you know, I don't know. A lot of people like to the younger siblings get babied usually, and the older ones are usually the ones that have it fucking rough. You know, anybody out there that's listening could correct me if I'm wrong, but that's how I've seen so far.
That may be right. I don't know.
Yeah, I have one sibling and he didn't grow up in the same house that I did, so I couldn't really tell you. That are polar opposites, take them to Maury and find out who the father is. Yeah, I think he's just joking. Or RI. Yeah, I don't know. So we've been over that. Tomorrow's show, tomorrow's chat, I want to get into a little bit of a topic that may be sensitive to some people and that may be entertaining to others. Gun violence in America. I was looking up this article last night when I was trying to kind of run through the rest of the week and key questions, and kind of wanted to go over that tomorrow. And also want to remind anybody out there that's listening now or listening later, we run this like a lobby. So if you want to come in and, you know, talk about my topic or change the topic or have your own topic, have your own news stories, whatever, welcome. You know, this is not my show. This is our show. This is Gun Channel's show, and everybody else that wants to come in, this is our show. So all topics are welcome, anything, you know, and like we said earlier, if you're about freedom, if you stand for freedom and our rights and you agree with at least that one point, then you're welcome over here. That's going to be a little bit of our show tomorrow. Is there really anything else you want to kind of touch on today, Tony?
At some point, I would like to discuss the topic of non-military alternative to, or an alternative that's non-military to the ARAK thing.
Okay, hold on. Hold on a second. Sorry about that, but I kind of have a shitty memory. You said alternative military options?
No, non-military options to the ARAK thing, you know, because basically I don't like them.
Well, Tony's not coming back anymore. Non-military. Besides the AR and AK, so not talking AR and AK. Okay, we'll talk about that. That's added onto the list too.
You know, like the Remington Model 8 or 76, 740.
And I think, you know what? I think tomorrow, we only have a few. We've had people popping in and out today. So I'm going to remind everybody tomorrow and anybody that's listening right now, maybe we should have a poll, you know? I know I can go on the news feed too, on the main page here at Gun Channels, because there's always something on there, always. But maybe we'll have a poll tomorrow with anybody that's listening and see the topics. I'll pretty much accept anything as long as it's not some goofy shit, you know?
That's fine by me.
Yeah, that's, you know, I think that'll be cool. Now with the non-military, minus excluding the AR and the AK, would you want to kind of bring pistols into that too, or?
Not really. I mean, basically, the pistols aren't specific military. You know, hell,
Well, yeah, every military.
we all carry a version of about 3 different pistols.
Right. Right. Well, I mean, especially now that they have, the polymer guns are getting really popular as of late now. You know, the Smith M&P, all these guns are coming out with new polymer stuff. So, yeah, you're pretty much right. All the pistols are, all we could pretty much talk about with pistols is it a striker fire, a hammer fire, all that stuff. So, yeah, we'll leave pistols out of it.
You know, most of the home defense type stuff, always centers around the military rifles or military style rifles, if you will.
Yeah.
And I just want to get people's thoughts on other stuff, because I choose not to have one.
Right. Right. Now, what was you said you do have that Remington though, right? Do you have any semi rifles right now or not really? The Remington, okay.
740 is a semi-automatic 30-06.
Okay. Yeah, for 30-06, just the caliber, I like my bolt action, man. It's just, I don't know. For me, it's better mechanics. Just for me. I like to sit there, get my one shot loaded, because I'm not going to pull out the 30-06 in a battle situation. But then again, I never really shot one of those Remingtons before, so maybe I'd change my mind if I shot one.
Have you ever shot a 870?
The shotgun?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Real similar.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's the same type of thing. Hell, they look like a shotgun.
Oh, no shit. Oh, so it has a tube mag in it too and everything? A tube magazine?
Nope, it is a detachable box.
Oh, okay. And what does it hold? Just out of curiosity. I'm not familiar with that model, so.
4+1, and you can get extendeds that I've seen that are 10+1.
Damn, in 30-06? Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna have to look that guy up tonight. I got a couple guns here I'm gonna look up. I kind of saw some of the specs last week on that Smith & Wesson Victory. I'm gonna look up a couple little 22 rifle or 22 pistols, see maybe if I can find a decently priced one for the kid.
Well, that ilk of guns, my favorite was always the Buckmark.
Yeah.
That's just, I like the way it felt in my hand better than the Ruger at the time. I've never handled one of the Victories. Right. I don't know. But they are getting good reviews.
Yeah, that's all. I'm seeing good stuff about it everywhere, so I want to check it out. I think I think I'm gonna go to the gun store today. I have to anyway. I'm gonna trade in my fucking Wazzer. I'm gonna turn that in and get some cash for them. But yeah, I'm gonna go in there and take a look. I'm gonna screw around and go there for money for a new computer and probably leave with a new gun and not have a computer. Story of my life.
All about priorities.
Yeah, and you know what? We need to run this show smoothly, and I don't want to take any more chances of getting cut off. Knock on wood, man. We haven't had much problems this week, so all the problems I had were in the early mornings before I started the show, so it's been decent. But last week, and when we first started, what was the first show when you jumped on with me, Tony? Like maybe 3 hours, something like that, and we got cut off?
I don't even know that it went that long. I thought it was 2
Yeah. So I don't know. Well, I think we got about 20 minutes right now until the Daily Gun Show. I think unless you got something that you want to add in real quick, I think we're gonna call it a day.
Nope, I'm good.
Cool. Tony, you got anything that you want to like plug? You got a YouTube or anything that you want to, let people know about real quick? Plug anything?
Nope, this is my thing for the moment.
Cool, cool. All right, everybody. I hope that you all have a good day. Come back to the early watch tomorrow. Gun show. I'm going to put a link down in the chat just in case you guys don't know. The Daily Gun Show starting in about 20 minutes. You guys have a great day. Have a good one, Tony.
Take it easy, man.
Later. Thank you.